The mystery of the strange cauldrons is centered in a remote area of Siberia known as the Valley of Death. This region is located in the Vilyui River Basin in western Yakutia, part of the Sakha Republic in Russia's far east. The area encompasses over 100,000 square kilometers of largely uninhabited forest and swampland. This vast, isolated region is extremely difficult to access with no roads and terrain that is challenging to traverse on foot. According to legends and eyewitness accounts, the cauldrons are described as large, dome-shaped metallic objects partially buried in the ground. People have reported that the unknown metal is copper-like but extremely hard. The walls are about 2 centimeters thick and the diameter of the dome ranges from 6 meters to 9 meters. The dome is partially submerged in the ground with only the upper half being visible. Some have even shared that the insides have spiral staircases. According to experts, the cauldrons are gradually sinking further into the permafrost over time, leaving behind circular patches of unusual vegetation. The earliest known written account of the cauldrons comes from Russian explorer R.K. Mach in 1853. In his book The Vilyui Region, he wrote about a giant submerged metal cauldron with only its rim visible and trees growing out of it. Yakutian legends speak of these objects existing for centuries. The native Yakut and Evenk people called them Olguis and considered the area cursed, naming it the Valley of Death. Ancient legends describe a series of cataclysmic events and battles between gods that resulted in tremendous explosions, fireballs, and the appearance of these metal structures. Other specific encounters were documented in 1936, the 1940s, and the 1970s. Furthermore, various strange phenomena have been associated with these cauldrons. Some accounts claim the interiors of the cauldrons remain warm even in harsh winter conditions. People and animals allegedly experience sickness, weakness, and even death after prolonged exposure to the area. Symptoms described are similar to radiation poisoning. Additionally, unusual or abnormally large plant growth is reported around the cauldrons, and various devices, including compasses, are said to malfunction in the vicinity of a cauldron. Despite the intriguing reports, concrete scientific evidence for the existence of these cauldrons remains elusive. Several expeditions have attempted to locate and study the objects, but with limited success. In 2013, a team led by scientist Mikhail Visok claimed to have found metallic objects in shallow swamp water. They described walking on smooth metallic surfaces with sharp edges. However, this claim has not been independently verified. Several scientific explanations have been proposed for the phenomena reported in the Valley of Death. One suggests that these cauldrons are natural formations or iron caps. Other theories involve volcanic activity, underground gas deposits, and old meteorite impacts. The Carroll A. Deering, a 5-masted schooner built in 1919, stands as one of the most odd maritime mysteries in history. This vessel, 255 feet long and capable of carrying 3,500 tons of coal, embarked on its final voyage from Norfolk, Virginia to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil on August 22, 1920. The journey was marked by unusual events from the start. The original captain, William H. Merritt, a World War I veteran, fell seriously ill just days into the journey. This unexpected development forced the Deering to return to port in Lewis, Delaware, where both Captain Merritt and his son, Sewell Merritt, who was serving as first mate, disembarked. The G.G. Deering Company, owners of the vessel, quickly sought replacements to keep the ship on schedule. They appointed Willis B. Wormel, a 66-year-old retired sea captain, to take command of the ship. Wormel, despite his age, was an experienced mariner with a reputation for being a capable and no-nonsense captain. To fill the position of first mate, the company hired Charles B. McClellan, a younger and less experienced sailor. On September 8, 1920, under the new command, the Carroll A. Deering set sail once again for Rio de Janeiro. The initial leg of the journey appeared to proceed without incident, and the ship successfully delivered its cargo of coal to Brazil. However, it was during the return journey that tensions began to surface and escalate among the crew. In early January 1921, the Deering made a stopover in Bridgetown, Barbados for supplies. It was here that the first clear signs of trouble emerged. Captain Wormel, concerned about the behavior of his crew, confided in Captain Hugh Norton of the Augustus W. Snow, another ship docked in Barbados. Wormel expressed his worries about the crew's unruly behavior and his particular distrust of First Mate McClellan. Wormel's concerns were not unfounded. During their stay in Barbados, McClellan's behavior became increasingly problematic. He was observed to be habitually drunk while ashore, and was reported to mistreat the crew. The situation reached a critical point when McClellan, in a state of intoxication, was arrested by local authorities. The arrest of the first mate created a significant issue for Captain Wormel. Despite his misgivings about McClellan, Wormel made the decision to bail him out of jail on January 9th, 1921. The tensions between Wormel and McClellan were not merely a matter of personal distaste toward each other. They had serious implications for the ship's operations and safety. Captain Norton and other witnesses reported overhearing McClellan complain that he couldn't discipline the crew without Captain Wormel interfering. McClellan also claimed that he had to do all the navigation due to Wormel's poor eyesight. These statements suggest a fundamental breakdown in the command structure of the ship, with the two most senior officers at odds over critical aspects of ship management. Perhaps most alarmingly, multiple witnesses, including Captain Norton, his first mate, and another captain, reported hearing McClellan make a chilling statement. "I'll get the captain before we get to Norfolk. I will." This threat, whether caused by the alcohol or genuine malice, made the rest of the voyage very uncomfortable. Despite these ominous developments, the Carroll A. Deering set sail from Barbados on January 9th, bound for Hampton Roads, Virginia. The last confirmed sighting of the Deering occurred on January 29th, when it passed the Cape Lookout lightship. This encounter was reported by lightship keeper Captain Thomas Jacobson. As the Deering approached the lightship, it hailed to report that the ship had lost its anchors and chains during a storm off Cape Fear. This information was relayed by a man described as tall and thin with reddish hair, speaking with what Jacobson perceived to be a Scandinavian accent. Notably, this description did not match that of Captain Willis B. Wormel or any other known crew member, raising questions about who was in command of the vessel at this point. Captain Jacobson also observed something unusual about the crew's behavior. He noted that they were quote-unquote milling around on the quarterdeck, an area where sailors were not typically allowed during normal operations. This odd positioning of the crew, combined with the unfamiliar man giving the report, suggested that something might have been wrong aboard the Deering. The message from the Deering requested that the ship's owners, the G.G. Deering Company, be notified about the loss of anchors. However, due to a malfunctioning radio, Captain Jacobson was unable to relay this information immediately. Following this sighting, the Deering was rumored to be observed one more time on January 30th. Another vessel reported seeing it sailing directly towards the dangerous Diamond Shoals. This sighting was the last time the Deering was seen under sail, with its crew presumably still aboard. The next day, January 31st, C.P. Brady, a lookout on duty at the Cape Hatteras Coast Guard Station, spotted a ship that had run aground on Diamond Shoals. The vessel was later identified as the Carroll A. Deering. Brady stated that the ship was perched on the shoals with all its sails set, which is unusual for a grounded vessel. The discovery immediately raised alarms, but the weather conditions at the time prevented any immediate action. Strong winds and high seas made it impossible for rescue crews to approach the stranded ship safely. For several days, the Deering remained just out of reach, with its fate unknown. It wasn't until February 4th that the weather calmed enough to allow a boarding party to reach the Deering. Captain James Carlson led a tugboat rescue crew to investigate the grounded vessel. What they found upon boarding created great concern and confusion. The ship was completely abandoned. There was no sign of the 11-man crew, nor any immediate evidence of what might have happened to them. Several government agencies were involved in the investigation, including the Department of Commerce, U.S. Coast Guard, Department of Justice, U.S. Navy, Treasury Department, and State Department. Herbert Hoover, then serving as the Secretary of Commerce under President Warren G. Harding, took a personal interest in the case. Hoover's involvement elevated the profile of the investigation and ensured that significant resources were devoted to solving it. Lawrence Ritchie, Hoover's assistant, was appointed to lead the investigation. He began by gathering all available information about the Deering's final voyage, including interviews with individuals who had encountered the ship or its crew in the months leading up to its disappearance. One of the first steps in the investigation was a thorough examination of the abandoned vessel. Investigators meticulously documented the condition of the ship, noting the damaged steering equipment, the missing logbook and navigation instruments, and the state of the galley with food laid out as if in preparation for a meal. The investigation also focused on the crew members themselves. Detailed background checks were conducted on all 11 men, including Captain Willis B. Wormel and First Mate Charles B. McClellan. Investigators looked into their personal histories, financial situations, and any potential motives for foul play or desertion. Family members and acquaintances were interviewed to gain insight into the crew's state of mind before the voyage. A significant portion of the investigation centered on the ship's stopover in Barbados in early January 1921. Investigators interviewed Captain Hugh Norton of the Augustus W. Snow, who had spoken with Captain Wormel during this stopover. One of the most intriguing aspects of the investigation was the analysis of the last confirmed sighting of the Deering by the Cape Lookout lightship on January 29th. The description of the man who hailed the lightship, which did not match any known crew member, raised red flags. Investigators attempted to identify this individual and understand why he, rather than Captain Wormel or McClellan, was communicating with the lightship. The investigation took an unexpected turn in April 1921 when a message in a bottle was found near Buxton, North Carolina. The note, purportedly written by the Deering's engineer, claimed the ship had been captured by pirates. This led to handwriting experts being brought in to authenticate the message. However, after thorough analysis and questioning of the man who found the bottle, Christopher Columbus Gray, it was determined to be a hoax. Gray eventually admitted to fabricating the note. As the months passed, the investigation began to lose momentum. Despite following numerous leads and exploring various theories, investigators were unable to reach a definitive conclusion about what had happened to the crew of the Deering. In late 1922, nearly 2 years after the Deering was found abandoned, the official investigation was largely concluded. Lawrence Ritchie submitted a comprehensive report to Secretary Hoover detailing the findings of the investigation. While the report explored various possibilities, including mutiny, piracy, and abandonment due to natural causes, it did not endorse any single theory as the definitive explanation for the crew's disappearance. On May 19, 1780, an event known as the Dark Day plunged much of northeastern United States into an eerie darkness during daylight hours. This phenomenon has intrigued historians and scientists for centuries. In the days leading up to this event, residents observed unusual atmospheric conditions, with the sun appearing reddish and the sky taking on a yellowish hue, foreshadowing the extraordinary occurrence to come. The darkness began to descend on the morning of May 19th, with its progression varying by location. In Rupert, Vermont, the darkness was noticeable at sunrise, while it reached Cambridge, Massachusetts by mid-morning. The obscurity peaked around noon in many areas, but in Barnstable, Massachusetts, it didn't reach its height until 5:30 p.m. The intensity of the darkness was said to be immense, forcing people to rely on candles for everyday tasks like reading or telling time. This unusual darkness persisted well into the night, with some accounts stating it didn't fully disperse until the middle of the following night. Based on eyewitness accounts, there was a strong sooty smell in the air, and rainwater collected during this period contained a light film of particles described as burnt leaves and ash. In parts of New Hampshire, ash and cinders reportedly fell to a depth of 6 inches. Rivers, particularly the Merrimack, were observed to have a black scum floating on their surface. When the moon finally became visible late that night, it appeared to have a reddish color. In the immediate aftermath and the years following the Dark Day, various theories were proposed to explain the phenomenon. Some speculated that it might have been caused by an astronomical event like an eclipse, a blazing star, or the transit of Venus. However, these explanations were quickly dismissed as they didn't align with known astronomical schedules. While not widely considered at the time, later historians would suggest that a volcanic eruption might have been responsible, though this theory lacks supporting evidence from geological records of the period. Even in the 19th century, some historians like Joseph Dow of Hampton, New Hampshire, correctly surmised that the darkness was likely caused by a combination of smoke from extensive forest fires, fog, and cloud cover. This early insight would later be confirmed by modern scientific research. However, it seems that this entry is another that may have already been solved. Contemporary scientific research has largely agreed on what caused the dark day, confirming and expanding upon the forest fire theory. Researchers from the University of Missouri's Tree Ring Laboratory conducted a study that provided compelling evidence for this explanation. By examining tree rings from the Algonquin Highlands of southern Ontario, they found evidence of fire scars dating back to 1780. When a fire doesn't kill a tree but causes damage, it leaves distinctive marks in the tree's growth rings. These fire scars allow scientists to date past fire events with considerable accuracy. The researchers proposed that massive wildfires in Canada created large smoke columns that were carried into the upper atmosphere. This smoke, combined with fog and cloud cover, created the conditions for the dark day. The prevailing westerly winds likely spread the smoke over a vast area. On the morning of May 19th, easterly winds brought dense fog from the ocean, which mixed with the smoke and clouds to form an almost impenetrable mass. This scientific explanation aligns with historical accounts of the darkness being observed from as far north as Portland, Maine, to as far south as New Jersey. The mind-body problem is an issue in philosophy and science. It addresses the fundamental question of how the mind relates to the physical body, particularly the brain. This problem has puzzled thinkers for millennia and continues to be a subject of intense debate and research. The mind-body problem has ancient roots, with early discussions found in various philosophical and religious traditions. The Buddha described the mind and body as interdependent, likening them to two sheaves of reeds leaning against each other. Buddhist teachings view the mind as a constantly changing stream of thought moments, composed of 5 aggregates that arise and pass away continuously. Plato proposed a dualistic view, arguing that the soul/mind belongs to a higher realm of forms, while the body is part of the material world. He believed the soul was immortal and temporarily united with the body. Aristotle viewed the mind as a faculty of the soul, which he considered a property of the body. He saw their relationship as uncomplicated, similar to how shape is a property of an object. The key aspects of the problem revolve around a series of questions. Are the mind and body two distinct entities or aspects of a single entity? How do mental states influence physical states and vice versa? How does subjective experience arise from physical processes in the brain? How can physical brain states represent or be about things in the world? And how can non-physical mental states cause physical actions? Modern neuroscience has made significant progress in understanding the neural correlates of consciousness, which are the minimal neuronal mechanisms sufficient for any specific conscious experience. This research aims to bridge the gap between subjective experience and brain activity. However, explaining how these neural correlates give rise to subjective experience remains challenging. This difficulty is often referred to as the hard problem of consciousness, a term coined by philosopher David Chalmers. Recent trends in cognitive science emphasize the embodiment of human perception, thinking, and action. This approach focuses on how interactions between the body and its environment shape the mind, potentially offering a way to bridge the mind-body divide. Some researchers have proposed that quantum mechanical phenomena in the brain might play a role in consciousness. However, these theories remain speculative and controversial. While significant progress has been made in understanding brain function and the neural correlates of consciousness, the fundamental question of how subjective experience arises from physical processes continues to elude a universally accepted solution. On February 19, 2005, Danielle Imbo and Richard Petroni Jr. vanished without a trace after leaving a bar in Philadelphia. Imbo, 34, was a resident of Mount Laurel, New Jersey. She was separated from her husband at the time of her disappearance and had a 2-year-old son named Joe Jr. Imbo was described as a loving mother with close family ties. Petrone, 35, lived in Philadelphia and worked at his family's bakery. He was a single father to a teenage daughter. Petrone was known for his love of music, especially rock, and was a fan of the Chicago Bears. The two had known each other since childhood, growing up in the same neighborhood. Imbo was close friends with Petrone's sister, but they had lost touch over the years. Upon reconnecting, they hit it off immediately and began a romantic relationship, which family and friends described as on again, off again. On the evening of Saturday, February 19th, 2005, Imbo and Petroni met up for a night out. Petrone picked up Imbo in his black 2001 Dodge Dakota pickup truck. They went to Abilene's Bar and Restaurant, located at 429 South Street in Philadelphia, where they joined another couple, Petrone's friends Anthony and Michelle. The group watched a band perform, and by all accounts, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Witnesses reported that Imbo and Petrone appeared happy, sitting close to each other and kissing inside the bar. They were also overheard comparing schedules for the following weekend, suggesting plans for another date. At around 11:45 p.m., the pair prepared to leave. They declined an invitation from Anthony and Michelle to go to another bar, explaining that they each had early mornings the next day. Petrone was overheard saying he would drive Imbo home to Mount Laurel before returning to South Philadelphia. The couple was last seen walking on South Street toward Petrone's parked vehicle. Petrone had earlier mentioned to Anthony that he was happy to have found a parking spot close to the bar. The next morning, alarm bells started ringing when Imbo missed her hair appointment. Throughout the day, both Imbo's and Petrone's cell phones went straight to voicemail. Their families grew increasingly concerned. Imbo's brother, John Ottobre, used a spare key to check her home. He found nothing suspicious or out of place. However, when she wasn't home by 3 p.m., the usual time her son was dropped off by his father, John knew something was seriously wrong. When Joe, Imbo's estranged husband, arrived to drop off their son, he found Imbo's family at her home, but there was no sign of her. John initially tried to cover for her absence, but as hours passed with no word, both families panicked and reported the duo missing. Not willing to wait for the standard 48-hour period before police action, the families began their own search efforts. That night, John Ottobre and Richard Petrone Sr. drove through the city streets, checking highway routes, side streets, and back alleys between Philadelphia and Mount Laurel. They even inspected the city's waterways and bridges, including the Walt Whitman, Ben Franklin, and Betsy Ross bridges. The next day, friends and volunteers organized an extensive search covering a vast area. John Ottobre went as far as spending $1,200 to hire a Camden police officer to commandeer a helicopter for an aerial search of the city. Despite these extensive efforts, no trace of Danielle, Richard, or the truck was found. There were no eyewitness accounts of them after leaving the bar, no appearances on toll bridge cameras, and no unusual activity on their bank accounts, credit cards, or cell phones. The first people investigators looked into were Anthony and Michelle, the last known individuals to have seen Imbo and Petrone. After multiple questionings, detectives concluded that neither was involved in the disappearance. Attention then turned to Danielle's estranged husband, Joe. His alibi for the night of the disappearance was that he was 50 miles away at a children's birthday party attended by his stepfather, a former NYPD officer. Joe took a polygraph test, but the results were inconclusive. Additionally, during the investigation, some concerning details about Joe emerged. He possessed the password to Danielle's voicemail and had accessed her account multiple times in the months leading up to her disappearance. He had also made several threatening phone calls to Richard, both at his home and workplace, warning him to stop seeing Danielle. Despite these details, no solid evidence of Joe's involvement was discovered, and he has consistently denied any involvement in the disappearance. In 2008, the FBI joined the investigation. By 2014, they had developed a theory that Imbo and Petrone were likely victims of a murder-for-hire plot. FBI Special Agent Vito Rosselli, the lead investigator, stated in a 2014 press release, "Making two people and a truck disappear with no witnesses and no evidence of any kind for 9 years suggests methodical planning. It's possible a perpetrator could just get lucky, but it's more likely just what it looks like. Someone behind this knew what they were doing." This theory was based on the clean nature of the disappearance. No evidence, no witnesses, and no trace of the vehicle. However, the FBI has not named any suspects, maintaining that everybody is ruled in at this point. In 2021, the FBI released a statement reporting that an extensive investigation to date has generated some promising leads. However, neither they nor the vehicle has ever been located. In March 2022, a private search and recovery dive team called Adventures with Purpose announced that they were working on the case. The team, known for solving several cold cases involving missing persons and vehicles, conducted multiple dives in the Delaware River. While their initial searches did not yield results related to this particular case, the team has stated they plan to continue their efforts, potentially focusing on the northern parts of the Delaware River in the Philadelphia area in the future. Over the years, several theories have emerged about what might have happened. One theory suggests that the couple accidentally drove into the nearby Delaware River. However, those familiar with the Philadelphia area consider this unlikely due to the lack of easy direct access to the river from the street where they were last seen. Another theory proposes that Imbo and Patrone were carjacked and murdered, with the truck taken to a chop shop and sold for parts. This seemed plausible given the high rate of vehicle thefts in Philadelphia at the time, over 13,000 in 2004 alone. However, despite joint efforts by the FBI and the Philadelphia Stolen Car Squad, no evidence of a carjacking was found. As mentioned earlier, the theory about this being a murder-for-hire event seems to be favored by the FBI. The clean nature of the disappearance suggests a well-planned operation, possibly involving multiple perpetrators. The final theory is voluntary disappearance. While this theory has been largely discounted, it's worth noting that both Imbo and Patrone had close relationships with their children and families, making it highly unlikely that they would voluntarily disappear. Gary Martin DeVore was an American screenwriter born on September 17, 1941 in Los Angeles, California. He began his writing career in the late 1960s, working on popular television shows like The Newlywed Game, The Steve Allen Show, and Tempo. DeVore's skill quickly propelled him into the film industry, where he would make his mark with various action screenplays. Throughout his life, he was married 4 times, with his final marriage to Wendy Oates lasting until his mysterious disappearance in 1997. In the days before his disappearance, DeVore had been working diligently on a screenplay in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He was known to be struggling with writer's block at the time. The script he was working on, titled The Big Steal, was reportedly a remake of the 1949 film of the same name. However, DeVore's version was set against the backdrop of the US invasion of Panama in 1989, a choice that would later fuel conspiracy theories about his fate. On June 28, 1997, DeVore decided it was time to return home to Santa Barbara, California. He had completed his work on the script and was ready to reunite with his wife, Wendy, at their beachfront house in Carpinteria. The drive from Santa Fe to Santa Barbara spanned approximately 1,000 miles and typically takes around 15 hours to complete. He set out on his journey driving his red 1995 Ford Explorer. He chose to take a route that would lead him through the Mojave Desert, stretching across southeastern California and parts of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. This decision to drive through such an isolated area would later become a point of interest for both investigators and theorists. As the hours passed and night fell, Wendy began to grow concerned about her husband's whereabouts. It was unlike Gary to be out of touch for so long, especially during such a lengthy drive. Around 1:15 a.m. on June 29th, Wendy decided to call Gary's cell phone. To her relief, he answered. During this brief conversation, which would turn out to be the last time anyone spoke to Gary DeVore, he told Wendy that he was pumping pure adrenaline and feeling alert despite the late hour. However, when Wendy asked about his location, Gary's response was uncharacteristically vague. He couldn't provide a specific location or even identify which state he was in at the time. This lack of clarity was severely out of character. The call ended with Gary assuring Wendy that he would be home soon. However, as the hours ticked by and morning arrived, there was still no sign of Gary or his Ford Explorer. Wendy's concern quickly turned to alarm, and she began reaching out to friends and authorities. The search for Gary DeVore began on June 29, 1997. The initial hours were crucial, and Wendy's quick action in alerting authorities set in motion a far-reaching search operation that would span multiple states and involve various law enforcement agencies. The first step in the search was to establish DeVore's last known location. His final phone call to Wendy became a critical piece of information. However, the vagueness of DeVore's response about his whereabouts during that call presented an immediate challenge. Law enforcement agencies in New Mexico, Arizona, and California were all alerted to DeVore's disappearance. The New Mexico State Police began by searching areas around Santa Fe, focusing on the routes DeVore might have taken when leaving the city. They interviewed gas station attendants, motel staff, and other potential witnesses who might have seen DeVore or his red Ford. In Arizona, the Department of Public Safety conducted searches along Interstate 40, a likely route DeVore might have taken. They set up checkpoints and distributed flyers with DeVore's photo and vehicle description to truckers and travelers. As news of DeVore's disappearance spread, the entertainment industry rallied to support the search efforts. Arnold Schwarzenegger, who had worked with DeVore on the film Raw Deal, used his celebrity status to bring attention to the case. He appeared on television shows and gave interviews urging the public to come forward with any information. Jean-Claude Van Damme, another action star who had collaborated with DeVore, also lent his voice to the search efforts, making public appeals and offering a substantial reward for information leading to DeVore's whereabouts. As days turned into weeks with no sign of DeVore, the search efforts intensified and expanded. Aerial searches were conducted using helicopters and small planes equipped with thermal imaging technology. These flights covered vast stretches of desert and mountainous terrain along DeVore's potential route, looking for any sign of his vehicle or evidence of an accident. As the search progressed, investigators began to explore other possibilities beyond an accident or voluntary disappearance. They looked into DeVore's personal and professional life, interviewing friends, family members, and colleagues. His financial records were examined for any irregularities that might suggest a motive for voluntary disappearance. His recent work, particularly the screenplay he had been working on in Santa Fe, became a point of interest. The search took an unexpected turn on June 28, 1998. Douglas Crawford, an amateur detective from San Diego, claimed to have solved the case through deductive reasoning. Crawford had become interested in the case and had been conducting his own investigation. He focused on the California aqueduct near Palmdale, an area that had been previously searched. Crawford's search of the area yielded a significant clue, a piece of a headlight assembly that matched a Ford Explorer. This discovery prompted a renewed search of the aqueduct by authorities. Using sophisticated sonar equipment, they were able to locate a submerged vehicle that matched the description of DeVore's Ford Explorer. The recovery operation was complex and took several days. When the vehicle was finally pulled from the aqueduct, it was confirmed to be DeVore's, with his body inside. This discovery marked the end of the year-long search, but raised new questions about how the vehicle ended up in a location that had been previously searched and why it wasn't discovered earlier. One of the most striking and disturbing aspects of the discovery was the condition of DeVore's body. When recovered from the submerged Ford Explorer, it was noted that both of his hands. This gruesome detail immediately raised red flags among investigators and the public alike. Initially, it was thought that perhaps aquatic life or decomposition may have played a role in the hands. However, the clean separation and the fact that only the hands were missing led many to question whether this was a natural occurrence or something more sinister. Adding to the mystery, some hand bones were discovered in the vicinity of the vehicle. However, forensic analysis was unable to conclusively identify these bones as belonging to DeVore. Some theorists speculated that the missing hands could be a message or warning, perhaps related to DeVore's profession as a writer. The phrase, "the writer with no hands," became a chilling motif in discussions about the case. Another significant suspicious circumstance was the absence of DeVore's laptop computer from the vehicle. This laptop, which presumably contained the screenplay he had been working on in Santa Fe, was never recovered. Given the potential sensitive nature of the script, which allegedly contained information about the US invasion of Panama, the missing laptop became a focal point for conspiracy theories. Some speculated that the screenplay contained information that powerful entities did not want to be made public, leading to theories about government or intelligence agency involvement in DeVore's death. In addition to the laptop, DeVore's gun was also not found in the vehicle. DeVore was known to carry a firearm, and its absence raised questions about whether he had been involved in some sort of confrontation before his death. The missing gun, combined with the other suspicious elements, contributed to theories that foul play might have been involved in DeVore's demise. The location and circumstances of the vehicle's discovery also raised eyebrows. The California aqueduct where DeVore's vehicle was found had been searched in the days and weeks following his disappearance. How the vehicle could have been missed during these initial searches became a point of contention. Some argued that the vehicle might have been placed there at a later date, though this theory is difficult to substantiate given the logistics involved in submerging a vehicle unnoticed. Furthermore, the position of the vehicle in the aqueduct was peculiar. For DeVore to have driven into the aqueduct at that location, he would have had to travel approximately 3 miles in the wrong direction on a well-traveled road. This would have involved driving against oncoming traffic, a scenario that seems implausible without attracting attention or causing an accident. Adding to the strangeness, the vehicle's headlights were found to be in the off position, making such a journey even more unlikely, especially at night. The timing of the discovery, exactly 1 year after Devore's disappearance, struck many as oddly coincidental. The fact that it was an amateur detective, Douglas Crawford, who led authorities to the location added another layer of intrigue to the case. Crawford's claim that he solved the case through deductive reasoning raised questions about how he succeeded where professional investigators had failed. Forensic analysis of Devore's body provided inconclusive results regarding the cause of death. While drowning was considered a possibility, the advanced state of decomposition made it difficult to rule out other causes. The lack of a definitive cause of death left room for speculation about whether Devore had died before entering the water. Another suspicious aspect of the case was the reported behavior of Devore in the days leading up to his disappearance. Friends and family described him as being in good spirits, excited about his new screenplay, and looking forward to returning home. This positive mindset contradicts theories of suicide or voluntary disappearance. On September 11, 2001, as the world reeled from the in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania, another tragedy unfolded in Brooklyn that has remained unsolved for over 2 decades. Henryk Siwiak, a 46-year-old Polish immigrant, became the only recorded homicide victim in New York City on that same day. Henryk was born in Krakow, Poland in 1955. Despite his passion for science, he was unable to secure a place at university and instead earned a technical school degree. He found employment as an inspector for the Polish National Railroad, where he worked for many years. Henryk married a scientist named Eva, and together they had 2 children, one who was 17 at the time of his death and the other 10 years old. In 2000, Poland's economy was struggling with a 15% unemployment rate, and Henryk lost his job as a railroad inspector. Facing limited opportunities at home, he made the difficult decision to leave his family behind and seek work in the United States. He arrived in New York City in October 2000, joining his sister Lucina, who had been living in Far Rockaway, Queens for 6 years. Henryk's transition to life in America was not easy. He struggled to learn English, taking classes and watching television with his sister to improve his language skills. Despite the language barrier, he was determined to work and provide for his family back in Poland. He found various odd jobs and construction work, often taking on multiple positions to make ends meet. Henryk lived frugally, sending half of his monthly $1,000 income back to Poland for his daughter's college fund. He rented an apartment near his sister's home in Far Rockaway and commuted to wherever work was available. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, Henryk began what would tragically become his final day alive. Like many New Yorkers, he started his day early, heading to his construction job in Lower Manhattan. At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Henryk, along with countless others in Lower Manhattan, witnessed the immediate aftermath of this first attack. As chaos ensued and emergency responders rushed to the scene, Henryk's worksite was quickly shut down. The second plane struck the South Tower at 9:03 a.m. In the following hours, the Pentagon was hit and another aircraft crashed in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back against the hijackers. For Henryk, the closure of his worksite presented a significant problem. As a recent immigrant sending money back to his family in Poland, he could not afford to lose a day's wages. This financial pressure would ultimately lead him to make the fateful decision to seek work elsewhere on that same day. After leaving his worksite, Henryk made his way back to Far Rockaway, where he lived near his sister. Once home, he began searching for other work opportunities. He turned to the classified ads in Nowy Dziennik, a Polish-language newspaper that served the local immigrant community. It was in these pages that he found an advertisement for a cleaning position at a Pathmark supermarket in Brooklyn. Determined to secure work for the night, Henryk made his way to an employment agency in Bay Ridge that catered to the Polish community. The agency, like the rest of the city, was in a state of distress. The owner was distraught, as her husband worked at the World Trade Center and had not been heard from since the attacks began. Despite the unprecedented circumstances, the agency was able to arrange for Henryk to start work that very night. He was scheduled for a midnight shift at the Pathmark store in the Farragut section of Brooklyn. Before his shift, Henryk made a phone call to his wife, Eva, in Poland. It is believed that the call was likely filled with a mix of reassurance and concern. Henrik would have wanted to let his family know he was safe given the alarming news coming out of New York. Eva, understandably worried about the situation, urged her husband not to go out that night. She was quoted saying something like, "I told him just in case, don't leave tonight because it can be dangerous in New York." However, Henrik decided to proceed with his plans. Henrik studied a subway map to determine the best route to the pathmark. Unfortunately, the planning led to a critical error. Henrik decided to take the A train to the Utica Avenue station near the north end of Albany Avenue, where they believed the pathmark was located. What he did realize was that the pathmark was actually located about 3 miles south of where they thought it was. This misunderstanding would lead Henrik into one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Brooklyn, far from his intended destination. At around 11 p.m., Henrik exited the subway at the Utica Avenue station. He began walking west along Fulton Street toward Albany Avenue, several blocks away. A witness later recalled passing him during this walk. When he reached the Albany Avenue intersection, he turned right and headed north, unknowingly walking into danger. The northernmost block of Albany Avenue, where Henrik found himself, was known for its high crime rate and drug activity. At approximately 11:40 p.m., residents in the area reported hearing an argument followed by gunshots. A woman living on nearby Decatur Street who was caring for her sick mother heard the altercation but was too afraid to look out her window. Police were called and emergency services arrived minutes later. Henrik had been shot once in the lung. However, it was too late. Henrik was pronounced dead at the scene. The area was immediately cordoned off, but the usual protocols for a homicide investigation were impossible to follow due to the extraordinary demands placed on the department in the wake of attacks. Typically, the NYPD's Specialized Crime Scene Unit would have been dispatched to secure the area and collect forensic evidence. This unit is trained in advanced evidence collection techniques and is crucial in preserving the integrity of a crime scene. However, on this day, the crime scene unit was unavailable, having been deployed to assist with the ongoing emergency at Ground Zero. In lieu of the crime scene unit, an evidence collection team, normally tasked with handling nonviolent property crimes, was sent to process the scene of Henrik's murder. While these officers were trained in basic evidence collection, they lacked the specialized skills and equipment that would have been brought to bear in a normal homicide investigation. This compromise in the initial evidence gathering process would later prove to be a significant obstacle in solving the case. Despite these limitations, the evidence collection team did manage to retrieve some crucial items from the scene. They found 7 spent shell casings from a .40 caliber handgun, indicating that the shooter had fired multiple times but only hit Henrik once. This suggested either poor aim or that Henrik had been running away when he was shot. The team also noted that Henrik's wallet, containing $75 in cash, was still on his person, a detail that would later fuel speculation about the motive for the crime. The investigation was further hampered by the limited number of detectives available to canvass the neighborhood and interview potential witnesses. In a typical homicide case, up to 9 detectives might be assigned to this task. However, due to the demands elsewhere in the city, only 3 detectives were available for Henrik's case. Detective George Harvey, who would later become the lead investigator on the case, explained the challenges they faced. Back in 2001, there were no iPhones, there were no video cameras. There were a few, but not like there is today in the neighborhood. Back then, we just relied on the public to come forward and give us information. The detectives began by interviewing residents in the immediate vicinity of the crime scene. They spoke with the woman who had heard the doorbell ring but had been too afraid to answer. They also interviewed other neighbors who reported hearing an argument followed by gunshots. However, no one claimed to have witnessed the actual shooting, and the darkness of the night combined with the fear induced by the gunfire meant that potential witnesses were scarce. As days turned into weeks, the investigation continued but with diminishing returns. The lack of eyewitnesses, surveillance footage, or clear physical evidence made it difficult for detectives to develop any solid leads. The community's reluctance to cooperate with police, a common issue in high crime areas, further complicated matters. In the months that followed, detectives continued to pursue various angles. They looked into local gang activity and drug-related crimes in the area, considering the possibility that Henrik had inadvertently walked into an ongoing dispute. They also explored the theory of a botched robbery, although the fact that Henrik's wallet was untouched seemed to contradict this idea. Henderson County, based in the Blue Ridge Mountains of western North Carolina, was a quiet, close-knit community in the 1960s. crime rates were low and violent crimes were rare, making the events of July 1966 all the more shocking to the local population. On July 22, 1966, Henderson County was rocked by the discovery of 3 brutally murdered bodies in a grassy clearing near Lake Summit off North Lake Summit Road. The victims were Vernon Shipman, 43, Charles Glass, 36, and Louise Davis Shoemate, 62. They had been murdered 5 days earlier on July 17th. The bodies were arranged in a crude semicircle, each bearing massive head wounds likely inflicted by an automobile bumper jack. Glass and Shoemate had multiple puncture wounds, and Shoemate's body showed signs of sexual assault. Adding to the scene, objects were placed on the bodies in a seemingly ritualistic manner. A piece of scrap iron on Shipman's neck, Glass's crutches arranged in a cross shape over his body, and a whiskey bottle tilted off Shoemate's neck. All 3 of the victims were said to be well known within the local community. Vernon Shipman worked for the NC Employment Security Commission and co-founded Tempo Music Shop with Charles Glass. He was known as quiet and easygoing, with a love for cooking and entertaining. He had even recorded his own albums and opened for famous performers. Glass was also known for his interest in Asian culture and voodoo, often hosting large parties at his home, which he called Hong Kong Hill. Louise Davis Shoemate, a factory worker from Asheville, was described as a very private person with few personal effects and no telephone in her apartment. When the bodies were discovered, curious onlookers flocked to the area, inadvertently destroying potential evidence. This influx of people trampled the grass, disturbed the positioning of objects, and potentially obliterated footprints or other trace evidence that could have been crucial to the investigation. The lack of proper crime scene management protocols at the time exacerbated this issue, as the area was not immediately secured and protected from outside interference. Furthermore, the Henderson County Sheriff's Office, which led the initial investigation, was ill-equipped to handle a crime of this magnitude. Most of the deputies had little to no experience with homicide investigations, let alone one involving multiple victims and potential ritualistic elements. This lack of expertise led to crucial mistakes in the early stages of the investigation, including the mishandling of evidence and failure to follow up on potentially important leads. While no one has ever been officially charged with the murders, 6 primary suspects have emerged, each with their own connection to the case and potential motives. All of these suspects are now deceased, making the case all the more complex. Edward Thompson Jr. is considered by many investigators to be the most likely perpetrator of the triple murder. Born in 1934, Thompson had a troubled past and a history of violent behavior. In 1968, 2 years after the triple murder, Thompson went on a violent crime spree that included kidnappings, rapes, and murders across several states. He was eventually captured and sentenced to life in prison, where he died in 1989. Investigators noted striking similarities between the triple murder and Thompson's later crimes, including the brutality of the attacks and the sexual assault details. Additionally, Thompson was known to frequent the Hendersonville area around the time of the murders and may have known Charles Glass. However, this connection was never definitively proven. Another suspect was named Jim Burrows. Jim was a friend of Vernon Shipman and a former obituary writer for the Asheville Citizen-Times. He became a suspect due to his alleged confession and knowledge of non-public details about the crime. He reportedly confessed to the murders to his wife, though he later recanted this confession. Some of the details that Jim was aware of that were not immediately revealed to the public involved the positioning of the bodies and the objects that were placed on them. Furthermore, he was known to have a volatile personality and struggled with alcohol abuse, which may have acted as a catalyst to the incident. The third suspect was a man named Paul Saxman. Paul Saxman was a chiropractor with connections to both Shipman and Glass. He became a suspect due to a potential financial motive and his behavior following the murders. He had accused Charles Glass of pocketing rent money from a property that Vernon Shipman managed for him. Similarly to Jim, Paul also had a temper, which he frequently acted on. After the murders, he reportedly acted suspiciously, including making inquiries about the investigation that some found odd. The other 2 suspects included Harold Dean Hood, John Shadrick, and Frank Myers, all of whom were less likely candidates of being the murderer. The story of the X-17 particle began in 2016 when a team of Hungarian researchers led by Attila Krasznahorkai at the Institute for Nuclear Research made an unexpected observation while studying beryllium-8 nuclear transitions. They noticed an anomaly in the decay of beryllium-8 nuclei, specifically an excess of electron-positron pairs emitted at a specific angle of separation, about 140 degrees. This observation couldn't be explained by existing physics theories, leading the researchers to propose the existence of a new particle with a mass of approximately 17 megaelectronvolts, about 34 times heavier than an electron. In 2019, Attila's team published new findings that provided additional support for the X-17 particle hypothesis. This time, they observed a similar anomaly in the decay of helium-4 nuclei, with an excess of electron-positron pairs occurring at an angle of 115 degrees. The consistency between the beryllium-8 and helium-4 results strengthened the case for the X-17 particle, as he stated. The result lends support to our previous result and the possible existence of a new elementary particle. If the X-17 particle's existence is confirmed, it could have profound implications for our understanding of fundamental physics. Some physicists have speculated that X-17 could be the carrier of a previously unknown fifth fundamental force of nature, which would require a significant revision of the standard model of particle physics. There are also suggestions that X-17 might be related to dark matter, potentially serving as a quote-unquote portal to a hidden sector of particles that could explain this mysterious form of matter. The discovery of X-17 would open up an entirely new area of physics to explore, potentially leading to a deeper understanding of the universe's fundamental workings. Despite the excitement surrounding the hypothesis, many physicists remain skeptical for several reasons. The particle has only been observed by Attila's team, and other laboratories, including CERN, have not been able to replicate these results. Some scientists suggest that the observed anomalies could be due to an experimental effect or a nuclear physics phenomenon rather than a new particle. There are also theoretical challenges in incorporating the properties required for the X-17 particle into existing theoretical frameworks. Matt Strassler, a theoretical physicist at Harvard University, noted, "To set up mathematical equations where you have a particle that interacts with neutrons and electrons more than with protons and neutrinos turns out to be not so simple to do." The case of Emily Seiji is one of the more well-known stories in paranormal phenomena, particularly concerning the concept of doppelgangers or bilocation. The story was first brought to public attention by Robert Dale Owen, a Scottish-born American social reformer and spiritualist. Owen published the account in his 1860 book, Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World. The primary source for this tale was Julie von Guldenstube, who claimed to have witnessed the events as a 13-year-old student at the Pensiona von Novelka, a prestigious girls' boarding school in what is now Latvia. According to the narrative, Emily was a 32-year-old French teacher who began working at the boarding school in 1845. She was described as an attractive blonde woman with light blue eyes, a fair complexion, and chestnut hair. She was reportedly of slender build and slightly above average height. Her character was portrayed as amiable, quiet, and good-tempered, though she was said to have an anxious disposition and be somewhat nervously excitable. One of the most curious aspects of Emily's story was her employment history. It was claimed that prior to her position at New Welkie, she had already worked at 18 different schools since the age of 16. This unusual career pattern would later be attributed to the strange phenomena that seemed to follow her. The core of the mystery revolves around the alleged appearances of Emily's doppelganger, a spectral double that would manifest itself to others but remain invisible to Emily herself. These manifestations reportedly began shortly after her arrival at the school and continued throughout her tenure there. Several specific incidents were reported, each more intriguing than the last. In one of the earliest sightings, 13 students claimed to see Emily's double appear beside her as she wrote on a blackboard. The doppelganger reportedly mimicked Emily's movements exactly, but without holding any chalk. Another incident involved a student named Antoni de Rangel, who reported seeing two Emilys in a mirror while the teacher was helping her with her dress. Perhaps the most famous occurrence involved all 42 students of the school. While Emily was visible in the garden picking flowers, her doppelganger allegedly appeared seated in a chair in the classroom. Some students even claimed to have touched the apparition, describing a sensation akin to fine muslin or crepe. On another occasion, Emily's double was seen mimicking her eating motions in the dining hall despite not holding any utensils. Interestingly, while Emily herself never reported seeing her double, she was said to experience certain effects during these manifestations. Witnesses claimed that when the doppelganger appeared, Emily would become lethargic and drained of color. Her movements would reportedly become listless, suggesting some form of connection between her and the apparition. The frequent appearances of the doppelganger had severe consequences for Emily's professional life. As word of the strange occurrences spread, parents began to worry about the effect on their children. Over the course of 18 months, the school's enrollment reportedly dropped from 42 to just 12 students. Eventually, despite her competence as a teacher, Emily was asked to resign from her position. Upon being informed of this decision, she allegedly exclaimed, "Ah, the 19th time. It is very, very hard to bear." This outburst seemingly confirmed her troubled employment history. After leaving New Welka, Emily was said to have gone to live with a sister-in-law who had young children. Even there, the phenomenon reportedly continued, with the children claiming to see two Aunt Emilys. Following this, Emily supposedly set out for the interior of Russia, after which point her trail goes cold in the historical record. While the story of Emily is undoubtedly fascinating, it's important to approach it with a critical eye. Several factors call into question the veracity of the account. The entire story rests on the testimony of a single witness, Julie von Goldenstube, as reported by Robert Dale Owen. There is no independent verification of the events or even of Emily's existence. Despite the sensational nature of the claims, there appear to be no contemporary newspaper accounts or official school records documenting these events. It's worth noting that Julie and her brother were known to be active in spiritualist circles, which may have influenced her perception or recollection of events. Modern psychology offers several potential explanations for such phenomena, including mass hysteria, false memories, and the power of suggestion. Various theories have been proposed to explain the case, ranging from the scientific to the paranormal. Some suggest that the students may have experienced a form of mass hallucination or hysteria. Paranormal enthusiasts have proposed that Emily may have been unconsciously projecting her astral body. Some modern paranormal investigators speculate about the possibility of glimpses into parallel realities. Skeptics argue that the story may be a result of psychological projection or confabulation on the part of the witness or storyteller. Efforts have been made to verify elements of the story. Notably, the French astronomer Camille Flammarion attempted to find records of Emily in Dijon. While he found no record of her, he did discover the birth certificate of an individual named Octavie Sauguet, born on January 3, 1813, to a single mother named Marguerite who shared the same last name. Flammarion speculated that this might be the same person, with the name altered either through memory errors or intentionally. On November 13, 1856, a shocking murder took place at the Broadstone railway terminus in Dublin, Ireland. The victim was George Little, the 42-year-old chief cashier of the Midland Great Western Railway Company. Little was known to be rather quiet but a diligent worker who often stayed late at the office to complete his tasks. When he failed to return home that night, his sister Kate went to the station the following morning to check on him. She required the help of officials who forced their way into Little's office just to be greeted by a horrifying sight. Little's body lay in a pool of blood with immense damage to his throat and head. The crime scene immediately presented investigators with several intriguing elements. The office door was locked from the inside with no key to be found. The office window was nailed shut, seemingly eliminating any possible entry or exit points for the killer. Curiously, a large sum of money, nearly £1,600 in cash and checks, remained untouched on Little's desk. The office showed no signs of a struggle or disturbance, and no murder weapon was found at the scene. These peculiar circumstances initially led some to speculate that Little might have committed suicide. However, the brutal nature of the wounds and the missing key quickly ruled out this possibility, leaving investigators with a baffling locked room mystery. The case was assigned to Superintendent Augustus Guy of the Dublin Metropolitan Police's Detective Division with assistance from Inspector Daniel Ryan. From the start, the investigation faced numerous challenges and missteps. One of the most significant issues was the failure to properly secure the crime scene. For hours after the discovery of Little's body, crowds of onlookers, railway employees, and journalists were allowed to wander through his office, potentially contaminating valuable evidence. When the office was finally examined more closely, it was discovered that between 300 and 400 pounds was missing, providing a potential motive for the crime. The police conducted extensive searches of the railway station grounds and buildings, including draining a section of the nearby Royal Canal. These efforts uncovered two key pieces of evidence: a hammer likely used to bludgeon Little, and a cutthroat razor with blood on it. Despite interviewing hundreds of railway employees and following numerous leads, the police made little progress for months. Several suspects were arrested and released due to lack of evidence. The investigation's lack of progress led to growing public frustration and criticism of the police. Rumors even circulated that clairvoyants had been consulted in an attempt to solve the case, highlighting the desperation to find answers. Nearly 7 months after the murder in June 1857, the case took a dramatic turn. Mary Spaulding, wife of James Spaulding, a painter and handyman employed at the railway station, came forward with a shocking claim. She accused her husband of being the murderer. According to Mary's account, on the night of the murder, James had returned home with a bucket full of gold and silver coins, admitting he had stolen them from Little and killed him. Mary provided details of the crime, stating that James had waited in the corridor until Little unlocked his office door to use the nearby water closet around 7 p.m. He then hid in the office, murdered Little upon his return, and escaped through a window. She claimed that he had hidden most of the stolen money in various locations around the railway station, and she helped police recover some of this money. Mary also revealed that the missing office key had been thrown into the nearby Berdogue River by Spaulding, which was later found by Boy during a police search. She claimed she came forward out of fear for her life, suspecting her husband might kill her and their children. Her testimony provided the breakthrough that investigators had been desperately seeking for months. By most accounts, James Spaulding was described as a quote-unquote refined man living in a neat cottage near the railway station. He had lost his right eye, which gave him a slightly sinister appearance. His background and character became subjects of intense scrutiny as the investigation progressed. James's trial began on August 7, 1857 at Green Street Courthouse in Dublin. It was a major event that captivated the public's attention across Ireland and Britain, lasting 5 days. The trial was marked by several key aspects that would ultimately shape its outcome. One of the most significant challenges for the prosecution was that Mary Spaulding's testimony could not be used in court due to a law prohibiting wives from testifying against their husbands in criminal trials. This forced the prosecution to rely on statements from two of their children, Lucy, age 10, and Joseph, age 13. They claimed to have seen their father on the roof of the forge opposite their cottage on the night of the murder, putting something down the chimney, presumably the bucket of stolen money. James's defense counsel, John Curran, attacked the prosecution's evidence. He suggested the children were lying and had been coached by their mother to give false testimony. The prosecution presented circumstantial evidence, including the hidden money found at various locations in the railway station and the recovered murder weapons. However, Curran cast doubt on whether this evidence definitively proved James's guilt. Without Mary's testimony and with only circumstantial evidence, the prosecution struggled to build a convincing case. After deliberating for less than 90 minutes, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty, and James Spaulding was acquitted of the murder. Despite the acquittal, public opinion in Dublin remained largely convinced of James's guilt. His attempts to raise money for emigration by giving public talks about the case were met with hostility. During one such event at Fishamble Street Theatre, a crowd of nearly 1,000 people gathered outside, forcing the doors to be closed. James and his eldest son, who shared the same name and had refused to testify against his father, eventually moved to Liverpool, hoping to raise funds to emigrate to America or Australia. In Liverpool, he made public appearances in pubs, begging for donations to fund his trip overseas. In an unusual twist, Frederick Bridges, a phrenologist from Liverpool, became involved in the case. Phrenology, a now discredited pseudoscience, claimed that the shape and size of a person's skull could reveal their character and mental abilities. Bridges offered to pay for James's trip overseas in exchange for examining his skull. After measuring his head, Bridges concluded that he had the skull configuration of a most dangerous type of criminal. He even wrote to the Home Secretary, warning that it was not prudent to allow such a man to be at large. However, Bridges' theories were largely dismissed, and his letter to the authorities was ignored. James and his son eventually left Liverpool by ship, with no records indicating their final destination. In September 2012, a case unfolded in the woods of northern Georgia. The mysterious death of Jeffrey Gebhardt, a 35-year-old hunter from Blairsville, Georgia, during a managed deer hunt at Clarks Hill Wildlife Management Area has left many questions unanswered and sparked debate about the circumstances surrounding his demise. Jeffrey Gebhardt, nicknamed Pooh by those who knew him, was born on October 27, 1976 in Winter Haven, Florida. By 2012, he had settled in Blairsville, a small town near the South Carolina and Tennessee borders. He was described as an avid outdoorsman who enjoyed hunting, fishing, and camping. He kept himself in good physical shape through running and did not partake in drug or alcohol consumption. At the time of his death, Jeffrey was working as a butcher at Chambers Slaughterhouse, processing and packaging meat. He was also pursuing higher education, having recently begun taking computer science classes at North Georgia College. He was a regular churchgoer at St. Francis Catholic Church in Blairsville and a member of the Knights of Columbus. Those who knew Gebhardt described him as content with his life and looking forward to the future. He had never married or had children but was close to his family, particularly his brother Jason. On September 20th, 2012, Gebhardt embarked on a 3-day camping and hunting trip with his friend David Smith, a former co-worker from the meatpacking plant. They were participating in a special firearms deer hunt at the Clarks Hill WMA, which allowed hunters into the woods almost a month before the statewide gun season opened. Approximately 260 hunters had registered for this popular annual event. Jeffrey and Smith set up camp in the Holiday Park area on Thursday, September 20th. The following day, they began their hunt. On this first day, Jeffrey is separated from Smith and gets lost. However, he managed to find his way back to the campground area, where another hunter gave him a ride to his parked vehicle. On Saturday, September 22nd, the duo resumed their hunt around 4 p.m. As they had done the previous day, they split up to cover different areas. This was the last time Smith saw Gebhardt alive. As darkness fell, Gebhardt once again became disoriented in the woods. Between 7:59 p.m. and 8:24 p.m., he made 5 calls to Smith, informing him that he was lost and asking him to honk his horn to help guide him. Jeffrey also fired his rifle into the air twice, a tactic he had used the night before to signal his location. Smith, who was in his truck giving other hunters a ride at the time, heard Gebhardt's voicemail. According to another hunter present, Jeffrey was speaking loudly, as if trying to shout to be heard. Smith estimated that Jeffrey was no more than 500 yards away based on the sound of the gunshots. When he failed to return to the campsite, Smith reported him missing to the authorities at around 10:12 p.m. A search effort was quickly organized involving personnel from the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office, the Washington Fire Department, and the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. Throughout the night, search teams used various methods to locate Gebhardt, including flashlights, spotlights, blue police lights, and sirens. They also utilized GPS signals from Jeffrey's cell phone to narrow down his approximate location. In the early hours of Sunday, September 23rd, a Georgia State Patrol helicopter equipped with heat-seeking technology joined the search. Around 2 a.m., the helicopter crew detected a heat signature that could potentially be a person along the shore of Clarks Hill Lake. At approximately 3 a.m. on Sunday, September 23rd, search teams reached the area identified by the helicopter and made a grim discovery. They found Jeffrey Gebhardt's body in a remote marshy area near Thurmond and Clarks Hill Lakes. This location was described as a large patch of muddy grass that was typically underwater but exposed due to low water levels. When authorities reached Gebhardt's location, they found him deceased under violent and puzzling circumstances. The initial observations at the crime scene included multiple stab wounds concentrated on his chest and torso, no signs of others present, 2 hunting rifles found beside Gebhardt's body, and a knife believed to be Gebhardt's hunting knife. His body was reportedly found lying down with his arms folded across his chest, a detail that his family found unusual given the circumstances of his death. Initially, Gebhardt's death was investigated as a homicide. An autopsy was conducted on Monday, September 24th, and the following day, it was officially announced that the case was being treated as a murder investigation. Key findings from the investigation included the extent of injuries, with the autopsy revealing that Gebhardt had been stabbed upwards of 17 times, primarily clustered on his chest. 3 of the stab wounds had pierced his heart, and another had deeply penetrated his abdomen. Based on the timeline of events, it appeared that Gebhardt's death occurred sometime between his last phone call to Smith at 8:24 p.m. and the discovery of his body at 3 a.m. Investigators spent months examining the knife found at the scene for DNA or forensic evidence that might point to a potential culprit. However, it seemed that Gebhardt had been the only person to handle the knife. Despite the violent nature of the death, no evidence was found to suggest anyone else had been present at the scene other than Gebhardt and later the rescue teams. In a surprising turn of events, it was revealed in August 2013 that the Georgia State Crime Lab had concluded in November 2012 that Jeffrey Gebhardt had committed. This finding was met with skepticism by many, given the violent nature of the injuries and the circumstances surrounding the death. The official ruling was based on several factors, including the medical examiner's opinion that all wounds, including the fatal ones, were self-inflicted, the lack of evidence of any criminal agency involved in Gebhardt's death, and the weapon analysis indicating that the knife found at the scene appeared to have been handled only by Gebhardt. Due to the controversial nature of the ruling, a grand jury was convened in Wilkes County in August 2013. The purpose of this jury was to examine the evidence gathered over the past year and decide whether to close the case or continue the investigation. After reviewing all the evidence presented, including the medical examiner's findings and the results of the investigation, the grand jury authorized the closure of the investigation on August 6, 2013. However, they noted that the case could be reopened if any new information came to light. Despite the official ruling, many aspects of Jeffrey's death continue to puzzle investigators, his family, and the public. The sheer number of wounds and their location seem extreme for a suicide, especially for someone with Gebhardt's experience as a butcher. Many question why he would choose to injure himself repeatedly when he had access to firearms, which would have been a quicker and less painful method of suicide. Some reports suggest that the knife found at the scene was partially closed, which skeptics argue seems unlikely for someone who had just inflicted multiple wounds on themselves. His family found it unusual that his body was discovered with his arms folded across his chest, questioning whether this was a natural position for someone who had just inflicted multiple stab wounds on themselves. Those who knew Gebhardt, including his family, insist that he was not and had no reason to take his own life. He was described as being happy and looking forward to the future. Some question why Gebhardt would travel so far from home to commit suicide, especially in such a remote area. The sequence of events, including Gebhardt's phone calls for help and the firing of his rifle, seems inconsistent with someone planning to take their own life. The fact that the case was initially investigated as a homicide and only later ruled a suicide has led some to question the thoroughness of the investigation. In the remote Hessdalen Valley of central Norway, an atmospheric phenomenon has been puzzling researchers, locals, and UFO enthusiasts for decades. Known as the Hessdalen Lights, these unexplained luminous events have been observed since at least the 1930s, sparking extensive scientific investigation and speculation about their origin and nature. The lights gained significant attention in the early 1980s when there was a dramatic increase in sightings. Between December 1981 and mid-1984, the lights were reportedly observed 15 to 20 times per week, attracting overnight tourists and intense interest. The first widely publicized sighting occurred in late 1981 when Age and Rut Mary Moe described seeing a burning fireball in the evening sky. As news of the phenomenon spread, the Hessdalen Valley became a hotspot for UFO enthusiasts and curious onlookers. The increased attention led to more frequent reports and documentation of the lights, including photographs and eyewitness accounts. However, the frequency of sightings has decreased since the 1980s peak, with current estimates suggesting only 10 to 20 observations per year. Typically described as bright white, yellow, or red balls of light, they can vary in size, with some reports describing them as large as cars. Witnesses have observed the lights floating, hovering, and moving at various speeds, sometimes with rapid acceleration and sudden changes in direction. The duration of the phenomenon can range from a few seconds to over an hour. In some cases, the lights appear to react to external stimuli, such as changing their flashing frequency when laser beams are pointed at them. While most often seen as spherical lights, some observations describe more complex shapes or structures associated with the lights. Interestingly, the phenomenon has been detected on radar, sometimes without visible light accompaniment, suggesting the presence of solid objects. There have also been reports of electromagnetic interference with nearby equipment when the lights appear. The mysterious nature of the Hessdalen lights has prompted several scientific investigations over the years. In 1984, Erling Strand and his team conducted the first systematic investigation using magnetometric, radiometric, and radar instrumentation, marking the beginning of serious scientific inquiry into the phenomenon. In 1998, the Hessdalen Automated Measurement Station was established, a 24/7 observatory supported by Ostfold University College that uses cameras, radar, and electromagnetic sensors to continuously monitor the valley for unusual phenomena. From 2000 to 2002, an international collaboration between Norwegian and Italian researchers called the EMBLA project aimed to study the electromagnetic behavior of the lights using sophisticated radio receivers and spectrometers. In the early 1990s, a murder case shook the quiet town of Mato, now part of Hakusan City in Ishikawa Prefecture, Japan. The victim, 20-year-old Chiho Anjitsu, was a beloved swimming coach known for her bright personality and dedication to her work. As the second of 3 daughters in a close-knit family, Chiho had grown up with a passion for swimming, influenced by her father's role as vice president of the local swimming society. Her talent in the sport had shown during her high school years, where she led her team to numerous victories as the captain of the swimming club. After graduation, she pursued her love for swimming professionally, becoming an instructor at a local swimming school. On September 30th, 1992, Chiho's day began like any other. She drove her Mitsubishi Mirage Fabio, a graduation gift from her parents, to the swimming school located about 6 kilometers from her family home. She had packed a homemade lunch, intending to eat it between lessons. However, when the swimming school unexpectedly provided lunch that day, she saved it for dinner. At approximately 7:15 p.m., after finishing her shift and eating her dinner in the staff room, Chiho left the swimming school. A staff member observed her departing from the east gate of the parking lot, which was unusual as she typically used the west gate to head home. This change from her routine marks the last confirmed sighting of Chiho alive. When she failed to return home that evening, her family grew increasingly worried. Around 11 p.m., Chiho's mother and older sister drove to the swimming school to investigate. They found her car in the staff parking lot, partially occupying spaces 2 and 3. Upon closer inspection, they discovered Chiho's lifeless body reclined in the passenger seat. The police were immediately called to the scene. Investigators uncovered several crucial pieces of evidence at the crime scene. Chiho's car was awkwardly parked, straddling 2 spaces, and crashed into a concrete block, suggesting it had been parked in a rush. Inside the car, the key was in the ignition, but the engine was off, the gear shift was in the drive position, and the cassette radio was playing at a very low volume. Chiho's shoulder bag containing money and valuables was on the back seat. The exterior of the car was covered in mud and grass, indicating it had been driven off-road. Chiho's body provided several important clues. She was found in the passenger seat, not the driver's seat. Her right shoe was missing entirely, while the left shoe was found on the car floor. Her clothing, a black top and blue denim overalls, was covered in dirt, especially on the back. A 20-centimeter hole was cut into the abdomen area of the overalls, and a smaller hole was present in the groin area. Her lunchbox bag was placed over the damaged area of her clothing. Forensic examination revealed marks consistent with suffocation on her throat, extending behind her ears. Blades of grass and leaves were discovered in her mouth and throat. Saliva belonging to a man with blood type AB or B was found on her upper body. Marks indicating physical trauma were present on her left cheek and chin. Interestingly, no foreign DNA was found under her fingernails, suggesting she may not have been able to resist. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence was a leaf from a metasequoia tree found tangled in Chiho's hair. This tree species is extremely rare and was not known to grow naturally in Japan. Several theories have emerged based on the evidence and investigation. The change in Chiho's routine suggests she may have had plans to meet someone. The perpetrator's knowledge of her parking spot and workplace indicates they were likely someone she knew. In his book, investigator Tarao Nakamura presents a theory about the suspect who he refers to as Yamada. He speculates that Yamada may have met Chiho at a restaurant car park, possibly drove towards an area known as Motel Road, and might have attempted to convince her to go to a motel. Upon refusal, he may have driven to the agricultural testing facility where a struggle ensued, leading to Chiho's murder. Yamada potentially drove Chiho's car back to the swimming school to establish an alibi. Most investigators seem to agree with the general direction of this theory. They speculate that the crime resulted from rejected romantic or sexual advances. In the southern German town of Knittlingen, during excavations at a medieval cemetery, archaeologists unearthed the skeletal remains of a man buried alongside a headless horse, dating back approximately 1400 years to the Merovingian dynasty. This find has sparked numerous questions about burial practices, social structures, and the significance of horses in early medieval Europe. The Merovingian dynasty ruled a vast territory in what is now France and Central Europe from around 476 to 750 CE. This period following the fall of the Western Roman Empire saw the rise of Frankish power and the establishment of new social and political structures. The Merovingians, known as the long-haired kings due to their tradition of maintaining uncut hair as a symbol of their right to rule, presided over a society with distinct social hierarchies. The man found buried near the headless horse was likely a member of the local elite during the Merovingian period. Folk Daminger, the archaeologist leading the excavation, suggests that the deceased stood in a chain of command with the Merovingian kings on its top, which meant he was obliged to participate in the king's campaigns. While probably the head of a farming household, he may not have been directly involved in agricultural work himself. Instead, servants under his command likely performed the actual farming tasks. The most intriguing aspect of this discovery is undoubtedly the headless horse buried alongside the man. The horse's decapitation has puzzled researchers, but several theories have been proposed. Daminger suggests that the decapitation was likely part of the burial ceremony rather than a sacrificial ritual. The horse was probably placed near its owner as a grave good for the afterlife, symbolizing the deceased's wealth and status. This interpretation aligns with known Merovingian burial practices, where the deceased were often interred with valuable possessions and symbols of their social standing. Interestingly, the location of the horse's head remains unknown. The horse and its rider are not the only significant discoveries at the Knittlingen cemetery. Archaeologists have excavated and examined over 110 graves, revealing an abundance of information about the local elite. Many of the graves contained valuable grave goods, providing further evidence of the social status of those buried there. Some notable findings include a woman interred with a gold brooch, men buried with weapons such as swords and lances, and women and girls buried with jewelry and everyday items. The arrangement of the graves also provides insights into social hierarchies, with members of the local elite buried out of sequence in circular ditches. The Broadway Mystery Pooper saga is a peculiar and ongoing phenomenon that has been plaguing New York's theater district for several years. This bizarre series of incidents has captured the attention of theatergoers, performers, and even high-profile audience members. The most recent and notable occurrence took place in March 2023 at the Schubert Theater during a performance of Some Like It Hot. The incident gained significant attention due to the presence of Hillary and Chelsea Clinton in the audience. During the intermission, 2 stacks of human turds were discovered in the aisle near where the Clintons were seated. According to an eyewitness, this was reportedly the 4th time such an incident had occurred at the Schubert Theater. Some sources suggest there might be what they call a serial defecator on the loose, who is either directly defecating in the aisles or smuggling waste into the theater. On the night of October 22nd, 1969, a terrible triple homicide took place in the Mount Lookout neighborhood of Cincinnati, Ohio. The victims were Martin Dumler II, age 29, his wife Patricia Dumler, age 27, and Patricia's mother Mary Wilson. This brutal crime, which took place in the family's home at 1192 Beverly Hill Drive, remains one of Cincinnati's most notorious unsolved cases over 50 years later. Martin came from a prominent Cincinnati family. He worked as a a sales manager for his family's business, the Chatfield and Woodsack Company, where his father was president. Martin was reportedly being trained to take over leadership of the company upon his father's upcoming retirement. Patricia was a part-time fashion model who worked for Lillian's dress shop. The couple had 2 young children, 5-year-old Martin III and 4-year-old Janie. The Dumlers were described as socialites who seemed to have it all: money, cars, designer clothes, and high-end country club memberships. They lived in an upscale neighborhood where it was mandatory for homes and lawns to be impeccably maintained. Based on available information, the timeline of events on the night of October 22, 1969 went as follows. Sometime between 11 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., an unknown assailant or assailants entered the Dumler home. There were no signs of forced entry, leading investigators to speculate that the killer or killers may have been known to the family or had a key to the residence. Once inside, the culprit or culprits apparently corralled Martin, Patricia, and Mary into the master bedroom on the upper floor of the home. There, the victims were bound. They were then executed by gunshots to the head. Following the shootings, the killers proceeded to brutally stab each victim multiple times in the chest and back. Interestingly, the Dumlers' 2 children were left unharmed in their bedrooms during the attack. It's unclear if the children were awake or aware of what was happening to their parents and grandmother. After committing the murders, evidence suggests that the killers remained in the house for some time. The bodies were not discovered until the following morning when a housekeeper arrived for work. Upon entering the home and finding the gruesome scene, the housekeeper immediately contacted authorities. Police Chief Jacob Schott personally oversaw the initial stages of the investigation, describing it as one of the city's worst murders. From the start, detectives faced a challenging case with limited physical evidence and no clear motive. Detectives interviewed hundreds of people in the days and weeks following the murders. Key witness statements included the following. A neighbor reported seeing a man sitting in a car near the Dumler house around 8:10 p.m. on the night of the murders, before Martin arrived home. This individual was never identified. Another witness stated that Martin had an argument with an unidentified man on his driveway the day before the murders. Despite efforts, this man was also never identified or located. The Dumlers' housekeeper, who discovered the bodies the next morning, was extensively interviewed. She provided details about the family's routines and recent activities, but had no information about potential threats or enemies. Neighbors and other witnesses reported that the family seemed to be in good spirits in the days leading up to the murders and did not appear to sense any impending danger. While no official suspects were ever named, the investigation did briefly focus on 2 persons of interest, one of which was a 26-year-old man named Donald Franklin Fry, who admitted to police in Detroit, Michigan that he had killed 3 people in Cincinnati. However, investigators found no evidence tying him to the crime or even to the Mount Lookout area. Fry was eventually released to a psychiatric hospital for observation. Another person of interest was an unnamed 41-year-old neighbor of the Dumlers. He avoided police questioning for over a week after the murders. When finally questioned, he explained he had been emotionally upset over losing his job and had spent the night of October 22nd with a female companion, which was later confirmed. He was subsequently cleared. As investigators delved deeper into the murders, they examined several potential motives. The lack of a clear motive has been one of the most puzzling aspects of this case. One of the primary theories was the possibility of business-related conflict. If you recall, I shared that Martin was being trained to become the next successor at his father's company. This succession plan may have created tension within the company or with external business competitors. There were reports that Martin had been vocal about his father's business decisions, often criticizing them as poor choices. This could have created friction within the family-owned business, potentially leading to resentment among other employees or family members involved in the company. There's also the possibility that a competitor in the packaging industry might have seen Martin's ascension to leadership as a threat. Investigators looked into whether any rival companies had recently lost significant contracts to Chatfield and Wood, or if there were any ongoing legal disputes that might have escalated to violence. The police also investigated whether any recently fired or passed over employees might have harbored enough resentment to commit such a heinous act. However, despite extensive interviews with company employees, business associates, and competitors, no concrete evidence emerged to support this motive. Another avenue of investigation focused on potential family conflicts that may not have been related directly to the company. Martin had reportedly been arguing with his brother-in-law Keith Kepley, who served as the company's corporate lawyer. However, Kepley was ultimately ruled out as a suspect due to a solid alibi for the night of the murders. Additionally, they explored the possibility that Mary Wilson's presence in the home might have been related to some family disagreement. While there was no overt evidence of marital strife between Martin and Patricia, detectives still considered whether there could have been hidden tensions in their relationship that might have escalated. A particularly intriguing lead emerged when investigators discovered that one of Martin's friends was testifying in a federal antitrust trial involving a concrete company that had done business with Chatfield and Wood. Detectives explored whether the murders could have been an attempt to silence or intimidate Martin, who might have had information relevant to the federal case. They investigated whether Chatfield and Wood's involvement with the concrete company under federal scrutiny might have led to some form of retaliation or cover-up. However, despite extensive investigation, neither Martin nor Patricia appeared to be directly involved in the concrete company's legal troubles, and no solid evidence emerged linking the murders to this federal case. Monte Alban, an ancient Zapotec city in Mexico's Oaxaca Valley, is known for its impressive architecture and historical significance. Among its many wonders, one feature stands out as particularly interesting: the Pygmy Tunnels. Discovered in the 1930s, these miniature underground passageways have baffled archaeologists and historians, raising questions about their purpose and the capabilities of the ancient Zapotec civilization. The Pygmy Tunnels were first uncovered in 1932 during excavations led by archaeologist Alfonso Caso. Initial exploration in 1933 revealed a complex network of stone-lined passageways remarkably small in size. The main tunnel measured only about 20 inches high and 25 inches wide, with some branching passages even smaller, less than a foot high. These tunnels featured tiny staircases and extended for considerable distances, with the first explored section stretching 320 feet after clearing a blockage. As archaeologists navigated the cramped tunnels, they made several significant finds. At least 2 skeletons were discovered at different points within the tunnel system, accompanied by ceremonial objects such as an incense burner and funeral urns. Precious ornaments made of jade, turquoise, and stone were also uncovered, along with a few pearls. Further excavations revealed additional tunnel networks, including 2 similar tunnels packed with clay and a complex network of miniature tunnels near the famous Tomb 7. The purpose and function of the Pygmy Tunnels remain a subject of debate. Early theories suggesting they served as a drainage system or emergency escape routes were quickly dismissed due to their impractical size. More plausible hypotheses propose ritual or ceremonial purposes, given the presence of funerary objects and precious ornaments. Some researchers speculate that the tunnels may have had astronomical or calendrical functions, considering Monte Alban's knowledge in these areas. Others suggest they might be miniature replicas of larger structures, though the purpose of such replicas remains unclear. A more controversial theory proposes that the tunnels were built by and for a population of extremely small-statured individuals, though there is little evidence to support this idea. The Geezer Bandit case is a mystery that took place in Southern California between 2009 and 2011. This elusive bank robber, nicknamed for his apparent old age, managed to pull off a string of heists that left law enforcement baffled. The Geezer Bandit's crime spree began on August 28, 2009 at a U.S. bank branch in Santee, California. Over the next 2 years, he would go on to rob at least 16 banks, primarily in San Diego County, with his final known robbery occurring on December 2nd, 2011 in San Luis Obispo. His targets included various branches of U.S. Bank, Bank of America, San Diego National Bank, California Bank and Trust, Heritage Oaks Bank, and Wells Fargo. The majority of the robberies took place in San Diego County, but he also struck in Riverside County and as far north as Bakersfield and San Luis Obispo. The bandit's approach involved him entering the bank posing as a regular elderly customer. He would approach the teller and hand over a demand note. Often brandishing a small caliber revolver, he threatened to use it while demanding cash, frequently specifying no die packs. The robberies typically lasted only about 3 minutes. He seemed to have a knack for timing, often striking on Fridays when banks tend to have more cash on hand. One note he used read, "Give me $50K or I will murder you." Eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage provided a description of the Geezer Bandit. He appeared to be a white male between 60 and 70 years old, though this is disputed, with height estimates varying between 5 foot 10 inches and 6 feet, and weight estimated between 190 and 200 pounds. He had an average build and was often seen wearing a hat, glasses, and casual clothing. As the robberies continued, suspicion grew that the Geezer Bandit might not be elderly at all, but rather a younger person wearing a disguise. This theory gained traction for several reasons. Witnesses noted that the robber moved with unexpected speed and agility for someone of his apparent age. Additionally, some observers, including bank teller Melissa Teixeira, reported that the bandit's face seemed quote-unquote off and waxy. Melissa specifically noted seeing a circular hole in the side of his head, suggesting a mask. During his last known heist in San Luis Obispo, a dye pack exploded in the money bag. Surveillance footage showed the man sprinting across the street and vaulting over objects. Not exactly the type of movement you'd see from an old man in his 60s or 70s. The FBI, in conjunction with local law enforcement, led an extensive investigation into the case. Despite their efforts, several factors complicated the pursuit. The quality of the disguise made identification extremely difficult, and the bandit left little physical evidence behind at crime scenes. His efficient method meant he was often gone before a thorough response could be mounted, and the significant media attention surrounding the case potentially complicated the investigation. The FBI offered a reward of up to $20,000 for information leading to the Geezer Bandit's arrest and conviction. Some still believe he could be an older person, perhaps driven by financial desperation. However, the prevailing theory among many investigators is that he was a younger person in disguise. Another theory suggests he might have connections to the special effects industry, given the quality of the potential disguise. A report by CBS 8 San Diego even explored the possibility of the bandit being a Cal Poly student, noting that some robberies coincided with academic breaks. However, the FBI stated there was no evidence supporting this theory. On December 23, 1974, 3 young girls vanished without a trace from a bustling shopping mall in Fort Worth, Texas. Nearly 50 years later, the disappearance of Rachel Tralica, Lisa Renee Wilson, and Julie Ann Mosley remains one of Fort Worth's most intriguing unsolved mysteries. Mary was 17 years old at the time of her disappearance. She was described as 5 foot 6 inches tall, weighing 108 pounds, with long brown hair and green eyes. Rachel had a chipped upper front tooth and a small scar on her chin, and had recently married Tommy Tralica. Lisa, only 14 years old, was 5 foot 2 and weighed about 110 pounds. She had shoulder-length wavy brown hair with reddish highlights and brown eyes. She also had a scar on the inside of her thigh. On the day she disappeared, she was last seen wearing purplish blue pants and red and white sneakers. Julie, the youngest of the trio at just 9 years old, stood at 4 foot 3 and weighed 85 pounds. She had shoulder-length light brown to sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing a red shirt, dark jeans, and red tennis shoes. On December 23, 1974, the 3 girls set out for a Christmas shopping trip. Mary, Lisa, and Julie left for the Seminary South Shopping Center, now known as La Gran Plaza, around 11:30 a.m. with plans to return home by 4 p.m. Rachel, who had recently married Tommy Tralica, was driving her husband's 1972 Oldsmobile Cutlass. She picked up Renee and then Julie, who had asked to join the older girls on their trip. According to reports, the girls were last seen at the Army-Navy store near Seminary South, where they purchased jeans. Witnesses later placed them at the shopping center around noon. This is where the trail begins to grow cold and conflicting accounts start to emerge. Some reports suggest the girls were seen at various locations within the mall throughout the early afternoon. However, these sightings have never been definitively confirmed. As 4 p.m. approached and then passed, the families of the 3 girls grew increasingly concerned. When the girls failed to return home, family members began searching for them. They eventually discovered Rachel's car parked in the upper lot of Sears, locked and containing a wrapped Christmas gift for Rachel's stepson. This gift, however, had been in the car since they left home and wasn't a new purchase from that day. Interestingly, Renee's jeans were also found in the car. Depending on the source, they were either in the trunk or in a military bag in the back seat. As night fell, the family's worry turned to panic. Some family members stayed at the mall all night, watching the abandoned Oldsmobile and hoping the girls would return, but they never did. One particularly intriguing account came from a store clerk who reported that a woman claimed to have seen the girls being forced into a yellow pickup truck near Buddy's grocery store at the mall. However, this witness was never located and the story was never verified. Another witness who came forward in 1981 stated that he had been in the parking lot that day and had seen a man forcing a girl into a van. When he approached, the man in the van told him it was a family dispute and to stay out of it. The credibility and timing of this account coming years after the disappearance have been questioned. In April 2001, Bill Hutchins, a former Fort Worth police officer and security guard at the Seminary South Sears outlet, claimed that he saw the three girls with a security guard on the night they disappeared. This account, coming decades after the event, has also been scrutinized. The day after the girls' disappearance on December 24th, a mysterious letter arrived at the home of Rachel. This letter has become one of the most intriguing and controversial pieces of evidence in the case. The envelope was addressed to Thomas Trelica rather than Tommy, which was Rachel's usual way of addressing her husband. In the upper left corner of the envelope, the name Rachel was written in pencil. The postmark on the envelope showed that it had been canceled that same morning, December 24th. Curiously, the postmark did not include a city name, only a blurred zip code. The content of the letter, written in ballpoint ink on a sheet of paper wider than the envelope, read, "I know I'm going to catch it, but we just had to get away. We're going to Houston. See you in about a week. The car is in Sears upper lot. Love, Rachel." The handwriting on the envelope and in the letter has been a subject of intense scrutiny. Rachel's family members, particularly her husband Tommy and her mother, did not believe it was Rachel's handwriting. Over the years, multiple handwriting experts have analyzed the letter, but results have been inconclusive. Some experts have suggested that the writer might have been left-handed based on certain characteristics of the writing. In Rachel's signature on the letter, the original L appeared to be a short loop that looked more like an E. The writer had apparently gone back over it, making it a taller loop to form the L. This correction has been seen as suspicious by many investigators. The blurred zip code on the postmark has been interpreted in various ways. Some read it as 76083, with the 3 appearing to be inverted. This has led to several theories. If the 3 was meant to be an 8, the zip code would be 76088, corresponding to Weatherford, Texas, about 30 to 40 miles west of Fort Worth. If the last 2 digits were meant to be 38, it could indicate Eliasville, Texas, about 100 miles west of Fort Worth. Some sources suggest that 76083 was an active zip code in 1974 for Throckmorton, Texas, about 140 miles northwest of Fort Worth. Additionally, the use of Thomas on the envelope instead of Tommy has been seen as uncharacteristic of Rachel, who always referred to her husband as the latter. The letter also arrived remarkably quickly, considering the girls had only been missing for less than 24 hours. This rapid turnaround has raised questions about when and where it was actually written and mailed. In the early 2000s, investigators announced that they had obtained DNA from the letter. However, no matches have been reported, and it's unclear whether this DNA came from saliva on the envelope or touch DNA from the paper itself. In 2017, forensic handwriting expert Diane Flores analyzed the letter. Her findings, while not conclusive, suggested that the writer might have been emotionally disturbed at the time of writing. She also noted that the writing showed signs of being forced, as if someone was trying to imitate another's handwriting. From the beginning, Rachel's family was convinced that she did not write the letter. They believed it was either written under duress or fabricated by someone involved in the girl's disappearance. Some speculate that one of the other missing girls, possibly Renee, might have been forced to write it. Others believe it was written by the abductor to mislead investigators and buy time. Some amateur sleuths have pointed out that the phrase, "I know I'm gonna catch it," seems more characteristic of a younger person's vocabulary, leading to speculation that Renee might have written the letter. Initially, authorities considered the possibility that the girls had run away voluntarily. This theory was partly fueled by the letter. However, this theory has been largely discredited for the reasons we just went over. While considered less likely due to the difficulty of subduing 3 individuals, the possibility of a random abduction cannot be ruled out. Factors supporting this theory include the high number of missing and murdered young women in the Fort Worth area during that time period. witness accounts of girls being forced into vehicles, though these accounts vary significantly, and the possibility of multiple perpetrators working together. Others have speculated that the girls may have inadvertently witnessed criminal activity at the mall and were silenced as a result. As of 2024, the case remains open but unsolved. The Fort Worth Police Department's cold case unit continues to investigate any leads that emerge. The use of billboards and age-progressed photos in 2023 demonstrates ongoing efforts to generate new information. Bruhathkayasaurus is a dinosaur shrouded in controversy and uncertainty, and for the sake of my own sanity, I'm going to be referring to it as B-Saur. B-Saur was discovered around 1978 near the southern tip of India, specifically in the Tiruchirappalli district of Tamil Nadu. The fossilized remains were unearthed from the Kalamedu Formation, dating back to the Maastrichtian stage of the late Cretaceous period, approximately 70 million years ago. The initial discovery included various skeletal elements such as hip bones, partial leg bones, a forearm bone, and a tail vertebra. In 1987, paleontologists P. Yadagiri and K. Ayasami formally described and named the dinosaur. The name combined different cultural elements, meaning huge, heavy-bodied lizard. Initially, it was classified as a carnosaur, a type of large carnivorous theropod dinosaur similar to Allosaurus. The classification of B-Saur took a dramatic turn in 1995 when paleontologist Sankar Chatterjee re-examined the remains and concluded that it was not a carnosaur, but rather a titanosaur sauropod. This reclassification transformed the perception of B-Saur from a large predator to a potentially enormous herbivore. However, this reclassification did not end the controversy surrounding the creature. Several issues have contributed to ongoing debates about the nature and very existence of B-Saur. The original publication provided limited diagnostic characteristics and was supported only by line drawings and low-quality photographs of the fossils. Adding to the mystery, it was reported in 2017 that the holotype fossils had disintegrated before reaching the Geological Survey of India and no longer exist. This loss of physical evidence has made it impossible for other researchers to verify the original claims. Some paleontologists have even suggested that the alleged bones might actually be pieces of petrified wood, a thought arising from the lack of detailed photographs and professional sketches of the fossils. Furthermore, the original authors never collected or systematically described the material, including the purported holotype, leading to questions about the validity of the taxon. One of the most intriguing aspects of the creature is its potentially enormous size. Various estimates have been proposed, though all are speculative due to the limited and now non-existent fossil evidence. Length estimates range from 28 to 47 meters, while weight estimates vary widely from 30 to 220 tons. Some of the specific bone measurements that have led to these estimates include a tibia reportedly measuring 2 meters in length and a femur allegedly measuring 75 centimeters across the distal end, both surpassing the dimensions of other known giant dinosaurs. If these measurements are accurate, B-Saur could potentially be one of the largest, if not the largest, dinosaur ever discovered. However, the lack of verifiable evidence has led many paleontologists to treat these claims with skepticism. Despite the controversy, research on B-Saur has not completely stalled. In 2022, Pal and Ayasami published a paper presenting additional, previously unseen photographs of the tibia bone at the excavation site and in a plaster jacket. This study aimed to reinforce the taxon's position within Titanosauria. However, a 2024 commentary by Mohabe and colleagues noted that while this new information was valuable, it, quote, has not resolved the identity of the element nor the validity of the taxon. The scientific community remains divided on the status of B-Saur. Some researchers consider it a potentially valid genus representing an extremely large titanosaur, while others regard it as a nomen dubium due to the lack of verifiable evidence. Skyquakes are a phenomenon characterized as unexplained loud sounds seeming to originate from the sky, often described as booms, bangs, or trumpet-like noises, with no apparent cause. One of the most intriguing aspects of skyquakes is their origin. The noise appears to come from the sky or atmosphere with no visible source. The intensity of the sound can be significant enough to cause vibrations in buildings, rattle windows, and even shake plates. Generally brief in duration, these sounds last only a few seconds seconds and are classified as low-frequency sounds, although exact decibel levels have not been recorded. Unlike thunder, skyquakes are not accompanied by lightning or other visible atmospheric disturbances. These have been reported in at least 12 different countries around the world, and each region has its own name for the phenomenon, reflecting local cultural interpretations. In India, they are known as Barisal guns, while in Japan, they are referred to as uminari, which means cries from the sea. In the Philippines, they are called retumbos, and in the Netherlands and Belgium, they are known as mistpoeffers, or fog guns. In the United States, particularly near Seneca Lake in New York, they are referred to as Seneca guns. Other regions such as Canada, Scotland, and Northern Ireland have also reported similar phenomena, albeit without specific local names. Despite numerous reports and investigations, skyquakes remain largely unexplained. However, scientists have made efforts to study and understand this phenomenon. In 2020, seismologists from the University of North Carolina conducted research to investigate skyquakes. They used the EarthScope transportable array to measure seismic activities in North Carolina between 2013 and 2015, comparing recorded data with local news reports mentioning mysterious sounds. The key findings from this study indicated that no earthquake records coincided with reported skyquake events, leading researchers to conclude that skyquakes are not caused by seismic activity and that the sounds must originate from the atmosphere. Additionally, a study published in the Journal of Logan Institute analyzed skyquakes using a geophysical approach, examining spectral density and magnetic field data to evaluate potential causes. While no single theory fully explains all reported incidents of skyquakes, scientists and researchers have proposed several potential causes. One possibility is meteoric activity, where bolide meteors explode in the atmosphere above cloud cover, creating sounds that can be amplified and spread over wide areas without visible evidence reaching the ground. Another explanation involves atmospheric phenomena such as coronal mass ejections from the sun creating shock waves in Earth's atmosphere, or atmospheric ducting, where distant sounds are propagated across long distances due to temperature inversions. Geological events such as shallow earthquakes generating sound waves with little ground vibration or collapsing underwater caves are also considered potential causes. Gas-related theories suggest that escaping gas from vents in the Earth's surface or explosive releases of gases from decaying vegetation trapped beneath lake bottoms could be responsible. Additionally, human activities such as military aircraft creating sonic booms have been suggested, although this does not explain historical occurrences. Natural phenomena like large waves crashing and avalanches may also contribute to the sounds. Lastly, some researchers speculate that electromagnetic phenomena could induce sounds through resonance from solar or Earth magnetic activity. As the Civil War drew to a close in April 1865, the Confederate government found itself in a desperate situation. With Union forces closing in on Richmond, Virginia, the Confederate capital, officials made the decision to evacuate with their remaining treasury. The contents of this treasury have been the subject of much speculation and exaggeration over the years. In reality, it contained approximately $500,000 in gold and silver coins and bullion when it left Richmond, though Union officials would later inflate this number to millions in an effort to incentivize their soldiers to search for it. On the night of April 2nd, 1865, two trains departed Richmond under the cover of darkness. The first carried Confederate officials, while the second held the precious cargo of the Treasury, guarded by Navy Captain William H. Parker and a group of young naval midshipmen. This marked the beginning of a difficult journey south as the Confederacy attempted to salvage what remained of its financial resources. When the rail line ended in Danville, Virginia, the cargo was transferred to wagons to continue its southward path. The caravan zigzagged across South Carolina and Georgia, constantly trying to evade capture by Union forces. As the journey progressed, responsibility for the treasury changed hands several times. From Captain Parker, it passed to Secretary of War John C. Breckinridge, who then placed Brigadier General Basil Duke in charge. Duke transferred the treasure to 6 wagons guarded by his troops, which would mark a major turning point for the coming days. As the Confederate government began to collapse, the treasury was gradually dispersed. In Washington, Georgia, Jefferson Davis held his final cabinet meeting and signed his last official order, appointing Makaja Clark as the acting treasurer of the Confederacy. It was during this chaotic period that the treasury began to dwindle. General Duke distributed about $26,000 to his troops as payment, amounting to $26 per man. The bulk of the remaining treasure was eventually captured along with Jefferson Davis and loaded onto wagons for transport to Washington, D.C. However, the story takes a dramatic turn in Wilkes County, Georgia. Here, the wagon train carrying the captured Confederate gold was ambushed by stragglers from both armies who had heard rumors about the treasure. Eyewitnesses reported a chaotic scene with attackers wading quote-unquote knee-deep in gold and silver coinage before fleeing with their stolen gains. Some riders were said to be so overloaded that they discarded or hastily hid quantities of coins throughout Wilkes County, leading to enduring legends of buried Confederate gold. The belief that significant amounts of Confederate gold remain buried in Wilkes County has persisted since the war's end, capturing the imagination of treasure hunters and history enthusiasts alike. Despite numerous searches over the years, no substantial treasure has ever been found in the area. Nevertheless, the legend has spawned various local myths and stories. One particularly intriguing story involves the Mumford family's alleged connection to the lost gold. Martha Mazzell Puckett's book Snow White Sands claimed that Jefferson Davis entrusted the Confederate treasury to Sylvester Mumford at the final cabinet meeting. According to this version of events, Mumford transported some gold to England and left the rest with his daughter, Gertner Gertrude Mumford Parkhurst, in New York. While the Mumford connection to Confederate gold is most likely fictional, the family did leave a significant legacy, particularly in education. Upon her death in 1946, Gertrude passed down nearly $600K to various educational causes. This included the establishment of the Sylvester Mumford Memorial Endowment at Thornwell Orphanage in South Carolina. Additionally, 2 scholarship funds were created. In recent years, researchers have cast significant doubt on many aspects of the lost Confederate gold narrative. Wayne J. Lewis, a beneficiary of the Mumford scholarships, conducted extensive research into the legend. His findings suggest that while gold was indeed evacuated from Richmond, it was carefully accounted for and dispersed. By the time Confederate officials reached Washington, Georgia, only about $43,000 remained in the treasury, which was stored in a local bank vault. Lewis found no references to Confederate gold or the Mumford name in period records or Thornwell Orphanage archives. His research suggests that the amount of truly lost gold was likely much smaller than popularly imagined, and that most of the Confederate treasury was legitimately dispersed to pay troops and officials in the war's final days. Tiffany Nelson was born on October 21, 1984. Her early life was marked by tragedy when her mother passed away in 1992, leaving Tiffany an orphan at just 7 years old. Following this loss, her aunt Ora Parrish became her guardian, and Tiffany lived with her in the Faith Village neighborhood of South Augusta. Despite the hardships she faced, Tiffany was described by family and friends as a sweet and kind little girl. Her cousin Benita characterized her as somewhat of a tomboy who loved to ride her bike around town. Tiffany's father, Vernon, wasn't very active in her early life, but began to spend more time with her after her mother's passing, inviting her to his home once or twice a week and offering to get her anything she needed. On June 6, 1994, 9-year-old Tiffany Nelson vanished from Augusta, Georgia. The day began like any other, with Tiffany saying goodbye to her aunt and guardian before setting off on her red bicycle. She was headed to a nearby convenience store, a short quarter-mile journey from her home. Tiffany's route took her down Neal Street, left onto Ruby Drive, and right onto Richmond Hill Drive. The last confirmed sighting of Tiffany alive was at approximately 10 a.m. at an Amoco gas station on the corner of Lumpkin Road and Richmond Hill Drive, where witnesses reported seeing her using the air pumps to inflate her bike tires. The disappearance of Tiffany Nelson set in motion a series of investigative actions and search efforts that, unfortunately, failed to yield immediate results. The initial response to Tiffany's disappearance began when her aunt, Ora Parrish, reported her missing shortly after she failed to return home from her bicycle ride to the nearby convenience store. On June 7, 1994, the day following Tiffany's disappearance, the Augusta Police Department and Richmond County Sheriff's Office launched their official investigation. Their first step was to conduct a door-to-door search in the neighborhood where Tiffany was last seen. Law enforcement attempted to recreate Tiffany's journey from her home at 2208 Getson Drive to the corner convenience store. This reconstruction established a timeline and identified potential witnesses or surveillance cameras that might have captured Tiffany's movements. The route she was believed to have taken was carefully examined for any signs of struggle or evidence that might indicate what happened to her. The police issued a detailed description of Tiffany to aid in the search efforts. She was said to be wearing a multicolored flower shirt, blue and white denim shorts, and blue and white Air Jordan sneakers. They also noted distinguishing features, including a blemish-type scar under her right eye and a thin scar on her forehead above her left eye. This detailed description was circulated to the public and media in hopes that someone might recognize Tiffany and come forward with information. However, the initial investigation faced several challenges. Tiffany's family later recalled that some law enforcement officials were less than enthusiastic about investigating the case. They claimed that the detective handling the case labeled Tiffany as a runaway, similar to how he had treated the 1990 disappearance of Danette and Jeanette Millbrook. This apparent lack of urgency in the early stages of the investigation may have hampered efforts to gather crucial time-sensitive evidence. On June 7th, police received a potentially significant tip. A woman reported that her 11-year-old grandson claimed to have seen Tiffany in the backseat of a two-door car driven by a man wearing a hat. This alleged sighting occurred off Barton Chapel Road, approximately 4 miles west of where Tiffany was last seen. However, police apparently didn't find this tip credible due to insufficient information. The decision not to pursue this lead more aggressively has been a point of contention and speculation in the years since Tiffany's disappearance. On June 16th, 10 days after Tiffany vanished, cadaver dogs from nearby Fort Gordon's K-9 unit were brought in to search a wooded area near Richmond Hill Drive and Lumpkin Road. This area was of particular interest as it was close to where Tiffany was last seen at the gas station. Despite the specialized training of these dogs, they were unable to find any useful leads or evidence related to Tiffany's disappearance. In an effort to generate more leads and national attention for the case, Tiffany's story was featured on the popular television show America's Most Wanted on June 18th. Following the America's Most Wanted feature, a dedicated 5-man investigative team continued to work on the case for the next few weeks. They conducted additional door-to-door canvasses of the area, hoping that repeated questioning might jog memories or encourage reluctant witnesses to come forward. However, the timing of Tiffany's last sighting, 10 a.m. on a Monday morning, proved to be a significant obstacle. Many residents were at work or school during this time, limiting the number of potential witnesses. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence in Tiffany's case, her red 10-speed bicycle, was never found. This detail puzzled investigators and led to several theories. The fact that the bicycle disappeared along with Tiffany suggested that whoever took her likely had a vehicle large enough to transport both her and the bike. This detail helped investigators narrow down the type of vehicle they should be looking for and implied that the abduction was likely premeditated rather than a crime of opportunity. As the weeks turned into months, the investigation began to stagnate. The lack of physical evidence, credible witnesses, or promising leads left investigators struggling to make progress. The case remained open, but active investigative efforts gradually decreased as other cases demanded attention and resources. Now, before we continue with Tiffany's case, I want to touch on the case of Keenan O'Malley, as it provides some interesting implications for cold cases like Tiffany's. On April 17, 1999, 6-year-old Keenan O'Malley disappeared while riding his bicycle along a dirt road near his home in North Augusta, South Carolina, just across the state line from Augusta, Georgia. Tragically, the search for Keenan came to a heartbreaking end just a day after his disappearance. Tim McNeil, a local resident, discovered the boy's body approximately 100 yards from Riverview Park. The autopsy revealed that Keenan had been assaulted and strangled to death. As the investigation progressed, law enforcement quickly focused on William Ernest Downs, a man in his early 30s who had recently returned to the Augusta area. Downs, also known as Junior, had a troubled past and had previously served time in prison for burglary. On April 25, 1999, just over a week after Keenan's disappearance, police arrested Downs. He was charged with assault, kidnapping, and the murder of Keenan. During interrogations, Downs not only confessed to Keenan's murder, but also admitted to another horrific crime from years earlier. He confessed to the 1991 murder of 10-year-old James Porter, another Augusta child who had disappeared while riding his bike to a convenience store. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community as it became clear that a serial child killer had been active in the area for years. In 2002, Downs pleaded guilty to the murders of both Keenan and James. The plea was part of a strategy to avoid the death penalty, but it was ultimately unsuccessful. Despite pleading guilty, the case took an unusual turn. After his conviction, Downs expressed a desire to be executed rather than serve a life sentence. On June 17, 2006, an execution date was set for Downs, who had been consistently asking to be put to death since his guilty plea in 2002. On July 14, 2006, William Ernest Downs was executed by lethal injection at the Georgia Diagnostic and Classification Prison in Jackson. Of course, investigators wondered if Downs was also tied to Tiffany's case. When questioned about Tiffany, Downs seemed to have no knowledge of her or her case. He wasn't even sure if he had been in Augusta during her 1994 disappearance. This lack of connection, combined with the differences in victim profile and methodology, led investigators to conclude that Downs was likely not responsible for Tiffany's disappearance and death. Keenan and James were both male, while Tiffany was a girl. Additionally, the Downs had specific methods of disposing of the bodies that did not line up with the circumstances of Tiffany's case. Fast forward to 2005, the case would come to a major turning point. On May 16, 2005, nearly 11 years after Tiffany's disappearance, two men were walking through a wooded area along Farmers Bridge Road, approximately 15 miles south of where Tiffany had last been seen in Augusta. One of these men was a forester, which may have contributed to their keen observation of the surroundings. As they traversed the area, they came across what initially appeared to be a bleached turtle shell. However, upon closer inspection, they realized with shock that they were looking at a human skull. This discovery immediately set in motion a series of events that would finally bring a few answers to Tiffany's case. The men promptly alerted the authorities, who quickly responded to the scene. Law enforcement officials, including investigators from the Burke County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, arrived to secure the area and begin a thorough examination of the site. As investigators excavated the area, they uncovered a severely decomposed body in a shallow grave. The location of the remains, so close to a public road yet hidden enough to go unnoticed for over a decade, raised questions about the perpetrators' knowledge of the area and their efforts to conceal the crime. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence found at the site was a pair of blue and white Air Jordan shoes. These shoes matched the description of what Tiffany was wearing when she disappeared in 1994. This discovery was a key factor in initially linking the remains to Tiffany's case even before definitive identification could be made. Due to the advanced state of decomposition after more than a decade, many typical forensic analyses were impossible. The skeletal nature of the remains meant that soft tissue evidence, which could have provided crucial information about the cause of death or potential assault, was no longer available. On June 24, 2005, approximately 5 weeks after the initial discovery, Gary Nicholson of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation made a public announcement. The mitochondrial DNA analysis had confirmed that the skeletal remains found in the wooded area were indeed those of Tiffany Nelson. The discovery of Tiffany's remains, while providing some answers, also raised new questions. The location where she was found, about 15 miles from where she disappeared, suggested that her abductor had transported her a significant distance. This detail implied that the perpetrator likely had access to a vehicle, corroborating the earlier theory based on the disappearance of Tiffany's bicycle. The shallowness of the grave indicated a hasty burial, possibly suggesting that the perpetrator was familiar with the area but acted quickly to hide the crime. The proximity to the road also raised questions about whether the body had been moved at some point after the initial crime. Over the years, several theories have emerged regarding Tiffany's disappearance and death, many of which draw connections to other cases in the region. One prominent theory connects her case to the disappearance of the Millbrook twins, Danette and Jeanette, who vanished in 1990 from a location about 4 miles from where Tiffany was last seen. Both cases involved young African-American girls who were last seen at corner convenience stores near their homes. The similarities in the victims' profiles and the proximity of the disappearances have led some investigators and community members to speculate about a possible connection. However, no concrete evidence has been found to definitively link these cases. Another case that bears similarities to Tiffany's is that of Malachiah Logan from Greenwood, South Carolina. She was an 8-year-old girl who disappeared in 1988 while riding her bicycle. Her body was found in 1990 but not identified until 1998. The parallels in age, race, and the circumstances of disappearance have prompted some to tie the cases together. However, the geographical distance between Augusta and Greenwood, about 60 miles, makes a direct connection less likely. A prevalent theory among investigators is that the killer was a local resident. Several factors support this idea. For one, Tiffany was taken in broad daylight, suggesting that the culprit was comfortable operating in the area. Additionally, as we have already talked about, the secluded region where Tiffany was found indicates knowledge of the town. On August 15, 1988, a discovery was made in a wooded area near Wiltwyck Cemetery behind Pine Grove Avenue in Kingston, Ulster County, New York. The decomposed remains of an unidentified white male were found, having died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Authorities estimated that the man had been deceased for approximately 4 days prior to the discovery. The victim was estimated to be between 30 and 50 years old, with some sources suggesting he was more likely between 40 and 50. He stood between 5'11" and 6'3" tall and weighed between 180 and 205 pounds. The man had brown hair, but due to decomposition, his eye color could not be determined. Several physical characteristics were noted on the body, including an appendectomy scar described as an oblique linear scar measuring around 4 inches by a 1/4 inch in the right abdominal quadrant. The man had extensive dental work, including a maxillary fixed bridge with porcelain fused to white metal, suggesting he may have been of means. The victim was found with several items of clothing and personal belongings, which provided potential clues about his identity and origin. He also wore jewelry, including a yellow metal crucifix attached to a chain, a gold-covered Belova quartz wristwatch without inscriptions, and a thin, delicate yellow metallic necklace with a clasp wrap and a bronze-colored cross attached. Several items found on the victim suggested a possible European origin. The trousers had a label reading "Pure New Wool" in English and 3 other languages, and another label on the waistband read "René Lazard, Femme and Home," a brand originating from Bavaria, Germany. The Lacoste shirt was from a French company, and a Commerzbank calendar found in his wallet was from a major German bank based in Frankfurt. These European connections led investigators to believe the man might have been of European descent. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence in this case is a colored photograph found with the victim. It depicts a white male with long, wavy brown hair, wearing a green sweater and holding a white infant. The child is shown with a spoon in its mouth and wearing a bib. The significance of this photograph remains unclear, with investigators considering several possibilities. Firstly, the man in the photo could be the victim himself. Secondly, it might be an image of the killer left behind as a memento, or it could be an unrelated photo, possibly planted to mislead investigators. Given the limited information and lack of clear motives, several theories have been proposed, including a failed robbery, a revenge killing, and of course, the connection to Europe. However, without more concrete evidence or leads, these theories remain speculative. On November 12, 1995, a seemingly ordinary Sunday morning in Fair Oaks, California turned into a peculiar event that would intrigue many. At approximately 10:30 a.m., Matt and Wendy Jameson returned to their home in Fair Oaks after attending church services. What greeted them upon their arrival put them in a state of astonishment. Scattered across their backyard was a substantial amount of cash in $20 bills. The initial count revealed that the total sum of money found in their yard amounted to $6,500. Adjusting for inflation, this sum would be worth approximately $14,000 today. Interestingly, the Jamesons weren't the only ones to find money that day. Bills were also discovered in neighboring yards, suggesting that this wasn't an isolated incident targeting the Jameson household specifically. Some of the money appeared to have been quote-unquote dumped over the fence, an observation that would later factor into theories about its origin. Upon discovering the money, the Jamesons faced a moral and legal dilemma. They had 2 options: keep the money without informing anyone or report it to the authorities. Matt and Wendy chose the latter. They reported their find to the local police department. However, the legal process for handling found money in California is not as straightforward as simply handing it over to law enforcement. According to California law, the finders were required to place an advertisement in their local newspaper. This ad needed to state that they had found the money and that if anyone could prove ownership, they should come forward to claim it. The law required a 90-day waiting period from the date of the advertisement's publication. If no one came forward with a legitimate claim during this time, the money would legally become the property of the finders, in this case Matt and Wendy. For the next 3 months, the Jamesons waited. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months. As each day passed without anyone coming forward to claim the money, the likelihood of it becoming theirs increased. Finally, on March 1st, 1996, the 90-day period expired. No one had come forward with a legitimate claim to the money. As per California law, the money officially became the property of the Jamesons. With the money now legally theirs, they put it to practical use. They used the windfall to pay off various credit card debts, amongst other things. Despite the happy ending for the Jamesons, the incident left behind a trail of unanswered questions that continue to intrigue people to this day. The most pressing question is, of course, where did the money come from? Over the years, several theories have emerged to explain the mysterious appearance of the money. One of the more dramatic theories suggests that the money was dropped from an airplane or helicopter. This theory attempts to explain the wide distribution of the bills across multiple yards. Supporters of this theory often link it to potential illegal activities such as substance trafficking or money laundering. However, this theory has some weaknesses. If the money had been dropped from a significant height, it likely would have been scattered over a much wider area due to wind currents. Additionally, such an event would likely have been noticed by residents, especially on a Sunday morning when many people might have been at home. Perhaps the most popular theory among speculators is that the money was related to a drug operation in the area. The idea is that a drug dealer or operation might have needed to quickly dispose of cash due to impending law enforcement action, or that the backyards could have been used as a location for a dead drop, which is a method of secretly passing items between two parties, but something went wrong in the process. This theory aligns with the observation that some money appeared to have been dumped over fences, suggesting a hasty disposal. Other theories include the possibility of a connection to a bank robbery, although there's no evidence of any unsolved bank robberies in the area from that time that would match the amount and circumstances of the found money. A less sinister but equally mysterious theory is that someone was intentionally leaving money for people to find, perhaps an eccentric millionaire or someone who wanted to anonymously help others. On October 15th, 1991, an event occurred that would challenge the world's understanding of cosmic rays and the universe itself. The Fly's Eye camera at the Dugway Proving Ground in Utah detected an ultra-high energy cosmic ray that would come to be known as the Oh My God particle. This particle's extraordinary energy and properties have puzzled scientists for decades, sparking ongoing research and debate about its origins and implications for astrophysics. The particle was estimated to have an energy of 320 exa-electron volts. To put this in perspective, its energy was comparable to a 140-gram baseball traveling at about 100 kilometers an hour. It was moving at about 0.999 times the speed of light, and its energy was 20 million times greater than the highest photon energy measured from extragalactic objects like blazars. The particle's exact composition remains unknown, but it's believed to have been a proton, as most cosmic rays are. When the OMG particle collided with a nucleus in Earth's atmosphere, only a fraction of its energy was available for interaction. For a collision with a nitrogen nucleus, this would result in about 2,900 trillion electron volt of energy in the center of mass frame. This is approximately 200 times higher than the highest collision energy achievable at the Large Hadron Collider. While the particle's energy was phenomenally large for a subatomic particle, it's important to note that it was still far below the Planck scale, where exotic physics is expected to occur. In fact, it was about 40 million times lower than the Planck energy. The existence of such a high-energy particle challenges our understanding of cosmic rays for several reasons. First, scientists are puzzled about what could accelerate particles to such extreme energies. Even violent cosmic events like supernovae are only capable of imparting about 1,000th of an eeV of energy to particles. Second, the cosmic microwave background should theoretically slow down such high-energy particles over long distances. This suggests that the particle must have originated relatively nearby in astronomical terms. Finally, despite the particle's apparent nearby origin, we haven't found any cosmic objects in our vicinity capable of producing particles with such enormous energies. The Dunedin bombing, also known as the Ward bomb killing, stands as one of New Zealand's most infamous unsolved crimes. This incident occurred on February 5th, 1962, and resulted in the death of James Patrick Ward, a prominent local barrister. On the morning of February 5th, 1962, 62-year-old James Ward arrived at his office in the security building on Stewart Street in a central business district, unaware that this ordinary Monday would be his last. He entered his fourth-floor office, located in a bustling part of the city, and began to sort through his mail. Among the letters was a parcel that would change everything. The package, roughly the size of a shoebox, was marked personal, which would later become a significant detail during the investigation. At approximately 9 a.m., Ward began to open the mysterious parcel. As he unwrapped the package, it suddenly exploded with tremendous force. The blast was so powerful that it shook the entire four-story building, alerting everyone in the vicinity that something catastrophic had occurred. The force of the blast destroyed Ward's desk, shattering the exterior-facing window of his office and sending debris flying. The damage to the office was extensive, with papers and fragments scattered throughout the room, but the most devastating effects were on Ward himself. The explosion inflicted grievous injuries on the unsuspecting lawyer. His left hand was completely blown off by the force of the blast. Additionally, Ward suffered heavy damage to his chest and right arm, along with severe injuries to other parts of his body. The immediate aftermath of the explosion was chaotic. The sound of the blast and the shaking of the building quickly drew attention, and soon, the office was filled with shocked colleagues and first responders. Despite the severity of his injuries, Ward was initially conscious and able to speak. At the hospital, doctors worked tirelessly to treat Ward's extensive injuries. He underwent several operations as medical teams attempted to address the damage caused by the explosion. Despite their best efforts, the injuries proved too severe. Tragically, about 6 hours after the explosion at approximately 3 p.m., James Ward succumbed to his injuries. Inside the parcel, investigators found a crudely made wooden box that housed the explosive components. The core components of the bomb included 2 torch batteries, a pull-through switch, an electric detonator, explosive material, wiring, and pieces of tin. The sophistication of this device points to a bomber with significant knowledge of explosives and electrical systems. The use of an electric detonator in particular suggests a level of expertise beyond that of an amateur bomb maker. This type of detonator allows for more precise control over the moment of explosion compared to chemical or friction-based detonators. Immediately following the blast, the local police force sprang into action. The crime scene was quickly cordoned off, and a special homicide squad was assembled to lead the investigation. One of the most significant developments in the case came years later when information about a prime suspect was revealed. A police summary of the investigation, written about a month after the murder and released to the Otago Daily Times, showed that the police did, in fact, have a firm suspect early on, his name being John Woods, James Ward's brother-in-law. Woods, a decorated World War II veteran, fit the profile of someone with the necessary skills to construct the bomb. The motive was believed to be a family grudge, though the exact nature of this grudge was not publicly disclosed. The lack of physical evidence linking Woods to the crime scene or the bomb components likely prevented the case from moving forward to prosecution. It's worth noting that John Woods has since passed away, complicating any potential resolution to the case. The burned house horizon refers to a widespread phenomenon observed in Neolithic and Chalcolithic southeastern Europe, where settlements appear to have been intentionally burned down on a regular basis. This practice, which lasted from approximately 6500 BCE to 2000 BCE, has puzzled archaeologists and historians for decades. The most notable culture associated with this practice is the Cucuteni Trypillian culture, but it was observed across several others in the region as well. The burned house horizon covered a vast area of approximately 350,000 square kilometers, encompassing parts of present-day Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, Serbia, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Hungary. While the BHH was observed across several cultures, the Cucuteni Trypillian culture is particularly associated with this practice. This civilization is known for its sophisticated pottery, large settlements, and the regular burning of their dwellings. Their settlements were among the largest in Neolithic Europe, with some cities housing up to 50,000 people. Evidence suggests a possible matriarchal society with women as heads of households, and their religious beliefs appear to have centered around a female deity known as the Great Goddess. The most intriguing aspect of this culture and other cultures within the BHH is the regular and seemingly intentional burning of their settlements. These burnings occurred approximately every 60 to 80 years, with entire settlements being burned simultaneously. The fires were much more intense than accidental fires, reaching temperatures high enough to vitrify clay walls. Experiments suggest enormous amounts of fuel would have been needed to achieve such intense fires. After burning, settlements were often rebuilt on the same site or nearby, indicating a cyclical pattern to this practice. Researchers have proposed various theories to explain this puzzling practice. Some scholars suggest the burnings marked the end of the life of a house, reflecting animistic beliefs that buildings had souls or spirits. This theory proposes that the burning was a form of domicide or domathanasia, ritually ending the life of the structure. Other theories suggest practical reasons for the burnings, such as weatherproofing, fumigation, or recycling building materials. Recent studies have found DNA evidence of Yersinia pestis, or the plague, in some Neolithic mass burial sites, leading to the hypothesis that the burning practice might have been a way to halt the spread of epidemics by sterilizing infected areas. Some researchers propose that the burnings were related to agricultural practices, possibly as a way to renew soil fertility or mark the end of a long-term agricultural cycle. The burnings might also have signified major cultural or religious shifts, destroying remnants of previous belief systems. In 2011, paleontologist Mark McMenamin and his wife Diane introduced a controversial hypothesis at the Geological Society of America meeting. They proposed the existence of an enormous squid-like creature dubbed the Triassic Kraken, which they claimed was responsible for arranging ichthyosaur fossils found at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park in Nevada. This hypothetical creature was estimated to be about 30 meters long, twice the size of the modern colossal squid. McMenamin suggested that this kraken killed and transported ichthyosaurs to a specific location, creating a midden or refuse heap similar to those made by modern octopuses. Perhaps most controversially, he interpreted the arrangement of ichthyosaur vertebrae as a deliberate pattern created by the kraken, possibly resembling the sucker discs on a cephalopod tentacle. The hypothesis was met with significant skepticism and criticism from the scientific community. Many scientists pointed out the lack of physical evidence, as there were no fossil remains of the proposed kraken, making the claim highly speculative. Critics argued that natural processes like currents or sediment compaction could explain the arrangement of fossils without invoking a giant predator. Some paleontologists suggested that McMenamin may have misinterpreted features of the ichthyosaur fossils or the depositional environment. The hypothesis was seen as making extraordinary claims without extraordinary evidence to support them. Moreover, the proposed size and behavior of the kraken were inconsistent with what is known about cephalopod evolution during the Triassic period. Prominent critics included P.Z. Myers, a biologist and blogger, who called the evidence pathetic and emphasized the lack of any direct fossil evidence for the kraken. After the initial presentation in 2011, McMenamin continued to defend and develop his hypothesis. In 2013, he claimed to have found additional evidence, including what he believed to be the beak of the ancient cephalopod. He later revised his estimate of the kraken's size from 30 meters to 10 to 15 meters. He published articles and book chapters elaborating on the hypothesis, including in his 2016 book, Dynamic Paleontology. However, the hypothesis has not gained widespread acceptance in the paleontological community. If you've been following this iceberg for a while, you'd know that it is pretty old. From the time it was created to now, some of the entries have actually been solved. Nevertheless, I still want to include those entries. That being said, this next one has been solved. Julianne Williams, often referred to as Julie, was a 24-year-old woman from St. Cloud, Minnesota. She and 26-year-old Laura Winans were the victims of a tragic double murder that occurred in Shenandoah National Park in 1996. The two women had met nearly 2 years before the incident at Woods Women, a nonprofit organization in Minnesota focused on education and adventure travel for women. Despite their different backgrounds, they were united by their shared love for the outdoors. Julie was an aspiring geologist. She had won the Minnesota State Double Tennis Championship in high school and had traveled to Europe during college to study the extinction of dinosaurs. Julie graduated summa cum laude and had worked with disenfranchised groups. At the time of the incident, she had just accepted a new job in Lake Champlain, Vermont, set to begin on June 1st, 1996. Laura Winans, on the other hand, came from a well-off family in Michigan but had chosen a different path. Described as an energetic and free spirit, she had briefly attended college in Vermont before dropping out. In 1994, she enrolled in Unity College near Waterville, Maine, to study and become a wilderness guide. Laura had a deep love for the outdoors and wanted to help others experience the beneficial attributes of interacting with nature. On Sunday, May 19, 1996, Julie and Laura embarked on what was supposed to be a 5-day backpacking trip in Shenandoah National Park. The women, accompanied by their golden retriever Taj, entered the park in good spirits, eager to start their adventure. They had carefully planned their route, intending to explore the Blue Ridge Mountains and enjoy the sights. The couple chose to pitch their tent off one of the park's horse trails, selecting a secluded spot near a mountain stream. This location, while seemingly peaceful, was later noted by investigators as a point of vulnerability. The sound of the flowing water could have masked any approaching footsteps, making it easier for an assailant to catch them off guard. Their campsite was situated approximately a quarter-mile down the trail from Skyline Drive, the main road that runs through Shenandoah National Park. The proximity to this major passage would later raise questions about how such a violent crime could occur so close to a well-traveled area without immediate detection. The last confirmed sighting of Julie and Laura alive was on Friday, May 24, 1996. A park employee reported seeing the two women that day, noting nothing unusual about their appearance or behavior. This sighting occurred near the Skyline Lodge area, a popular spot in the park featuring a bar, restaurant, and cabins. The lodge was bustling with activity due to the approaching Memorial Day weekend, with many visitors enjoying the start of the summer season. When Julie failed to return home as planned on May 28th, her family became concerned. Julie was known for her reliability and had been looking forward to starting her new job in Vermont in June. Her absence was out of character, prompting her family to reach out to authorities. On May 31st, Julie's father, Thomas Williams, officially reported his daughter as missing to the National Park Service. Upon receiving the missing persons report, park rangers immediately initiated a search operation. They first located Julie and Laura's vehicle parked just north of Skyline Lodge. This discovery provided a starting point for the search efforts, as it indicated the general area where the women had been hiking. The rangers began conducting hasty searches along the trail corridors in the vicinity of the parked car. These initial searches covered the most likely areas where the women might have encountered trouble or become lost. During these early efforts, searchers made a concerning discovery. Taj, the golden retriever that had accompanied the couple, was found wandering without his leash through the park. The dog appeared to be in good health but was alone, raising alarm among the search team. As the search intensified, more resources were brought in. The National Park Service mobilized additional personnel, including experienced backcountry rangers and search and rescue specialists. They employed various search techniques, including grid searches of the surrounding forest, checks of all nearby trails, and interviews with other hikers and campers in the area. The evening of Saturday, June 1st, 1996 brought a grim conclusion to the search efforts. At approximately 6:30 p.m., park rangers made the horrifying discovery of Julie and Laura's bodies at their campsite. The scene that the rangers found was shockingly brutal. The bodies were found inside their tent, which had been partially concealed by the surrounding vegetation. Both women had been bound and gagged, their hands tied behind their backs with duct tape. The cause of death was immediately apparent. Their throats had been slashed. Upon the discovery of the bodies, the area was immediately secured as a crime scene. The National Park Service's Law Enforcement Division took the lead, working in close cooperation with the FBI due to the federal jurisdiction of the park. The Virginia State Police were also called in to assist with processing the crime scene, as they had specialized equipment that the National Park Service lacked at the time. Officials collected various items of evidence, including fibers, hair samples, and other trace evidence. The duct tape used to bind the victims was carefully preserved for potential DNA analysis. One crucial piece of evidence was a hair found at the crime scene. This would later play a significant role in the investigation, as DNA testing in 2003 revealed that it did not match the victims or the initial suspect, Daryl David Rice. The National Park Service and the FBI joined forces to conduct a nationwide search for the killer. Over the years, they followed up on an estimated 15,000 leads. A significant development in the case came in July 1997, more than a year after the murders, when Daryl David Rice was arrested in Shenandoah National Park for attempting to abduct a female cyclist. The similarities between this attack and the murders of Williams and Winans led investigators to consider Rice as a potential suspect in the double homicide. In 2001, nearly 5 years after the murders, Rice was indicted for the killings of Williams and Winans. Prosecutors alleged that Rice had selected the women as victims because of their sexual orientation, charging him with a hate crime. However, the case against Rice began to unravel in 2003 when DNA testing on the hair found at the crime scene did not match Rice or the victims. In 2004, the charges against Rice were dismissed without prejudice, meaning he could still be charged at a later date if new evidence emerged. Another breakthrough in the case came in 2021, when a new FBI team was assigned to review the evidence. They reassessed hundreds of leads and interviews and prioritized evidence for retesting using advanced DNA technology that wasn't available in 1996. This renewed effort led to a significant development in June 2024. The FBI announced that they had successfully extracted DNA from several items of evidence collected at the crime scene. This genetic profile was then submitted to the FBI's Combined DNA Index system for comparison. The DNA analysis led to the identification of Walter Leo Jackson Sr. as the killer. Jackson, a convicted serial from Cleveland, Ohio, had died in prison in March 2018. His DNA matched evidence from the crime scene with a probability of 1 in 2.6 trillion, providing a conclusive link to the murders. The identification of Jackson as the killer has brought some closure to the victims' families and the community. However, it has also raised new questions about other unsolved crimes that Jackson may have been involved in. Federal authorities believe Jackson may be connected to other unsolved cases and are continuing their investigation. On November 28, 1987, a tragic incident occurred on the Orange Freeway, just south of Imperial Highway in Brea, California. A truck driver noticed a man crouching beside the road before he suddenly ran into the path of the oncoming vehicle. The collision was fatal and the man was pronounced dead at the scene. The manner of death was quickly determined to be given the circumstances. The unidentified male was estimated to be between 30 and 45 years old at the time of his death. He was described as a white male standing 6 feet tall and weighing around 250 pounds. He had brown hair and brown eyes with a heavy-set physique. Several notable physical characteristics were documented during the examination of the body, including a large oval-shaped burn scar on the man's abdomen. This scar could be the result of a previous injury or medical procedure and might be crucial in identifying the individual. At the time of his death, the man was wearing a blue sweater, blue pants, and a brown and white shirt. He was also wearing glasses, suggesting he may have had a prescription and potentially visited an optometrist or ophthalmologist in the past. The case was assigned to the Orange County Coroner's Office, which has been responsible for the investigation since the discovery of the body. Several types of forensic evidence were collected and are available for comparison, including dental records, fingerprints, and DNA samples. The availability of these three key types of forensic evidence significantly increases the chances of eventual identification, particularly as technology advances and more people submit their DNA to genealogical databases. Despite the abundance of physical evidence and descriptive details, the identity of this John Doe has remained a mystery for over 3 decades. Several factors may contribute to the difficulty in identifying this individual, including the possibility that no one reported this man missing, the potential that he may have been traveling or living transiently, and the significant amount of time that has elapsed since the incident. Additionally, in 1987, the ability to widely distribute information about unidentified persons was much more limited compared to today's interconnected world. Dorothy Arnold was born on July 1, 1885 in New York City. She was the second of 4 children born to Frances Arnold and Mary Martha Parks Arnold. The Arnold family was part of New York's social elite, with Frances being a Harvard University graduate and a senior partner at F.R. Arnold & Company, a company that imported fancy goods such as perfumes. The family's social standing was such that they were listed in the Social Register, a directory of prominent American families. Dorothy's paternal lineage traced back to English passengers who arrived in North America on the Mayflower, while her mother hailed from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Her paternal aunt, Harriet Maria Arnold, was married to Supreme Court Justice Rufus W. Peckham, further cementing the family's prestigious social connections. Dorothy received her early education at New York's Velteen School for Girls before attending Bryn Mawr College in Pennsylvania. She majored in literature and language, graduating in 1905. After completing her studies, Dorothy returned to live at the family home in Manhattan. Upon her return, Dorothy aspired to become a writer, a pursuit that her family and friends largely viewed with amusement. In the spring of 1910, she submitted a short story to McClure's magazine, which was rejected. The rejection led to teasing from her social circle, prompting Dorothy to rent a post office box to receive letters from magazines and publishing houses privately. Undeterred, Dorothy submitted a second short story to McClure's in November 1910 titled The Poinsettia and the Flame. This story was also rejected, leaving Dorothy dejected and embarrassed. 2 months before her disappearance, Dorothy asked her father if she could move to an apartment in Greenwich Village to focus on her writing. Francis Arnold forbade this, telling her, "A good writer can write anywhere." On the morning of Monday, December 12, 1910, 25-year-old Dorothy began what would become one of the most perplexing disappearances in New York City history. The day started like any other in the Arnold household. Dorothy, dressed in a tailored purple suit with a black velvet collar and cuffs, informed her mother that she intended to go shopping for an evening gown. This dress was meant for her younger sister Marjorie's upcoming debutante party, a significant social event for the Arnold family. Her mother, Mary, was concerned about the cold weather and offered to accompany her daughter on the shopping trip. Dorothy, however, declined the offer, assuring her mother that she would call if she found a suitable dress. This exchange would be the last time Mary saw her daughter. Dorothy left the family home around 11 a.m. carrying a small amount of cash, approximately $25, which is about $800 today. She did not take any extra clothing or personal belongings with her, suggesting she had no intention of being away for an extended period. Her first stop was the Park and Tilford store, an upscale grocery and confectionery establishment located at the corner of 5th Avenue and 59th Street. At around noon, Dorothy purchased a half-pound box of chocolates. The store clerks who served her later reported that she was courteous and did not exhibit any unusual behavior. Dorothy then walked south along 5th Avenue. She covered a distance of about 22 blocks, or about a mile and a half, before reaching her next destination, Brentano's bookstore. Dorothy browsed the shelves before purchasing a book titled Engaged Girl Sketches by Emily Blake. As with her earlier purchase, the bookstore staff noted nothing out of the ordinary about Dorothy's demeanor or behavior. It was outside the bookstore shortly before 2 p.m. that Dorothy had her last confirmed interaction. She encountered Gladys King, a friend from her social circle. The two women chatted briefly on the sidewalk, discussing Marjorie's upcoming party. King later recalled that Dorothy seemed to be in good spirits during their conversation. During their chat, Dorothy mentioned to King that she planned to walk through Central Park on her way home. This casual remark would later become a crucial piece of information in the investigation of her disappearance. King, who had a lunch appointment with her mother at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, excused herself. As they parted ways, Dorothy turned and waved goodbye a second time to her friend. This encounter marks the last verified sighting of Dorothy Arnold. From this point on, her movements become a matter of speculation and conflicting reports. Some accounts suggest that Dorothy may have continued south on 5th Avenue, possibly window shopping or looking for the evening gown she had set out to find. Others speculate that she might have headed towards Central Park as she had mentioned to King. However, no credible witnesses came forward to confirm seeing Dorothy in the park that afternoon. As the night began to fall, Dorothy failed to return home. This was unusual for her, as she was known to be punctual and always informed her family if she would be late for dinner. The Arnold family typically ate dinner around 7 p.m., and Dorothy's absence at this time would have been the first clear indication that something was wrong. It's worth noting that December 12, 1910 was a Monday, and 5th Avenue would have been bustling with holiday shoppers and the usual weekday traffic. The fact that Dorothy could vanish in such a busy area in broad daylight without anyone noticing anything suspicious adds to the mystery of her disappearance. In the following weeks, investigators would piece together Dorothy's movements on that day. They confirmed her purchases at Park and Tilford and Brentano's and interviewed Gladys King about their chance encounter. However, despite extensive searches and inquiries, no trace of Dorothy was found after 2 p.m. on December 12th. But here's a rather strange detail. One of the first people contacted was Elsie Henry, a close friend of Dorothy's. Shortly after midnight on December 13th, Henry called the Arnold residence to ask if Dorothy had returned home. In a puzzling turn of events, Mary Arnold reportedly told Henry that Dorothy had indeed come home, but had gone to bed with a headache. This statement would later prove to be false, raising questions about why Mary would provide such misinformation. There are several possible explanations for Mary's false statement. It could have been an attempt to avoid causing immediate alarm or concern among Dorothy's friends. Alternatively, it might have been a reflexive response born out of embarrassment, or a desire to maintain the family's privacy. Whatever the reason, this early instance of misinformation would later complicate efforts to establish an accurate timeline of events and potentially delayed the wider search for Dorothy. As the night of December 12th turned into the early morning hours of December 13th, the Arnold family found themselves in an increasingly distressing situation. They were faced with the growing realization that Dorothy's absence was something far more serious. Despite their mounting concern, the Arnolds made the decision not to contact the police immediately. This choice, which would later be scrutinized and criticized, was influenced by several factors unique to their social position and the era in which they lived. Firstly, there was a prevalent belief among New York's upper classes that involving the police in personal matters was somewhat déclassé. The Arnolds, as members of the social elite, were particularly sensitive to potential scandal or negative publicity. They feared that reporting Dorothy's disappearance to the authorities would invite unwanted attention from the press and gossip within their social circle. Secondly, there was a hope, however fading, that Dorothy might still return home of her own accord, perhaps having stayed with a friend without thinking to inform her family. The Arnolds may have been reluctant to escalate the situation to a police matter if there was any chance it could resolve itself naturally. Instead of contacting the police, the family decided to initiate their own private investigation. On the morning of December 13th, they reached out to John S. Keith, a family friend and lawyer. Keith's involvement marked the beginning of a more organized, albeit still private, search for Dorothy. Keith immediately began a thorough search of Dorothy's bedroom, looking for any clues that might shed light on her disappearance. He found that all of Dorothy's clothes and personal belongings were accounted for except for the outfit she had been wearing when she left the house. During his search, Keith made several intriguing discoveries. He found personal letters with foreign postmarks on Dorothy's desk, as well as 2 folders containing information about transatlantic ocean liners. These items would later fuel speculation about Dorothy's possible intentions to travel abroad. Keith also noticed burned papers in Dorothy's fireplace, which were presumed to be her rejected manuscripts. This detail added a layer to Dorothy's state of mind in the days leading up to her disappearance. Over the next few weeks, Keith expanded his search beyond the Arnold home. He visited jails, hospitals, and morgues in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia, hoping to find any trace of Dorothy, as the strain on the Arnold family became increasingly apparent. Francis Arnold, in particular, struggled with the decision to keep the search private. He was torn between his desire to find his daughter and his fear of the social repercussions that might come from making her disappearance public. It was during this period that the family also began to consider more drastic measures. On Keith's recommendation, they hired the Pinkerton Detective Agency to assist in the search. The Pinkertons were a well-known and respected private detective agency often employed by wealthy families to handle sensitive matters discreetly. The Pinkerton investigators launched a comprehensive search, expanding on Keith's earlier efforts. They questioned Dorothy's friends and former college classmates, searched hospitals and other locations Dorothy was known to frequent, and even dispatched agents overseas to search ocean liners arriving from New York. Their involvement brought a new level of professionalism and resources to the search, but still failed to produce any concrete leads. As the weeks passed, Keith and the Pinkerton detectives increasingly urged Francis Arnold to contact the New York City Police Department, arguing that their resources and expertise were necessary for a thorough investigation. Finally, after 6 weeks of fruitless private searching, Francis caved. On January 25, 1911, he contacted the NYPD and held a press conference at his New York City office. This marked the official beginning of the public search for Dorothy Arnold and the transformation of her disappearance from a private family matter to a public sensation. The delay in reporting Dorothy's disappearance to the police and the public would later be seen as a critical misstep in the investigation. The 6-week gap between Dorothy's disappearance and the public announcement allowed potential leads to go cold and valuable evidence to be lost. It also gave any potential perpetrators ample time to cover their tracks. During the press conference, Francis made a comment about his daughter's dating life that piqued reporters' interest. He stated, "I would have been glad to see her associate more with young men than she did, especially some young men of brains and position, one whose profession or business would keep him occupied. I don't approve of young men who have nothing to do." Reporters soon discovered that this comment referred to George Griscom Jr., a man Dorothy had met while attending Bryn Mawr. Griscom was a 40-year-old engineer from a wealthy Pennsylvania family, with whom he still lived at the Ken Mar Hotel in Pittsburgh. It came to light that in September 1910, Dorothy had lied to her parents about visiting a former classmate in Boston. Instead, she had spent a week in a hotel with Griscom, financing their stay by pawning $500 worth of jewels. When her parents discovered this, they forbade Dorothy from continuing the relationship, deeming Griscom unsuitable. Despite their disapproval, Dorothy continued to correspond with Griscom, and they saw each other for the final time in early November, shortly before Griscom left on a vacation with his parents. At the time of Dorothy's disappearance, Griscom was vacationing with his parents in Florence, Italy. The Arnold family sent him a telegram on December 16th asking for information about Dorothy's whereabouts. Griscom replied, denying any knowledge of her disappearance. In early January 1911, Dorothy's mother Mary and her brother John traveled to Italy to interrogate Griscom. They met him at the Anglo-American Hotel on January 16th, where Griscom maintained his ignorance of Dorothy's disappearance. Mary and John demanded that Griscom hand over the letters Dorothy had sent him. John later claimed the letters contained nothing of importance and said he subsequently destroyed them. Upon his return to the United States in February 1911, Griscom told the press that he intended to marry Dorothy once she was found, provided her mother approved of the marriage. Mary Arnold later told reporters she would never approve of such a union. Numerous theories and rumors circulated regarding Dorothy's disappearance, including accident, abduction, elopement, murder, and a botched abortion. In the days following the announcement of Dorothy's disappearance, the NYPD distributed circulars with her picture and description throughout the US, Canada, and Mexico. This publicity led to numerous alleged sightings across the country, all of which proved to be false. The Arnold family also received 2 ransom notes from alleged kidnappers, which turned out to be hoaxes. In April 1916, over 5 years after Dorothy's disappearance, a convicted felon named Edward Glenoris claimed that he had been paid $250 to bury the body of a young woman in December 1910. Glenoris provided a detailed account of transporting an unconscious woman he identified as Dorothy Arnold from New Rochelle to West Point, New York, and then to Weehawken, New Jersey. He claimed that the woman died during an operation and that he and an accomplice buried her body in a cellar in New Rochelle. Police investigated Glenoris' claims, excavating several cellars in the area, but found no human remains. Dorothy's father dismissed Glenoris' story as utter nonsense. Upon subsequent interviews with law enforcement, Glenoris acted confused and claimed he knew nothing about Dorothy's whereabouts. Jason Anthony Jolkowski was born on June 24, 1981 in Grand Island, Nebraska to parents Kelly Murphy and Jim Jolkowski. At the time of his disappearance, the 19-year-old was living with his parents and younger brother Michael in the Benson neighborhood of Omaha. Jason had graduated from Benson High School and was attending Iowa Western Community College part-time, studying radio broadcasting with aspirations of becoming a radio DJ. To support himself, he worked part-time at a local Fazoli's restaurant. Jason was known as a kind, shy young man with a small circle of friends. He was described as intelligent, compassionate, and hardworking. Despite having a mild learning disability that affected his speech and language skills, Jason had above-average intelligence and successfully managed his schoolwork and employment. He had no history of substance or alcohol use, criminal activity, or mental health issues, and maintained good relationships with his family and close friends. On the morning of Wednesday, June 13th, 2001, Jason's day began like any other. He was at home with his younger brother Michael, enjoying the break from school. Their parents had already left for work, leaving the 2 boys alone in the house. At some point that morning, Jason received an unexpected phone call from his manager at Fazoli's where he worked. The manager asked if Jason could come into work earlier than his originally scheduled shift. This last-minute change would set in motion the chain of events leading to Jason's disappearance. Jason agreed to come in early, but there was a complication. His car was at a local repair shop undergoing maintenance. This meant he couldn't drive himself to work as he normally would. Initially, he considered walking the entire 4-mile distance to the restaurant. However, he eventually made arrangements with a co-worker for a ride. Because Jason had some difficulty giving directions, he and his co-worker agreed to meet at Benson High School. This was a place both he and his co-worker knew well. The high school was located approximately 8 blocks or about half a mile from Jason's home, a walk that would typically take around 15 minutes. As Jason prepared to leave, he was dressed in a white Chicago Cubs or Sammy Sosa shirt, black dress pants, and black dress shoes. He also wore a blue Cubs baseball cap. He was also carrying a red Fazoli's work shirt that he planned to change into at work. At approximately 10:45 a.m., a neighbor witnessed the last confirmed sighting of Jason. The neighbor saw Jason and Michael outside their home, bringing the trash cans back from the curb to the house. After helping with the trash cans, Jason presumably left his house to begin the short walk to the school. The route he would have taken was through a quiet residential area with generally little vehicle or pedestrian traffic, especially on a weekday morning. The exact time Jason left his house is unknown, but based on the timeline, it was likely between 10:45 a.m. and 11 a.m. The weather that day was reported to be clear and sunny. What happened next remains a mystery. Jason never arrived at Benson High School to meet his co-worker. He never made it to work at Fazoli's. In fact, he was never seen again after helping with the trash cans. Between 11:15 a.m. and 11:30 a.m., less than an hour after Jason was last seen, his manager called the Yolkowski home. They asked about Jason's location as he had failed to show up for his ride or report to work. This call was the first indication that something had gone wrong. Jason's absence was immediately alarming to those who knew him. He was described as reliable and punctual, not someone who would simply not show up for work without notice. The fact that he had made specific arrangements for a ride and then failed to appear was out of character. The short window of time between when Jason was last seen and when he was expected at the high school is one of the most perplexing aspects of this case. How could someone vanish without a trace in broad daylight in a residential area within such a brief period? Despite initial concerns, a formal missing person report wasn't filed until the next day. Jason's parents, operating under the mistaken belief that there was a mandatory 24-hour waiting period before filing such a report, waited until June 14th to officially report their son missing to the Omaha Police Department. This delay in reporting potentially hampered the initial stages of the investigation. Critical early hours were lost, during which witnesses' memories were the most accurate and potential evidence might have been more readily available. In the days following Jason's disappearance, several key points emerged. Security camera footage from Benson High School was reviewed, but showed no sign of Jason arriving there on the morning of June 13th. There was no activity on Jason's bank account or cell phone after his disappearance. His last paycheck from Fazoli's was never picked up, and all of Jason's personal belongings remained in his room at home, including items he would likely have taken if planning to leave voluntarily. Despite the residential setting and the time of day, no witnesses reported seeing Jason walking along his expected route to the high school. As the investigation progressed, detectives conducted interviews with Jason's co-workers, including the manager who had called him in early and the co-worker who was supposed to give him a ride. These interviews corroborated the timeline of events and confirmed that Jason had indeed made arrangements to be picked up at Benson High School. Both the manager and the co-worker were questioned extensively and ultimately cleared of any involvement in the disappearance. Approximately 10 days after Jason went missing, the police intensified their investigation. They began conducting door-to-door interviews in the neighborhood, focusing on the 8-block route Jason would have taken from his home to Benson High School. In addition to interviews, law enforcement conducted several searches of the area. These included the various routes that could have been taken to the school, parks and wooded areas, bodies of water, as well as hospitals and shelters. These searches failed to turn up any physical evidence related to Jason's disappearance. As weeks turned into months with no breaks in the case, the investigation began to slow down. However, it never completely stopped. The Omaha Police Department kept the case open, periodically reviewing the evidence and following up on any new tips or leads that came in. As of 2024, more than 2 decades after Jason's disappearance, the Omaha Police Department continues to consider his case an open investigation. Initially, authorities considered the possibility that Jason had run away voluntarily. However, this theory was quickly discounted for several reasons. It said that he had only about $60 on him when he disappeared, which was insufficient for sustaining himself for any significant period. He left behind important belongings, including his car and his last paycheck. There have been no confirmed sightings of Jason since his disappearance, which would be unusual for a runaway. Jason had no known reasons to leave his life behind. He was looking forward to starting a new job and continuing his education. The timing of his disappearance, when he was expected by a co-worker, seems illogical for someone planning to run away. Given these factors, the runaway theory is now considered highly unlikely by both investigators and Jason's family. One theory that has gained some traction is the possibility of Jason being the victim of a hit-and-run accident. This theory proposes that he was struck by a vehicle while walking to the school, and the driver, panicking, removed Jason from the scene to avoid legal consequences. The residential streets Jason would have been walking on were generally quiet, especially during late morning hours on a weekday. No residents reported hearing or seeing any vehicle accidents in the area during the relevant time frame. There were no reports of debris or other physical evidence typically associated with a vehicle-pedestrian collision. If Jason had been injured but not killed instantly, it would have been challenging to remove him from the scene without attracting attention. While this theory cannot be entirely ruled out, the lack of physical evidence or witness reports makes it somewhat less plausible. Another prominent theory is that Jason was abducted by a stranger. This scenario could have played out in several ways. A passing motorist might have stopped and engaged Jason in conversation and then offered him a ride. Or someone could have forcibly pulled Jason into a vehicle, or an individual on foot could have approached Jason and led him away under false pretenses or by force. The abduction theory faces some challenges. Jason's mother described him as cautious and not a risk taker, making it less likely he would accept a ride from a stranger. The short time frame and residential setting make a forceful abduction seem risky for a perpetrator. No witnesses reported seeing any suspicious activities or hearing any disturbances. Despite these challenges, many consider abduction one of the more plausible explanations for Jason's disappearance, given the lack of other evidence. While there's no history of mental health issues, some have suggested Jason may have experienced a sudden psychological break, leading to wandering off in a confused state, intentionally hiding or seeking isolation or self-harm or suicide. This theory is almost a shot in the dark and considered less likely due to no prior indications of mental health struggles. Jason's reported stable and positive demeanor leading up to his disappearance, and the lack of any discovered remains if self-harm had occurred. The Chamberlain-Moulton planetesimal hypothesis, proposed in 1905 by geologist Thomas Crowder Chamberlain and astronomer Forrest Ray Moulton, emerged as an intriguing theory to explain the formation of the solar system. This hypothesis arose as an alternative to the prevailing Laplacian nebular hypothesis of the 19th century and introduced several novel concepts that influenced subsequent theories of planetary formation. The hypothesis was born out of Chamberlain's geological and climatological observations, which led him to suggest in 1897 that planets form through the accretion of cold, solid particles. Collaborating with Moulton, Chamberlain developed compelling arguments against the Laplace nebular hypothesis and formulated a comprehensive theory of solar system origin. The Chamberlain-Moulton hypothesis introduced several key concepts that were revolutionary for their time. The theory proposed that a passing star came close to our ancestral sun, causing tidal disruptions that ejected material from the sun's surface. This ejected material was thought to cool and condense into numerous small bodies called planetesimals, along with a few larger protoplanets. The term planetesimal, coined by Chamberlain, referred to the small, cold particles or dirty snowballs that were believed to be the building blocks of planets. While most of this material fell back, some remained in orbit, cooling and condensing. The ejected material was thought to form two types of bodies: larger masses called bolts and smaller hailstone-like bodies called planetesimals. These bodies were believed to move in elliptical orbits around the central mass, or the sun, in approximately the same plane. As they orbited, their paths intersected, leading to collisions and gradual accumulation of mass. This process of collision and accretion was proposed as the mechanism by which planets and satellites formed. The hypothesis had several strengths that made it appealing at the time. It explained the formation of meteorites and their fall to Earth, accounted for the highly elliptical orbits of small planetary bodies and the nearly circular orbits of larger objects, and provided explanations for early volcanism and glaciation on Earth. The hypothesis also allowed for the early appearance of life on Earth, consistent with evidence in early rocks, and offered an explanation for the complex nature of early rocks. However, despite its initial popularity and innovative concepts, the hypothesis eventually fell out of favor due to several issues. In 1939, Lyman Spitzer demonstrated that a column of material drawn out from the sun would dissipate rather than condense. Henry Norris Russell's work in the 1940s showed that if solar material had been pulled away with enough force to account for Jupiter's angular momentum, it would have escaped the solar system entirely. Additionally, the hypothesis couldn't adequately explain the angular momentum distribution in the solar system. In July 2019, a bizarre series of events occurred in the Eltingville neighborhood of Staten Island, New York. This quickly gained notoriety in local and national media and became known as the case of the Staten Island serial pooper. Andrea Rosenblum, a 48-year-old resident of Eltingville, discovered human turds on the street outside her home on July 13, 2019. Initially assuming it was from a dog, Rosenblum's husband cleaned it up without much thought. However, when a similar occurrence happened just a few days later on July 17th, the couple became suspicious and decided to review footage from their home security camera. The surveillance video captured an unidentified man deliberately taking a shit on the street in front of their house on both occasions. The incidents occurred after midnight while the Rosenblum family, including their two children aged 9 and 12, were asleep inside. The footage revealed that the culprit was an adult male of average build. On both occasions, he was seen wearing the same outfit, a dark-colored t-shirt and light shorts. The man was also observed carrying 2 bags as he approached the area. When the incident was reported to the New York City Police Department, Rosenblum was met with a frustrating response. Despite having clear video evidence of the crimes, the police informed her that there was little they could do to address the situation. The reasons for this lack of action were not clearly explained, leaving Rosenblum and her neighbors feeling helpless and disrespected. Between 2003 and 2009, a series of murders and disappearances occurred in and around Rocky Mount, North Carolina, primarily affecting Edgecombe and Halifax counties. This case became known as the Edgecombe County Serial Killer or the Seven Bridges Killer due to the location where many of the victims' bodies were discovered. The first reported victim was Melody Wiggins, a 29-year-old woman whose body was found on June 2, 2005. Her disappearance had been reported just days earlier on May 30th. An autopsy revealed that Wiggins had suffered multiple stab wounds and fatal blunt force trauma to the head. Over the next few years, more victims emerged, including Christine Mary Boone, 43, who was reported missing on January 16, 2007, with her remains not found until March 9, 2010. Jackie Nakelia Thorpe, 35, was reported missing on May 8, 2007. Her decomposed body was discovered on August 17, 2007. Elizabeth Jane Smallwood, 33, whose body was found on a soccer field in Rocky Mount about a week after Thorpe's discovery, had an unclear date of disappearance. Taraha Shanice Nicholson, 28, was reported missing on February 22, 2009. Her body was found on March 7, 2009. Jarnice Latonya Hargrove, 31, reported missing on April 25, 2009. Her remains were discovered on June 29, 2009. Lastly, Roberta Williams, 40, had her body found on March 27, 2010. The victims shared several common characteristics. All were African American women with histories of substance use or prostitution. Many of them knew each other according to family members. This pattern suggested that the killer was targeting a specific demographic, likely due to their vulnerable status and lifestyle. The investigation faced multiple challenges that hindered progress. Decomposition of many bodies made it difficult to determine exact causes of death or collect forensic evidence. Delayed reporting also complicated the timeline. Some victims were not immediately reported missing due to their lifestyles. The rural locations where bodies were discovered posed additional challenges for gathering physical evidence or finding witnesses. Ultimately, investigators struggled to find substantial physical evidence linking the crimes. As the number of victims grew and similarities between the cases became apparent, a special task force was formed. This task force included Edgecombe County Sheriff's investigators, Rocky Mount police officers, and agents from the State Bureau of Investigation. Their primary goal was to determine if the cases were linked and to identify and apprehend the perpetrator. As the investigation into the Edgecombe County serial killings progressed, authorities identified Antoine Maurice Pittman as their primary suspect. Several key factors led investigators to focus on Pittman. The most crucial piece of evidence linking Pittman to the murders was the discovery of his DNA on one of the victims. Specifically, male DNA recovered from the body of 28-year-old Taraha Nicholson matched Pittman's DNA profile, which was on file from his previous criminal offenses. Pittman also had strong connections to the areas where the victims' bodies were discovered. He had lived with his grandparents for several years in Whitakers, a small town just a few miles from where multiple bodies were found along Seven Bridges Road. This geographic proximity raised suspicions about Pittman's potential involvement in the crimes. Furthermore, Pittman was found to have direct connections to some of the victims. Most notably, he admitted to hiring Nicholson for services less than a week before her body was discovered. This admission placed Pittman in close contact with one of the victims shortly before her death, raising further suspicions about his involvement. It was also noted that on April 25, 2009, the same day that victim Jarnice Hargrove disappeared, Pittman was detained by police on Seven Bridges Road under unusual circumstances. He was found unconscious in his car with his pants lowered, approximately 200 yards from where Hargrove's body would later be discovered. This incident, occurring in the same area and time frame as one of the disappearances, drew investigators' attention to Pittman. On top of all of that, Pittman had an extensive criminal record, which included offenses and violence against women. This made him a person of interest in the serial killings. His history as a registered sex offender and previous arrests for assaulting aligned with the profile of the killer authorities were seeking. In 1994, at age 16, Pittman was arrested for attempting to a 2-year-old child. He pleaded guilty to indecent behavior as part of a plea deal and was released on probation in July of that year. In subsequent years, Pittman faced charges for various offenses including theft, assault, resisting arrest, and providing alcohol to minors. In 2007, he was arrested for assaulting a in the same area where other victims had been killed. These are only some of the incidents on his criminal record. In September 2009, Antoine Pittman was arrested and charged with the murder of Taraha Nicholson. Despite circumstantial evidence linking him to other victims, prosecutors only had enough physical evidence to charge him with Nicholson's murder. During his trial, Pittman admitted that he knew Nicholson but pleaded not guilty to her murder. The jury ultimately found him guilty of first-degree murder in Nicholson's death and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite Pittman's conviction for the murder, investigators have struggled to definitively link him to the other victims. The lack of physical evidence connecting Pittman to the remaining murders has left authorities in a difficult position. While circumstantial evidence points to his involvement, prosecutors have been unable to bring charges for the other deaths. One of the most troubling aspects of this case is the possibility that Seven Bridges Road might have been used by multiple unconnected killers to dispose of bodies. The idea of multiple killers operating in the same area adds a layer of complexity to the investigation. It raises questions about whether law enforcement's focus on Pittman may have allowed other potential perpetrators to escape scrutiny. Tammy Lynn Leppert, born on February 5, 1965 in Rockledge, Florida, was a promising young actress and model who suddenly disappeared in 1983. From a young age, Tammy showed a natural talent for performing and modeling. By the time she was 4 years old, she had already begun participating in beauty pageants, eventually amassing an impressive collection of over 280 crowns and titles, including Miss Teen Florida and Miss Sun and Surf. Her appearance, combined with her outgoing personality, made her a natural fit for the entertainment industry. As she entered her teenage years, Tammy began to transition from pageants to acting and modeling professionally. In the early 1980s, her career was on an upward trajectory. She landed small roles in several notable films. Her appearance in Scarface, though brief, was perhaps her most high-profile role. This role, while small, put her in proximity to major Hollywood stars and seemed to hint at a bright future in the industry. The months preceding Tammy's disappearance were marked by a series of troubling incidents and behavioral changes that deeply concerned her family and friends. In July 1982, Tammy landed a role in the film Spring Break. After the movie's premiere in early 1983, she attended a weekend party associated with the film. This event appears to have been a turning point for her. According to her close friend Wing Flanagan, when she returned from this party, she was, quote, a different person. The exact details of what transpired at the party remain unclear, but it's evident that something profoundly affected Tammy. In the weeks following the party, Tammy began exhibiting signs of anxiety and paranoia. She became increasingly withdrawn and started making cryptic statements to her friends and family. She hinted that she had witnessed something disturbing at the party, but refused to provide specifics. This behavior would become a pattern in the coming months. That same year, Tammy secured a small role in the high-profile film Scarface. This should have been an exciting opportunity for the young actress, but it instead became another source of distress. On the fourth day of filming, during a scene involving a simulated shooting, Tammy had a severe reaction. She became visibly upset and anxious to the point where she abruptly left the set and returned home. This behavior was highly unusual for a professional actress and raised concerns among the crew and her family. Upon returning home, Tammy told her mother, Linda Curtis, that she feared someone was trying to kill her. She appeared genuinely terrified, but once again refused to provide details about the source of her fear. This incident marked a significant escalation in Tammy's paranoid behavior. Friends and family shared these additional details in the weeks following the Scarface incident. Tammy began refusing to eat or drink from open containers. She insisted on preparing her own food and would only consume beverages from sealed bottles that she opened herself. She also became hyper-aware of her surroundings, often checking windows and doors for signs of intrusion. It was also reported that Tammy experienced difficulty sleeping and would sometimes wake up in a panic. Her phone conversations were also very secretive, with many calls ending abruptly. Additionally, some family members noted rapid shifts in Tammy's mood, from extreme anxiety to uncharacteristic aggression. Concerned, Tammy's mother decided to seek professional help. She had Tammy undergo a 72-hour mental health evaluation at a local medical center. However, the results of this evaluation were inconclusive. Tests showed no evidence of substance abuse, ruling out substances or alcohol as a cause of her behavior, and doctors found no signs of physical illness that could explain her symptoms. If you recall, I mentioned that Tammy made a statement in regards to her safety. In addition to this, she also said things such as, "I saw something I shouldn't have," and "if anything happens to me, make sure you avenge me." On the day of Tammy's disappearance, July 6, 1983, her mother stated that Tammy's appearance and behavior that morning were noticeably different from her typical routine. Uncharacteristically, Tammy left the house without combing her hair. This was very strange, as she was always meticulous about her appearance, especially given her background in modeling and acting. She was last seen wearing a blue denim skirt and a light blue shirt with flower appliques on the shoulders, along with sandals, and carrying a gray purse. Some accounts have disputed whether she had shoes on when she was last seen, which just adds a layer of confusion to the case. Linda Curtis reported that Tammy seemed oddly calm that morning, which was also strange compared to her recent anxious behavior. This sudden shift in demeanor was puzzling and, in retrospect, potentially ominous. At approximately 11 a.m., Tammy left her home with a 20-year-old male friend named Keith Roberts. The circumstances of this outing remain somewhat unclear. Tammy told her mother they were going to Cocoa Beach, a popular local spot about 15 miles from their home in Rockledge. However, in his statement to the police, Roberts claimed that Tammy had asked to borrow $300 from him and wanted him to drive her to Fort Lauderdale to meet a friend. This contradicted the information Tammy had given her mother about their plans. It's unclear why Tammy chose to go out with Roberts that day, especially given her recent reclusive behavior and her mother's later claim that Tammy was afraid of him. According to Keith Roberts' account to the police, the outing took an unexpected turn. They had only driven about 5 miles when an argument broke out between them. Roberts stated that the disagreement stemmed from his refusal to lend Tammy money and drive her to Fort Lauderdale. As the argument intensified, Tammy reportedly became increasingly upset and agitated. The last confirmed sighting of Tammy occurred in Cocoa Beach, under circumstances that are still disputed. Roberts claimed he pulled into the parking lot of the Glass Bank building, a local landmark in Cocoa Beach that is now demolished. Some reports mention that Tammy was last seen near an Exxon gas station off State Road A1A between 2nd Street North and 3rd Street North in Cocoa Beach. There are discrepancies in reports about whether Tammy voluntarily exited the car or if Roberts made her leave. Some accounts suggest she demanded to be let out, while others imply Roberts may have forced her exit. The exact time Tammy was last seen is not clearly established in available reports, adding another layer of uncertainty to the timeline. After being dropped off, Tammy made several attempts to contact people, indicating she was in some level of distress. She called her Aunt Ginger's nearby costume shop, Balloon Addicts, 3 times, leaving messages. Her aunt was out of town at the time. According to family members who later heard the messages, Tammy sounded scared and seemed to believe she was in genuine danger. Unfortunately, these crucial pieces of evidence have been lost over time. Tammy also tried to call another friend, but they were unable to answer. The identity of this friend and the content of any message left have not been disclosed in available reports. The hours immediately following Tammy's last known sighting are shrouded in mystery. Tammy never returned home that night, which was highly unusual given her recent behavior of staying close to home. Despite her mother's concerns, a missing person report wasn't filed until July 11th, 5 days after the disappearance. This delay may have been due to Tammy's age, 18, and her recent erratic behavior. It may have been thought that she had simply ran away for a bit of time with intentions on returning. Once alerted, local law enforcement began searching the Cocoa Beach area where Tammy was last seen, but no trace of her was found. Several factors complicated the investigation. No physical evidence related to Tammy's disappearance was ever found, making it difficult to establish what might have happened to her. Her erratic behavior and paranoia in the weeks leading up to her disappearance made it challenging for investigators to distinguish between potential real threats and possible mental health issues. The case spawned numerous theories, from voluntary disappearance to involvement with criminal elements, making it difficult for investigators to focus their efforts. The investigation was also hampered by the limited forensic and technological capabilities available in the early 1980s. One of the most prominent suspects in Tammy's disappearance was Christopher Wilder, known as the Beauty Queen Killer. Wilder's modus operandi aligned eerily with the case. He was active in Florida from 1969 to 1984, overlapping with the time of Tammy's disappearance. Wilder specifically targeted young, attractive women, often luring them with promises of modeling opportunities. His cross-country killing spree began just months after Tammy vanished. Her family initially filed a lawsuit against Wilder, believing he was responsible for her disappearance. However, they later dropped the suit due to lack of concrete evidence. Wilder was killed in a police shootout in 1984, taking any potential secrets about Tammy's fate to his grave. Despite the circumstantial connections, no physical evidence has ever tied Wilder to this case. Some investigators argue that Wilder's known victims were typically strangers, whereas Tammy's disappearance seemed to stem from a more personal situation given her paranoid behavior beforehand. Another serial predator active in the area at the time was John Brennan Crutchley, nicknamed the Vampire due to his habit of drinking his victims' blood. Crutchley moved to Brevard County, Florida in 1983, the same year Tammy disappeared, and lived in the same county as her. He was convicted of kidnapping and battery in 1986 and was suspected of potentially killing up to 30 women. While Crutchley's presence in the area is certainly suspicious, authorities were never able to conclusively link him. He committed suicide in prison in 2002, leaving many questions unanswered. Linda Curtis developed a theory that her daughter's disappearance was connected to local organized crime. This theory is based on several factors, including Tammy's extreme paranoia in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, her refusal to eat or drink from open containers, and her claims that they were trying to kill her. Curtis believed Tammy may have witnessed something related to substance trafficking or money laundering operations in the area. Additionally, Tammy reportedly had a traumatic experience at a party following the filming of some projects she was cast for, which seemed to trigger her paranoid behavior. While this theory explains her sudden behavioral changes, no concrete evidence has ever surfaced to support the involvement of organized crime in her disappearance. Some skeptics argue that her paranoia may have been a symptom of an undiagnosed mental health issue rather than a response to genuine threats. As the last known person to see Tammy alive, Keith Roberts has naturally faced scrutiny. Roberts claims he and Tammy argued in his car, resulting in him dropping her off at the Glass Bank building in Cocoa Beach. Some reports suggest she left Robert's car without her shoes or purse, which seems odd if she voluntarily exited the vehicle. Linda claimed that Tammy was actually afraid of Keith, contradicting the idea that she would willingly go somewhere alone with him. Despite these concerns, law enforcement has never considered Roberts a viable suspect. He has maintained his innocence and cooperated with the investigation over the years. The concept of Planet 9 has interested astronomers and space enthusiasts alike since its theoretical proposal in 2016. This hypothetical ninth planet in our solar system has sparked intense debate, ongoing research, and a dedicated search effort that continues to this day. In 2016, astronomers Konstantin Batygin and Michael Brown from the California Institute of Technology proposed the existence of Planet 9 based on peculiar orbital behaviors observed in distant objects beyond Neptune's orbit. Their hypothesis suggests that a massive planet, roughly 5 to 10 times the mass of Earth, could be lurking in the outer reaches of our solar system, influencing the orbits of these distant objects through its gravitational pull. Based on current theoretical models and observational data, Planet 9 is believed to have several defining characteristics. Again, its mass is estimated to be between 5 and 10 times that of Earth, with a predicted size of 2 to 4 times Earth's radius. The orbital parameters suggest a semi-major axis of approximately 460 AU, with an orbital period estimated at around 9,900 years. The planet may have an eccentricity between 0.2 and 0.5 and an inclination of about 16 degrees to the ecliptic plane. In terms of composition, it is thought to be similar to Uranus or Neptune, potentially being either a rocky super-Earth or a gaseous mini-Neptune with an icy core. Several pieces of evidence have been presented to support the existence of Planet 9. One significant observation is the clustering of extreme trans-Neptunian objects. 6 known objects in the distant Kuiper belt exhibit elliptical orbits pointing in the same direction and are tilted about 30 degrees downward compared to the plane of the 8 known planets. Additionally, computer simulations predict that more objects should have orbits tilted at 90 degrees to the solar plane. 5 such objects have been identified. Planet 9 could also explain the 6-degree tilt of the planet's orbital plane relative to the Sun's equator. Furthermore, some Kuiper belt objects orbit in the opposite direction from everything else in the solar system, which can be attributed to Planet 9's gravitational influence. Recent studies show that icy bodies occasionally cross Neptune's orbit, which is difficult to explain without this additional planet's presence. Lastly, there is a smooth decline in the population of objects with perihelia closer to the Sun than Neptune, suggesting gravitational influence from Planet 9. Despite the evidence supporting its existence, Planet 9 remains elusive due to several factors. Its extreme distance means it would receive very little sunlight, making it extremely dim and difficult to detect. The vast area astronomers must search complicates matters further since its exact location is unknown. Additionally, due to its distant orbit, Planet 9 would appear to move very slowly against background stars, making detection challenging. Researchers also face limited observation time, with powerful telescopes necessary for such a search. Several initiatives are currently underway to detect Planet 9. The Subaru telescope in Hawaii is being utilized for this purpose due to its ability to cover large areas of sky quickly. The Vera Rubin Observatory will survey the entire visible sky every few nights, potentially spotting Planet 9 during its observations. The Transiting Exoplanet Survey satellite may also contribute by detecting faint signals indicative of distant planets. Researchers are using data from probes orbiting Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn to look for gravitational effects that might indicate Planet 9's presence. Andrew Gosden was born on July 10, 1993 in Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. He was the second child of Kevin and Glenys Gosden, joining his sister, who was born 2 years earlier. The family lived in the suburb of Balby, a quiet residential area of Doncaster. Kevin and Glenys were both speech and language therapists working for the National Health Service. They were committed Christians and active members of their local Anglican church. However, they made a conscious decision not to impose their religious beliefs on their children. Instead of baptizing Andrew and Charlotte as infants, they held a service of dedication, allowing their children the freedom to make their own choices about faith as they grew older. From an early age, Andrew displayed exceptional intellectual abilities. He learned to read by the age of 2, showing a particular aptitude for mathematics and science. His parents often found themselves in awe of his mathematical skills. Andrew's intelligence led to his enrollment in the National Association for Gifted and Talented Youth, a government program designed to support high-achieving students. Despite his academic prowess, Andrew was described as a quiet and introverted child. He was content being alone and didn't seek out social interactions beyond his immediate family. His father, Kevin, characterized Andrew as a deep thinker who would listen intently but speak only when he felt he had something meaningful to contribute. When Andrew did speak, his words were often thoughtful and insightful, demonstrating a maturity beyond his years. He enjoyed playing video games and listening to bands such as Slipknot, Muse, and Funeral for a Friend. He was less interested in outdoor activities or sports, preferring to spend his free time at home engaged in his personal interests. In the summer of 2006, the year before his disappearance, Andrew attended a 2-week residential summer school at Lancaster University as part of the Gifted and Talented program. This experience was significant as it marked one of the few times Andrew had been away from home for an extended period. He reportedly enjoyed the program and returned home in good spirits. Despite his academic success, there were indications that Andrew sometimes felt unchallenged at school. His father noted that Andrew occasionally expressed boredom with his studies, finding the pace too slow for his advanced abilities. However, this was not seen as a major concern, and Andrew never displayed any serious discontent with his education. In the 18 months leading up to his disappearance, Andrew had made 2 notable changes in his routine. He stopped attending church, a decision his parents respected. Around the same time, he also ceased his involvement with the Cub Scouts. When asked about these decisions, Andrew simply stated that he found them boring, which his parents accepted without pressing the issue. On Friday, September 14th, 2007, the day began like any other for the Gostin family. Andrew, then 14 years old, woke up later than usual that morning. His mother noted that he seemed irritable, which was out of character for the typically even-tempered teenager. This slight deviation from his normal demeanor didn't raise any immediate red flags, as adolescent moodiness isn't uncommon. However, in hindsight, it would become the first subtle indication that something was wrong. At approximately 8:05 a.m., Andrew left the house. A family friend, Reverend Alan Murray, saw him walking across Westfield Park towards his usual bus stop. However, instead of boarding the school bus as expected, Andrew deviated from his routine. Unbeknownst to his family at the time, Andrew made his way to a local ATM. There, he withdrew £200 from his bank account, nearly emptying it. Interestingly, Andrew left behind £100 in birthday money at home. After withdrawing the money, Andrew did something unexpected. He returned home at a time when he knew his family would be out. His sister had already left for school and his parents had departed for work. This calculated move allowed Andrew to enter the house undetected. Once inside, he changed out of his school uniform. He put on a pair of black jeans and a black t-shirt featuring the logo of the band Slipknot. He also took his wallet, keys, and PSP. Notably, he did not take the charger for his PSP. Andrew then left the house for the second time that day, leaving his school uniform behind. His blazer and tie were draped neatly over the back of a chair in his room, while his shirt and trousers were placed in the washing machine. These actions suggested a level of planning and consideration rather than a hasty departure. From his home, Andrew made his way to Doncaster railway station. Andrew approached the ticket counter and purchased a one-way ticket to London King's Cross. The ticket seller, in a later statement, recalled offering Andrew a return ticket for just 50 pence more. However, Andrew declined, insisting on the one-way ticket. This decision has been endlessly analyzed in the years since, with many wondering why a 14-year-old boy would choose not to secure a way back home. At 9:35 a.m., Andrew boarded the train to London. A woman who sat next to him during the journey later came forward with information. She described Andrew as quiet and engrossed in his PSP game throughout the trip. This passenger account provides one of the last known descriptions of Andrew's behavior before his disappearance. The train arrived at King's Cross Station in London at 11:20 a.m. CCTV footage captured Andrew's arrival, showing him leaving the main concourse of the station at 11:25 a.m. In the footage, he can be seen wearing his black jeans and Slipknot t-shirt, carrying a small black shoulder bag. This CCTV image would become iconic in the search for Andrew, widely circulated in the media and on missing person posters. After leaving King's Cross Station, Andrew's movements became a mystery. Despite extensive investigations and public appeals, no confirmed sightings of Andrew after this point have ever been established. The investigation into the disappearance began on the evening of September 14, 2007, when his family reported him missing to South Yorkshire Police at around 7 p.m. The initial response and subsequent investigation contained a series of actions, some of which would later be criticized for their timing and thoroughness. Upon receiving the report, police initiated standard missing person protocols. Officers were dispatched to the Ghost Inn home to gather initial information and conduct a preliminary search of the immediate area. They interviewed family members to establish a timeline of events and gather details about Andrew's usual routines, friends, and potential destinations. A thorough search of the residence was conducted. Officers noted that Andrew's school uniform was found neatly placed with his blazer and tie draped over a chair and his shirt and trousers in the washing machine. The discovery that Andrew had left behind his chargers and a substantial amount of birthday money puzzled investigators, as these items would typically be taken by someone planning to run away. Investigators quickly established contact with Macaulay Catholic High School, where Andrew was a student. They learned that Andrew had not attended school that day, which was highly unusual given his perfect attendance record. The school's attempt to notify his parents of his absence had failed due to a clerical error, with the call being made to the wrong family. This miscommunication resulted in a significant delay in realizing Andrew was missing. In the first 24 to 48 hours, local searches were conducted in areas Andrew was known to frequent. This included parks, libraries, and areas around his school. Police also checked with local hospitals and transport hubs to rule out any accidents or medical emergencies. One of the early breakthroughs came from checking Andrew's bank account activity. Investigators discovered that Andrew had withdrawn money from his account on the morning of his disappearance. This information provided a crucial lead, suggesting that Andrew's disappearance might have been planned rather than the result of an abduction on his way to school. Following the discovery of the bank withdrawal, police focused their attention on Doncaster railway station. They interviewed staff and reviewed ticket sales records. A ticket seller recalled Andrew purchasing a one-way ticket to London King's Cross, refusing the offer of a cheaper return ticket. This information was not immediately available to investigators and was only uncovered several days into the investigation. One of the most significant aspects of the initial investigation, and one that would later draw criticism, was the handling of CCTV footage. South Yorkshire Police requested that British Transport Police review footage from Doncaster Station within 2 days of Andrew's disappearance. However, due to the volume of footage and the initial lack of information about Andrew's movements, BTP was unable to identify him in the crowds. It wasn't until 3 weeks after the disappearance that a more thorough review of the footage from King's Cross Station in London was conducted. This delay would later be a point of contention, as much potentially crucial CCTV footage from other locations in London had been overwritten by this time, following standard retention policies. Once it was established that Andrew had traveled to London, the Metropolitan Police became involved in the investigation. Searches were conducted around King's Cross Station and popular tourist destinations. However, the 3-week delay in identifying Andrew on the King's Cross CCTV meant that many potential leads and sightings from the day of his disappearance could no longer be corroborated with video evidence. As news of Andrew's disappearance spread, several reported sightings came in. One significant report came from a woman who believed she had seen Andrew at a Pizza Hut on Oxford Street in London on the day he disappeared. However, police did not follow up on this lead for 6 weeks, by which time any potential CCTV footage had been deleted. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation expanded. International missing persons databases were updated and Andrew's information was shared with Interpol. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged attempting to explain Andrew Gostin's mysterious disappearance. While none have been definitively proven, each offers a potential scenario that investigators and the public have considered. One theory suggests that Andrew may have been groomed by an adult predator, potentially leading to his trip to London. However, this theory faces significant challenges. Andrew didn't own a mobile phone and had limited access to the internet. The family computer was primarily used by his sister, and investigations found no evidence of extensive online activity by Andrew. Police investigations, including checks with Sony regarding Andrew's PSP, revealed no online accounts or significant digital presence. Given Andrew's introverted nature and close family relationships, it seems unlikely he could have engaged in extensive secret communications without anyone noticing. Despite these challenges, some argue that Andrew could have found ways to communicate discreetly, perhaps perhaps using school computers or public libraries. However, investigations of these avenues yielded no evidence supporting this theory. Others speculate that Andrew intentionally ran away, possibly due to unknown personal issues. His decision to purchase only a one-way ticket to London, despite being offered a return, suggests he may not have intended to come back. Additionally, Andrew withdrew £200 from his bank account, nearly emptying it, which could indicate preparation for a longer absence. A popular theory suggests Andrew went to London to attend a concert or event. The band 30 Seconds to Mars was playing in London on the evening of Andrew's disappearance. Some claim a photo from the concert shows someone resembling Andrew, though this has never been confirmed. There were also events occurring around the same time by other bands as well, and as we know, Andrew did have a fond interest in music. This theory branches off and suggests that Andrew may have had a run-in with a criminal of some sort while in London. The search for Andrew has continued for nearly 2 decades. His family has worked tirelessly to keep the case in public view by distributing flyers and collaborating with missing people charity organizations. Age progression images have been released periodically to show how Andrew might look as he aged. For instance, in 2019, South Yorkshire Police released an age progression image depicting him at age 26. The Hodge conjecture stands as one of the most intriguing unsolved problems in modern mathematics. Proposed by Scottish mathematician William Valence Douglas Hodge in 1950, this conjecture involves algebraic geometry and complex geometry, aiming to bridge the gap between algebraic topology and the study of subvarieties in complex algebraic varieties. At its core, the Hodge conjecture posits a connection between certain topological features of complex algebraic varieties and their algebraic subvarieties. Specifically, it suggests that Hodge classes, which are particular cohomology classes, can be expressed as linear combinations of the cohomology classes of algebraic subvarieties. This seemingly abstract statement carries deep implications for our understanding of the structure of mathematical objects. While the Hodge conjecture remains unproven in its full generality, mathematicians have made significant progress in specific cases. It has been verified for varieties of dimension up to 3 and for certain types of algebraic varieties, including some abelian varieties. However, the main challenge lies in bridging the vast conceptual gap between the topological nature of cohomology classes and the algebraic nature of subvarieties, requiring sophisticated techniques from various branches of mathematics. While primarily a problem in pure mathematics, the resolution of the Hodge conjecture could have far-reaching implications. In theoretical physics, it might lead to advancements in our understanding of the geometric structures underlying physical theories, particularly in string theory. The ongoing efforts to prove or disprove the conjecture continue to drive research and innovation in algebraic geometry, complex analysis, and related fields, showcasing the deep interconnections within modern mathematics. The Guccifer 2 persona came onto the scene on June 15, 2016 with a blog post on WordPress. Claiming responsibility for breaching the Democratic National Committee network, this mysterious figure asserted to be a lone Romanian hacker, deliberately echoing the moniker of the original Marcel Lazar Lehel. This carefully crafted narrative aimed to deflect suspicion from state-sponsored activities and muddy the waters of attribution. The timing of Guccifer's appearance was significant, coming shortly after cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike publicly attributed the DNC intrusion to Russian intelligence services. Following the initial blog post, Guccifer engaged in a series of activities designed to bolster credibility and disseminate stolen information. These included releasing numerous documents allegedly stolen from the DNC, such as opposition research on then-candidate Donald Trump and personal information of Democratic donors. The persona actively communicated with various media outlets, offering exclusive access to stolen documents and attempting to shape the narrative around the DNC hack. On July 22, 2016, Guccifer claimed responsibility for providing WikiLeaks with the DNC emails that the organization subsequently published. In September 2016, the persona even made a remote appearance at a London cybersecurity conference, releasing additional stolen documents. Throughout these activities, Guccifer maintained the facade of being an independent hacker with no ties to Russia. However, cybersecurity experts and US intelligence agencies quickly began to question this. As investigators and cybersecurity experts scrutinized Guccifer's activities and communications, a number of inconsistencies and telltale signs emerged that pointed to a sophisticated disinformation campaign. Linguistic analysis revealed that despite claiming to be Romanian, the figure demonstrated poor command of the Romanian language when pressed to communicate in it. Experts noted that the persona's writing patterns were more consistent with a native Russian speaker. Technical slip-ups also provided crucial evidence. Metadata analysis of documents released by Guccifer revealed Russian language settings and editing on some files, contradicting the claim of a Romanian origin. In a critical mistake, they once failed to activate a VPN before logging on, exposing an IP address associated with GRU headquarters in Moscow. Additionally, some of the documents Guccifer claimed to have stolen appeared to be forgeries or manipulations of publicly available information, mixed with genuine stolen data. The timing and motivation behind Guccifer's emergence, immediately after CrowdStrike's attribution of the DNC hack to Russia, suggested a deliberate attempt to create a cover story. As evidence mounted, the US intelligence community reached a consensus regarding Guccifer's true nature. In a joint statement released on October 7, 2016, the Department of Homeland Security and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declared their confidence that the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from US persons and institutions, including US political organizations. They stated that the disclosures on sites like Dcleaks.com and WikiLeaks, as well as by the Guccifer persona, were consistent with the methods and motivations of Russian-directed efforts. This assessment was based on a combination of signals intelligence, forensic analysis of the DNC intrusion, and broader patterns of Russian cyber activities observed by US intelligence agencies. The saga took a significant turn with the appointment of Special Counsel Robert Mueller to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 election. Mueller's team conducted an extensive investigation into various aspects of Russian activities, including the DNC hack and the persona. On July 13, 2018, Mueller's office issued an indictment against 12 GRU officers for their roles in the DNC hack and subsequent influence operations. This indictment provided the most detailed public account of the Russian intelligence operation, confirming that Guccifer was not an individual hacker, but a persona created and operated by a unit within the GRU. It detailed how GRU officers used the Guccifer persona to release documents stolen from the DNC and DCC, and to communicate with US persons and media outlets. The indictment also revealed that WikiLeaks had actively solicited stolen documents from Guccifer, knowing that the persona was a front for Russian intelligence. This official confirmation effectively ended any remaining doubt about Guccifer's true nature and purpose. However, it should be stated that there are many who don't believe the information provided is enough to confirm the conclusions. Cassiopeia A is a supernova remnant that has intrigued astronomers for decades, offering a unique look into the death of a massive star. Located approximately 11,000 light-years away in the constellation Cassiopeia, this cosmic relic spans about 10 light-years across and is estimated to be around 340 years old from Earth's perspective. Its study has provided invaluable insights into stellar evolution, element creation, and the processes that shape our universe. One of the most intriguing aspects of Cass A is the apparent lack of historical records of its progenitor supernova, which is believed to have occurred around 1680. Despite being in an era of active astronomical observation, there are no definitive accounts of anyone witnessing this event, which should have been quite spectacular. The only potential sighting comes from English astronomer John Flamsteed, who recorded a 6th magnitude star near Cass A's position in his star catalog. However, this observation is disputed due to a 10 arcminute discrepancy in the recorded position, which is considered too large given Flamsteed's usual precision. Several theories attempt to explain the supernova's apparent invisibility. One possibility is that interstellar dust absorption significantly dimmed its visible light, as the supernova's location within the dusty plane of the Milky Way could have obscured the event. Another theory suggests that the progenitor star may have been exceptionally massive and had already ejected much of its outer layers before the explosion, creating a cloaking effect. Lastly, observational limitations of the time might have led to the supernova being observed but recorded incorrectly or mistaken for an existing star. A recent discovery in Cas A is the Green Monster, a strange structure first identified in JWST infrared data in April 2023. The Green Monster appears as a loop extending across the right side of Cas A's central cavity and shows less iron and silicon compared to the supernova debris, suggesting a different origin. Data indicate that the Green Monster is moving towards us, plowing into the star's ejected gas on the near side of Cas A. This structure is believed to have formed when the supernova's blast wave slammed into surrounding material ejected by the star thousands of years before the explosion. Ongoing studies aim to better understand Cas A's dust content, which could inform theories about dust in early galaxies. Combining data from various observatories is providing a more comprehensive understanding of its structure and evolution. The Beale ciphers began in January 1820 when a man named Thomas J. Beale arrived in Lynchburg, Virginia. He checked into the Washington Hotel, owned by Robert Morris, and was described as a handsome man with jet black eyes and hair, standing about 6 feet tall. He was said to have a darker complexion as a result of being exposed to the elements for an extended period. According to the story, Beale was the leader of a group of 30 adventurers from Virginia who had embarked on a journey across America in April 1817. After traveling through the western plains, they arrived in Santa Fe before heading north in search of buffalo. During their expedition, the group allegedly discovered a rich storage of gold and silver in a small ravine. Over the next 18 months, Beale and his companions mined the site, accumulating a large quantity of gold and silver. They decided to move their newfound wealth to a secure location in Virginia. To reduce the weight, Beale exchanged some of the gold and silver for jewels in St. Louis. In 1820, Beale traveled to Lynchburg, found a suitable location, and buried the treasure. He returned to the hotel at the end of winter and entrusted Morris with a locked iron box, claiming it contained papers of value and importance. Beale instructed Morris to keep the box safe and only open it if Beale or his associates did not return within 10 years. The iron box contained a letter explaining the situation and 3 sheets of paper covered in numbers. These numbered sheets are the famous Beale ciphers, each rumored to contain different information: the exact location of the buried treasure, a description of the treasure's contents, and a list of the names of Beale's associates and their next of kin. Beale's letter stated that a key required to decipher the sheets would be sent to Morris by a third party. However, this key never arrived. After waiting for 23 years, Morris opened the box in 1845. Unable to decipher the text himself, he eventually shared the story with a friend. This unnamed friend spent the next 2 decades attempting to crack the ciphers. The friend's efforts paid off partially when he managed to decipher the second text. He used the United States Declaration of Independence as a key, employing a book cipher method. Each number in the cipher corresponded to a word in the declaration, and the first letter of that word was used to construct the message. The decrypted message from the second cipher revealed the alleged contents of the treasure: approximately 35,052 troy ounces of gold, 61,200 troy ounces of silver, and jewels valued at $13,000 in the 1820s. In today's terms, this treasure would be worth well over $40 million. The message described the treasure's location as being in the county of Bedford, about 4 miles from Beaufort's, in an excavation or vault 6 feet below the surface of the ground. It also detailed how the treasure was packed in iron pots with iron covers, stored in a vault roughly lined with stone. In 1885, a pamphlet titled The Beale Papers was published, bringing the story of the ciphers to public attention. The pamphlet, written by the anonymous friend of Morris, contained the full story of the treasure, including the ciphers and Beale's letters of explanation. This publication sparked widespread interest in the Beale ciphers, attracting countless individuals from amateur enthusiasts to professional cryptographers. Some of the most brilliant minds in cryptography have attempted to crack the remaining 2 ciphers. Herbert O. Yardley, founder of the U.S. Cipher Bureau, and Colonel William Friedman, a dominant figure in American code breaking during the first half of the 20th century, both took an interest in the ciphers. Friedman even incorporated the Beale ciphers into the training program of the Signal Intelligence Service. In more recent times, computer scientists have applied their skills to the problem. Despite these efforts, success has remained elusive. Many have tried using various historical texts as keys, including the US Constitution, the Bible, the Magna Carta, and other iconic documents. However, none of these attempts have yielded coherent results for the first and third ciphers. The allure of a hidden treasure worth millions has inspired numerous treasure hunts over the years. Bedford County, Virginia has seen its fair share of treasure hunters. Some of these hunts have taken extreme forms, with reports of individuals spending vast sums of money on excavation equipment, using explosives, and even resorting to illegal activities in their quest for the Beale treasure. To facilitate and organize search efforts, the Beale Cipher Association was established, holding regular workshops, talks, and seminars about the cipher's details. While the Beale ciphers have captivated many, there is significant debate about their authenticity. Several factors have led some researchers to suspect that the entire story might be an elaborate hoax. These include linguistic anachronisms in Beale's letters, statistical anomalies in the unsolved ciphers, similarities in writing styles between the pamphlet and Beale's letters, historical inconsistencies, and the lack of corroborating evidence for Thomas J. Beale or his treasure. Despite these concerns, some researchers argue for the authenticity of the Beale ciphers. They point to historical context that aligns with some aspects of the story, a Cheyenne legend from around 1820 that tells of gold and silver being taken from the west and buried in eastern mountains, potential identities of Beale found in Virginia census records, and a connection to St. Louis that aligns with the story's claims. We already mentioned that there are theories that the ciphers are part of a hoax. Another intriguing theory proposed by Joe Nickell in his 1982 analysis suggests that the tale might be a secret vault allegory of the Freemasons. This interpretation is supported by the fact that James B. Ward, the pamphlet's publisher, was known to be a Freemason. The story contains elements that align with Masonic symbolism, such as the concept of hidden knowledge and the use of ciphers. Additionally, the recurring appearance of the number 3 in the story is significant in Masonry, lending further credence to this theory. Some have even speculated that Edgar Allan Poe might have been the real author of the Beale ciphers. This theory draws on Poe's well-documented fascination with cryptography, as evidenced in his story The Gold Bug, and perceived similarities in writing style between Poe's works and the Beale papers. However, this theory is easily debunked by the timeline, as Poe died in 1849, well before the publication of the Beale papers in 1885. Another interpretation suggests that the entire story was concocted as a scheme to sell pamphlets. This theory is supported by the relatively high price of the original pamphlet, which was 50 cents in 1885, along with the lack of any verifiable evidence for Thomas J. Beale or his treasure, and the convenient unsolvability of 2 of the 3 ciphers, which could maintain public interest indefinitely. Others have proposed that the Beale ciphers were created by the US government as a means of testing and training cryptanalysts. This speculation is fueled by the involvement of high-profile cryptographers like Herbert O. Yardley and William Friedman in attempts to solve the ciphers, as well as the use of the ciphers in professional cryptography training programs. However, there's no concrete evidence to support this theory, and it fails to explain the public nature of the ciphers' release. Logan Schindelman was born on June 27, 1996 in Tumwater, Washington, a small city located just south of the state capital, Olympia. Logan had a complex family dynamic that would shape his early years and later influence his sense of identity. Logan's mother, Hannah, gave birth to him at the age of 23 and was at a crossroads in her life. Passionate about art, she made the difficult decision to move to Seattle to pursue her dreams of attending art school shortly after Logan's birth. Logan's father was largely absent from his life. The circumstances surrounding his parents' relationship remain unclear, but what is known is that his father left the United States before Logan was born, returning to Saudi Arabia. With the move to Seattle and his father's absence, Logan's care fell to his maternal grandmother, Virginia Ginny Gibo. Ginny became the primary caregiver not only for Logan, but also for his older half-sister, Chloe. The Gibo household in Tumwater became Logan's stable home environment, with Ginny assuming legal guardianship of both children. Logan attended Tumwater High School, where he quickly distinguished himself both academically and athletically. However, it was also around this time where he began to grapple with his mixed race identity. His grandmother noted that he experienced an identity crisis, which was exacerbated by the predominantly white demographic of Tumwater. This internal struggle came to a head during his senior year of high school when Logan attended a party where he faced racist remarks. The incident deeply affected him, causing him to distance himself from his friend group. After graduating high school in 2015, Logan made a last-minute decision to enroll at Washington State University in Pullman, approximately 300 miles away from Tumwater. This decision was influenced by his desire to distance himself from the racial incident and start anew. At WSU, Logan reportedly made new friends, but his academic performance suffered. He failed to attend classes regularly and ultimately failed out of college after his freshman year. In 2016, Logan returned to Tumwater, moving back in with his grandmother and step-grandfather Bill. His sister Chloe and her boyfriend were also living in the house at this time. He began working various odd jobs to support himself. He took on work at a laundering facility and also helped out on his great-aunt Mary Ware's 5-acre farm. These jobs, while providing income, were a far cry from the promising future that many had envisioned for the former star athlete and good student. During this period, Logan's grandmother observed that he seemed directionless, unsure of what he wanted to do with his life. The transition from being a successful student to a college dropout, working odd jobs, was undoubtedly challenging for Logan, potentially adding on to his existing struggles with identity and purpose. Furthermore, this is when Logan began to start using marijuana. His grandmother was concerned that this was causing Logan to have fits of slight paranoia. In the days leading up to Logan's disappearance, it became more apparent that the young man was struggling with his mental state. One of the most notable occurrences was Logan's cryptic text message to a woman he had met on a dating app. The message, sent sometime during the week of his disappearance, read, "I hope to survive this week." This ominous statement raised numerous questions about Logan's state of mind. It was unclear if he was in danger from some sort of outside influence, or if he was a danger to himself. The recipient of this message, whose identity remains undisclosed, could not provide additional context to investigators, leaving this exchange open to interpretation. Logan's grandmother observed that he seemed more nervous than usual, describing him as being, quote, on a mission. This shift in demeanor was particularly notable given Logan's typically calm and easygoing nature. Ginny's observations suggest that Logan might have been preoccupied with something significant, though he didn't share the details with her. On May 18, 2016, just 2 days before his car was found abandoned, Logan had a conversation with his grandmother that would later be scrutinized by investigators and family members. During this exchange, Logan told Ginny that he had experienced an epiphany. This revelation was apparently significant enough for Logan to mention, yet he was either unable or unwilling to explain it further. When pressed for details, Logan simply said he couldn't really explain it. On the morning of May 19, 2016, Logan had an early interaction with his grandmother in their kitchen. This encounter, occurring around 7:30 a.m., was unusual as Logan typically wasn't an early riser. During this brief exchange, Logan once again mentioned his epiphany and wanted to discuss it further. However, due to Ginny's work commitments, the conversation was postponed. This would be the last time Ginny saw her grandson. Throughout that day, Logan's movements and activities remain largely unknown. Neighbors reported seeing him going about his day as usual, with no apparent signs of distress or unusual behavior. When Ginny returned home from work that evening, expecting to have the promised conversation about Logan's epiphany, she found both Logan and his car missing. Initially, she wasn't overly concerned, assuming he might be visiting friends or his mother in nearby Olympia. As the evening progressed and Logan didn't return, Ginny's concern grew. She attempted to track Logan's cell phone, a method she had used in the past to check on his whereabouts. The phone's signal was pinging near Olympia, which initially reassured Ginny. However, as hours passed without contact, her worry intensified. The following day, May 20th, marked the beginning of the strange series of events that would define Logan's disappearance. At approximately 2 p.m., multiple calls to police were received, reporting a car drifting across lanes of traffic on Interstate 5, south of Olympia near milepost 92. The vehicle, later identified as Logan's 1996 Chrysler Sebring convertible, was seen crossing 3 lanes of traffic before striking the center barrier. One of the most intriguing aspects of this incident was a report from a truck driver who claimed to have seen a man jumping out of the passenger side of the vehicle and running into the nearby woods. The description provided by the truck driver did not match Logan's appearance. The man was described as a white person with brown or red hair. When authorities arrived at the scene, they found Logan's car abandoned. Inside the vehicle, they discovered Logan's wallet, driver's license, cell phone, and other personal items. It seemed unlikely that someone planning to leave voluntarily would abandon such essential items. The discovery of the car prompted an immediate search of the surrounding area. Law enforcement conducted a 6-hour search with cadaver and tracking dogs in the woods where the unidentified man was reportedly seen running. Despite their efforts, no trace of Logan or the mysterious man was found. As news of the abandoned car spread, additional witness accounts emerged. A woman reported seeing Logan with 2 white men standing at the back of his car on the morning of May 20th. According to her account, the car was parked on the right shoulder of Interstate 5 near exit 95, just a short distance from where it was later found abandoned. The witness described seeing the same car in the same location that evening, but this time with the hood lifted and no one visibly present. One man was described as being around 6 feet tall with a thin build, blonde hair in a bowl cut, wearing a tank top and jean shorts. The other man was said to have shoulder-length blonde hair and was wearing a flannel shirt with jeans. These descriptions did not match the man reported by the truck driver, adding more confusion to the case. Later in the evening of May 20th, there was an additional reported sighting that may or may not have been related to Logan's case. A naked teenager was reportedly seen in the area, though it's unclear if the sighting was connected to Logan's disappearance. This report has been a point of interest for investigators who have attempted to determine if it could be related to Logan or if it was an unconnected incident. On May 23, 2016, after days of mounting concern and no contact from Logan, Ginny filed a missing persons report with the Thurston County Sheriff's Office. This official report marked the beginning of the formal investigation into Logan's disappearance. Logan's family played an active role in the search efforts, particularly his uncle Mike Ware, a retired Thurston County sheriff. Mike utilized his law enforcement experience to organize and lead searches focusing on a 2-mile radius surrounding the location where Logan's car was found. These family-led efforts complemented the official investigation, with volunteers combing through areas that might have been overlooked in the initial searches. As the case gained more attention, the Schendelman family hired a private investigator to assist in the search. This investigator brought fresh eyes to the case, re-examining evidence and pursuing leads that might have been overlooked. Despite these efforts, the private investigation did not uncover significant new information, highlighting the challenging nature of the case. The investigation also explored potential connections to Logan's personal life. Investigators questioned Chloe's boyfriend, who had recently moved into the household. The boyfriend was ultimately cleared as a suspect after passing a polygraph examination. As time passed without significant breakthroughs, the investigation began to utilize more advanced techniques. Detectives re-examined physical evidence collected from Logan's car using updated forensic methods. They also conducted new searches of the areas surrounding where the car was found, using more sophisticated search equipment and techniques that weren't available during the initial investigation. Based on the woman's description, on June 30th, 2017, law enforcement released a police sketch of one of the unknown men reportedly seen with Logan's car. The release of this sketch was a strategic move to generate new leads and potentially identify individuals who might have information about Logan's disappearance. Detectives distributed the sketch widely, hoping that someone in the community might recognize the individual and come forward with information. One of the primary theories surrounding Logan's disappearance is that he chose to leave of his own accord. This speculation is rooted in several factors, including Logan's recent struggles with his identity. Additionally, Logan's academic setbacks, having dropped out of college after his freshman year, may have left him feeling directionless and uncertain about his future. The epiphany Logan mentioned to his grandmother on the morning of his disappearance has been interpreted by some as a possible decision to make a significant life change. However, this theory has several weaknesses. Logan left behind his wallet, cell phone, and other personal items in his car, which seems inconsistent with a planned departure. Furthermore, his family has stated that it would be out of character for Logan to leave without informing them or maintaining some form of contact. Another prominent theory is that Logan fell victim to foul play. This speculation is supported by several unusual circumstances, including the manner in which Logan's car was found drifting across lanes of traffic on Interstate 5, which suggests a potentially dangerous or violent situation. Then there were the reports of Logan with two unidentified men on the morning of his disappearance. Logan's cryptic text message, "I hope to survive this week," sent to a woman he met on a dating app, has also been interpreted by some as an indication that Logan may have been facing some form of threat. Some speculate that Logan's marijuana use might have led him into dangerous circles or situations. However, there's no concrete evidence linking his drug use to any specific individuals or scenarios that could explain his disappearance. A third theory posits that Logan may have experienced a mental health crisis leading to his disappearance. Some interpret Logan's mention of an epiphany as a possible sign of a mental break or the onset of a psychotic episode. His grandmother noted that Logan seemed unusually nervous and on a mission the morning he disappeared, which could be indicative of an altered mental state. This theory suggests that Logan might have wandered off in a confused state, possibly succumbing to the elements or encountering a dangerous situation while disoriented. However, this doesn't fully explain the witness accounts of Logan with other individuals or the strange circumstances surrounding his abandoned car. Others speculate that Logan might have died accidentally, possibly due to drug use or misadventure, and that the individuals seen with him may have panicked and attempted to cover up his death. This could explain the erratic movement of Logan's car on the highway and the unidentified man seen fleeing from the vehicle. It might also account for why Logan's personal belongings were left in the car, as those involved in a cover-up might not have wanted to risk taking identifiable items. However, this theory lacks concrete evidence and doesn't fully explain why no trace of Logan has been found despite extensive searches. The Exmoor body mystery began on March 13, 2002, when a park ranger conducting his routine rounds in Exmoor National Park made an unexpected discovery. Near Winsford Hill, close to Halse Lane, the ranger came across several plastic bags dumped by the roadside. At first glance, the ranger assumed the bags contained animal remains, which was not an uncommon occurrence in the area. Wildlife fatalities or illegal dumping of animal carcasses were issues the park staff occasionally encountered. Following standard procedure for such findings, they collected the bags without opening them, intending to dispose of the contents properly. The bags were then transported to the Devon and Somerset Staghounds kennels, where an incinerator was available for safely disposing of animal remains. It wasn't until March 14th that kennel staff decided to inspect the contents before incineration. Upon opening the bags, they were met with a horrifying sight. The remains were not those of an animal, but a human. Immediately, the kennel staff contacted the local police. Detective Chief Inspector Barry Douglas was assigned to lead the investigation. The initial examination of the remains revealed that they belonged to a male individual. Forensic anthropologists estimated the man could have been anywhere from his 20s to 30s at the time of death. The body was in an advanced state of decomposition, indicating that a significant amount of time had passed since the individual's death. The body was carefully wrapped in multiple layers, suggesting a deliberate attempt to conceal the remains. The outermost layer consisted of black plastic bags, which were likely used to make the package easier to transport and less conspicuous. Beneath the plastic, investigators found a single duvet and a green single bedsheet. The use of these items might indicate that the body was initially stored or prepared for disposal in a residential setting. The choice of a green bedsheet is noteworthy, as it could have been selected to blend in with the moorland environment where the body was dumped. Among the wrappings was also a white pillowcase. Upon closer inspection, it was identified as coming from a linen hire service that supplied hotels and restaurants throughout the southwest of England. This discovery suggests a possible connection to the hospitality industry in the region. The victim was found wearing Adidas shorts and underwear. Perhaps the most intriguing piece of evidence was a distinctive 22-karat gold pendant found with the body. This pendant featured an inscription of verse 255 from the Quran, known as the throne verse or Ayat al-Kursi. The presence of this religious artifact immediately led investigators to consider that the victim might have been Muslim. Further analysis determined that the pendant was likely manufactured in Pakistan and was of a style commonly worn in the Gujarat area of India. This piece of jewelry became a central focus of the investigation, potentially offering insights into the victim's cultural or religious background. Electron microscope examination of some of the man's ribs showed metallic traces consistent with stabbing by a sharp or bladed object, possibly a knife. However, due to the decomposed state of the remains, investigators could not definitively conclude that these injuries were the cause of death, but they strongly indicate foul play and rule out the possibility of a natural death or accident. Based on the forensic evidence, investigators estimated that the man had died violently between late 1999 and 2000. However, the body was not believed to have been deposited on Exmoor until sometime after May 2001. This time, a gap of potentially up to 2 years between death and disposal suggests that whoever was responsible for the man's death had access to facilities where the body could be stored for an extended period, possibly in cold storage. This detail could point towards someone with access to industrial refrigeration units or perhaps someone in the medical or mortuary field. Law enforcement launched an extensive investigation codenamed Operation Glacier. Their efforts included numerous public appeals for information, including international inquiries and a TV reconstruction in 2002. Police went through national and international missing persons databases, which initially yielded 2,366 potential matches. Of these, 2,357 were eventually discounted and the remaining were investigated without success. Both clay and computer-generated likenesses of the victim were created and released to the public in hopes of identifying him. In June 2017, police made a renewed appeal for information on BBC One's Crime Watch Roadshow. Extensive forensic tests were conducted, including the development of a full DNA profile of the victim. Despite these efforts, which are estimated to have cost over £120,000, the identity of the man and his killer remain unknown. One prevalent theory suggests that the victim may have been a refugee or illegal immigrant working in the local area, possibly in the hospitality industry. This theory is supported by the pillowcase found with the body, which was traced to a linen service supplying hotels. If true, this could explain why no missing person report was filed, as his colleagues might have feared exposing themselves to authorities. Another possibility is that the man was involved in illegal activities, perhaps as part of an organized criminal gang. This theory could account for the violent nature of his death and the elaborate efforts to conceal his body. It might also explain the lack of a missing person report if his associates were unwilling to draw attention to his disappearance. Some speculate that the man might have been living a solitary life, legally in the country, but not well known in the community. In this scenario, his disappearance might have gone unnoticed, with people assuming he had simply left the area. This theory aligns with the forensic evidence suggesting he had been living in the Southwest for several years. Philip K. Dick's two 374 experiences are regarded as some of the most intriguing accounts within science fiction. These occurrences, which took place in February and March of 1974, would come to define the latter part of his life as he tried to understand and explain them. The catalyst for his experiences came in the wake of dental surgery to remove impacted wisdom teeth. As he recovered at home, a pharmacy delivery person arrived with pain medication. Philip noticed a delivery person wearing a necklace bearing an ichthys symbol, commonly associated with early Christianity. When he asked about it, her explanation seemed to unlock a floodgate of visions and altered perceptions for Philip. In this moment, he felt himself transported to ancient Rome. He described the experience as a form of anamnesis, a sudden lifting of forgetfulness that revealed memories of being a secret Christian in Roman times. This initial vision was characterized by a sense of oppression, with Philip perceiving Rome as a black, prison-like place. However, this was offset by an overwhelming feeling of joy at the knowledge that Jesus had recently walked among them and would soon return. The weeks that followed brought a bunch of additional visionary experiences. Philip reported seeing a hallucinatory slideshow of abstract patterns and images. He also described perceiving an information-rich pink beam of light, which he believed was transmitting divine or extraterrestrial knowledge directly into his mind. These experiences were not merely passive observations. Philip felt he was receiving profound insights and information from an external source. One of the most striking and concrete outcomes of the visionary state occurred when Philip suddenly felt he had received knowledge about his infant son Christopher's health. Philip became convinced that his son had an undiagnosed medical condition that required immediate attention. Acting on this intuition, he insisted that Christopher be taken to a doctor. To the family's surprise, the examination revealed that the child indeed had a hernia requiring surgical intervention. This event seemed to validate, at least for Philip, the reality and significance of his experiences. From 1974 until his death in 1982, he devoted a significant portion of his time and energy to understanding and explaining these events. This effort resulted in what came to be known as the Exegesis, a massive, sprawling journal that eventually encompassed over 8,000 handwritten pages. In this work, Philip explored countless theories and interpretations of his experiences, drawing on a wide range of philosophical, religious, and scientific ideas. Throughout the exegesis and in his later fictional works, Philip proposed numerous interpretations of his experiences. He often referred to the source of his visions as zebra, God, or Valis, meaning vast active living intelligence system, conceptualizing it as a transcendent cosmic intelligence. He came to believe that the universe itself was a vast living entity, possibly resembling an AI system or computer, with humans serving as constituent parts of this larger organism. Philip's theories often centered on the idea of hidden realities, suggesting that his experiences had revealed layers of existence normally concealed from human perception. He explored concepts of time distortion, sometimes feeling he was experiencing multiple time periods simultaneously, or that linear time was an illusion. His ideas frequently aligned with ancient Gnostic beliefs about hidden knowledge and a flawed material world created by an imperfect demiurge. Another recurring theme in the interpretations was the concept of information transfer. Philip believed he was receiving downloads of complex information and knowledge from an external source. Interestingly, he often noted that profound truths or divine messages might be found in unexpected, mundane, or even trashy sources, a concept he referred to as the trash stratum. In 1898, during the construction of the Uganda Railway by the British Empire, 2 male lions terrorized workers in the Tsavo region of Kenya. The railway project, aimed at connecting Uganda with the Indian Ocean port of Kilindini Harbor, brought thousands of workers, primarily from India, to the East African wilderness. Lieutenant Colonel John Henry Patterson, an Irish-born British military engineer, arrived at the Tsavo camp in March 1898 to oversee the construction of a railway bridge over the Tsavo River. Shortly after his arrival, workers began disappearing from their tents at night, with evidence pointing to a pair of male lions as the culprits. Unlike their savanna counterparts, these lions were maneless, a characteristic of some lions in the Tsavo region. The attacks escalated over time, following a pattern where initially only one lion would enter the camp, but as they grew bolder, both would attack simultaneously, each taking a victim. The lions displayed remarkable intelligence, overcoming protective measures such as thorn fences set in place by the workers. As the attacks intensified, killings occurred almost daily, leading to severe consequences for the railway project. Hundreds of workers fled the camp in fear, and construction on the bridge came to a complete halt for several months, forcing British colonial officials to intervene due to the project's strategic importance. Patterson took it upon himself to end the lions' killing spree. His hunting efforts included setting traps, attempting to ambush them at night from trees, and even using himself as bait. After numerous failed attempts, Patterson finally succeeded in killing the first lion on December 9th, 1898. The second lion proved more elusive and was not killed until December 29th, 1898. The lions were remarkable specimens, with the first measuring 9 feet 8 inches from nose to tail tip. It took 8 men to carry the carcass of the first lion back to camp. The exact number of victims claimed by the Tsavo man-eaters has been a subject of debate. Patterson initially claimed 135 victims in his book, but modern research suggests a lower, though still significant, death toll. A 2009 study estimated that one lion consumed the equivalent of 10.5 humans, while the other consumed 24. Several theories have been proposed to explain why these lions turned to man-eating. One theory suggests that the 1890s African rinderpest epizootic may have decimated the lion's usual prey, forcing them to seek alternative food sources. Another idea points to dental issues, as one of the lions had a severe tooth infection which could have made hunting normal prey difficult. Some researchers propose that the lions may have become accustomed to finding human remains at the Savo River crossing, which was part of a slave trade route. Additionally, the presence of a large, relatively unprotected human population in their territory may have presented an easy food source. On October 16, 1972, a twin-engine Cessna 310 aircraft departed from Anchorage, Alaska, carrying 4 individuals on what was supposed to be a routine campaign flight. The passengers included Hale Boggs, a 58-year-old Democratic U.S. representative from Louisiana and the House Majority Leader, Nick Begich, a 40-year-old first-term Democratic congressman from Alaska, Russell Brown, Begich's 37-year-old aide, and Don Johns, the 38-year-old pilot and chief pilot for Pan-Alaska Airways. Hale Boggs was a seasoned politician with a decorated career, having served on the Warren Commission that investigated President John F. Kennedy's assassination. Nick Begich was engaged in a closely contested re-election campaign against Republican Don Young. The purpose of their flight was primarily political, with Begich campaigning and Boggs lending his support as the House Majority Leader. The Cessna was scheduled to depart Anchorage at 9 a.m. with an estimated flight time of approximately 3.5 hours to reach Juneau. The aircraft carried enough fuel for 6 hours of flight time, providing a comfortable margin for the journey. Pilot Don Johns was an experienced aviator with over 17,000 flight hours. The intended route took them southeast over the Turnagain Arm of Cook Inlet, through Portage Pass, over Prince William Sound to Johnstone Point, on to Yakutat, and then directly to Juneau. Weather conditions on the day of the flight were far from ideal, which would later play a crucial role in theories surrounding the plane's disappearance. Reports indicated marginal conditions throughout the entire flight path, with Yakutat reporting a 700 feet ceiling, 1.5 miles visibility, and fog. Juneau also experienced fog, and forecasts predicted icy rain and turbulent headwinds along the route. A crucial detail that would later become a point of contention was the aircraft's emergency equipment. A recent Alaska law had required all small commercial aircraft to be equipped with an emergency locator transmitter. However, there would later be questions about whether this particular Cessna was equipped with a functioning ELT. Despite the challenging weather forecast, pilot Don Johns decided to proceed with the flight. His decision may have been influenced by several factors, including potential pressure to complete the flight with 2 congressmen on board, confidence in his extensive flying experience, and hope for improving conditions. The last confirmed position of the aircraft was as it passed over Portage Pass, approximately 50 miles southeast of Anchorage. A witness in the town of Whittier, located at the western end of the pass, reported hearing a plane fly overhead around 9:30 a.m., aligning with the expected flight path and schedule. After this point, no further confirmed communications or sightings of the aircraft were reported, despite the plane being equipped with both VHF and HF radios. When the plane failed to arrive in Juneau at its expected time of 12:30 p.m., initial concern was tempered by the possibility of weather-related delays. However, as hours passed with no word from the aircraft, worry began to increase. By late afternoon, with the plane now several hours overdue and no response to radio calls, people were in a full-blown panic. The full-scale search and rescue operation was launched early on October 17, 1972. What followed became, at the time, the largest search and rescue operation in U.S. history. The search lasted for 39 days and covered over 325,000 square miles of treacherous Alaskan terrain. It involved a massive mobilization of resources, including 40 military aircraft and 50 civilian planes. Pilots flew 1,000 sorties, totaling 3,600 flight hours, while ground patrols meticulously searched Portage Pass twice. The search area encompassed vast glaciers, the jagged Wrangell-St. Elias mountain range, and large portions of the coastlines of Prince William Sound and the Gulf of Alaska. Despite the extensive efforts and resources deployed, the search yielded no trace of the aircraft or its occupants. The challenging terrain, vast search area, and harsh weather conditions all contributed to the difficulty of the operation. Officials at the time concluded that the plane likely crashed and either sank into Prince William Sound or was buried in ice and snow. The search was officially terminated on November 24, 1972, with no concrete results to show for the massive undertaking. Throughout the search operation, several intriguing developments occurred that added to the mystery of the disappearance. There were reports of unknown emergency signals being received up and down the coast. However, the federal investigation determined that the plane had not been carrying any sort of emergency locator beacon, as the deadline for a new law requiring such beacons was not until December 1972. Several radio operators reported hearing communications that could have been from the missing plane, but none of these reports was found to be conclusive. In the hours and days following the disappearance, several independent ham radio operators in Northern California reported hearing transmissions from someone on the downed plane broadcasting that there were survivors. However, searchers were never able to pinpoint the location of the origin of these transmissions. In the small town of Yoro, located in north-central Honduras, a peculiar event occurs at least annually that has captured the imagination of locals and visitors alike. Known as the Lluvia de Peces, or Rain of Fish, this phenomenon involves the sudden appearance of hundreds of live fish on the ground following intense rainstorms. This occurrence has been reported for nearly 2 centuries and continues to baffle scientists and researchers who have attempted to explain it. The earliest recorded instances of the fish rain in Yoro date back to the mid-19th century. Local legend attributes the origin of this phenomenon to the prayers of Father José Manuel Subarana, a Spanish Catholic missionary who visited the region in the 1850s or 1860s. According to the story, Father Subarana, moved by the poverty and hunger of the local people, prayed for 3 days and 3 nights, asking God for a miracle to provide food for the impoverished community. Shortly after, the sky darkened and fish began falling from the heavens, marking the first occurrence of the rain of fish. Since then, this has reportedly occurred regularly, typically between May and July, coinciding with the onset of the rainy season in Honduras. Some accounts suggest that it can happen up to 4 times a year, although the exact frequency varies. Witnesses describe the event as beginning with a darkening of the sky caused by dense clouds, followed by lightning, thunder, and strong winds. This is followed by a heavy downpour lasting 2 to 3 hours, resembling a typical tropical storm. The fish found after the rain are reportedly small silvery freshwater fish, similar in appearance to sardines. They are always found alive with intact eyes and are said to be different from the species typically found in nearby water bodies. After the rainstorm subsides, hundreds or even thousands of fish are found scattered on the ground, primarily in a field at the end of Centro Poblado, a village near Yoro. Local residents collect the fish in buckets, often cooking and eating them or returning them to nearby rivers. Despite numerous attempts to explain the rain, no definitive scientific explanation has been established. Several theories have been proposed, including the waterspout theory, which suggests that the fish are picked up by waterspouts or tornadoes from nearby bodies of water and deposited over land. However, this theory is challenged by the fact that Yoro is located approximately 72 kilometers or 45 miles from the Atlantic Ocean, making it unlikely for waterspouts to transport fish such a long distance. Another hypothesis proposed by a team of National Geographic scientists who witnessed the phenomenon in the 1970s suggests that the fish might originate from underground rivers or caverns. They observed that the fish were blind and not native to local waterways, suggesting they might inhabit subterranean water systems and be forced above ground by heavy rains. Other explanations include the flash flood theory, which posits that heavy rainfall might cause flash floods in nearby rivers, washing fish ashore and creating the illusion that they had fallen from the sky. Some researchers have also suggested that seismic activity could agitate water bodies, causing fish to be expelled to the surface and subsequently scattered by strong winds. Environmental factors such as oxygen depletion or pollution in water bodies might force fish to the surface where they could be picked up by strong winds. Despite these theories, none have been conclusively proven, and the exact mechanism behind the incidents remains a mystery. On July 22, 1916, San Francisco experienced a major terrorist attack known as the Preparedness Day bombing. This tragic event unfolded during a massive parade organized by supporters of the preparedness movement, which advocated for U.S. entry into World War I. The parade was one of the largest ever held in San Francisco, with an estimated 51,329 marchers, 2,134 organizations, and 52 bands participating. Approximately 100,000 spectators lined the streets to watch the event. The parade began around 1:30 p.m. The procession was led by the parade's Grand Marshal Thornwell Mullally, an executive of United Railroads. Other prominent figures involved in organizing the event included John Britton, the general manager of Pacific Gas and Electric Company. At approximately 2:06 p.m., about half an hour into the parade, a massive explosion rocked the intersection of Market and Stewart Streets near the ferry building. The source of the blast was a time bomb concealed inside a suitcase, which had been placed on the west side of Stewart Street just south of its intersection with Market Street. The bomb consisted of a cast steel pipe filled with either TNT or dynamite and packed with metal slugs designed to act as shrapnel. The blast tore through the crowd, killing 10 people instantly and wounding at least 40 others, with some sources citing up to 60 injuries. Among the victims was a young girl who tragically lost her legs in the attack. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, with panicked spectators fleeing the area and first responders rushing to aid the injured and secure the bombing site. In the immediate aftermath, conflicting eyewitness accounts emerged regarding the bomb's placement. Some witnesses reported seeing a man leave a suitcase against the corner of a building at Market and Stewart Streets, while others, like Dr. Maura Moss, claimed to have seen the bomb being hurled or dropped from the roof of a nearby building. In response to the attack, law enforcement quickly mobilized to find the perpetrators. However, the investigation took a controversial turn almost immediately. Instead of following standard police procedures, the case was primarily handled by District Attorney Charles Fickert and Utility Detective Martin Swanson. This unusual arrangement raised eyebrows as both men had close ties to the business interests that had organized the parade, including PG&E and United Railroads. Within hours of the bombing, attention focused on known labor activists and anarchists as potential suspects. This direction was influenced by the existing social and political climate in San Francisco, where tensions between labor unions and the business community were already high. The city had experienced a bloody waterfront strike just a month earlier, resulting in one death and numerous injuries, which had further strained these relationships. Two labor leaders quickly emerged as the primary suspects, Thomas Mooney and Warren K. Billings. Mooney, a militant labor organizer with a history of confrontations with authorities, and Billings, his associate, were arrested within days of the bombing. Their arrests were based more on their reputation as labor agitators than on any concrete evidence linking them to the attack. In the days following the attack, a series of raids were conducted on known anarchist and labor union meeting places. The anarchists Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, who were living in San Francisco at the time, came under intense scrutiny, although they were not ultimately charged in connection with the bombing. One theory posits that the bombing could have been the work of an agent provocateur. This speculation stems from the complex political landscape of San Francisco at the time, with tensions high between labor unions and the business establishment. Some have suggested that elements within the business community or law enforcement might have orchestrated the bombing to discredit the labor movement and justify a crackdown on union activities. While this theory lacks substantial evidence, it reflects the deep distrust and conspiracy theories that circulated in the aftermath of the bombing. The involvement of prominent anarchists Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman has also been a subject of speculation. Both were living in San Francisco at the time of the bombing and were known for their radical views and support of direct action. While there is no concrete evidence linking them to the attack, their presence in the city and their history of involvement in radical causes have led some to consider their potential role, either directly or indirectly. One intriguing piece of evidence that has fueled speculation is the discovery of two unsigned letters urging the head waiter at the St. Francis Hotel to serve poisoned soup to Police Commissioner James Woods, one of the organizers of the Preparedness Day March. These letters, which referenced a similar poisoning attempt by a Galleonist operative in Chicago earlier that year, suggest a level of premeditation and a connection to anarchist circles. But again, the primary theory revolves anarchists. Within the broader anarchist theory, some historians have specifically pointed to the Galleonists as potential suspects. The Galleonists were a group of Italian anarchists led by Luigi Galleani, known for their violent tactics and use of explosives. This group was responsible for a series of bombings across the United States in the late 1910s and early 1920s. The bomb used in the Preparedness Day attack bore similarities to those used in other Galleonist attacks, particularly in its construction, using a cast steel pipe filled with explosives and metal slugs as shrapnel. Yes, you read that right. This entry is called Jack the Stripper. This case is also commonly referred to as the Hammersmith Nude Murders, and as you can guess from that first name, this series of murders draws some similarities to Jack the Ripper. It's commonly agreed upon that there were at least 6 official victims tied to Jack, but it's also believed that there may be other murders committed by the same person that have not yet been officially linked to these cases. The killer's run spanned between 1959 and 1965 in West London, England. Most, if not all, of the victims in this string of cases shared similarities to each other. These included strangulation, being found naked, victims missing several teeth, and more. Let's begin on the morning of February 2nd, 1964. A man and his dog were on their daily walk near Hammersmith Bridge. The morning seemed mundane like any other, but the peacefulness that a mundane routine brings along is often welcomed. When the man got closer to this body of water, he paused to take in the fresh air and the view. However, during this pause as he's looking around, he makes a disturbing discovery. Right there on the bank is what looks like a nude, unconscious woman. At first, he thought it was actually a mannequin because the area was known for people throwing away their trash into the water. But as he stared at it, it became increasingly obvious that this was a real person. Officials were contacted and they identified the person as a woman named Hannah Tailford. Upon discovery, it was noticed that she was beaten with several teeth missing. Her underwear had also been shoved down her mouth. After some digging into Hannah's past, it was stated that she was a sex worker. Hannah came from a poor family and didn't do all that well in education, forcing her down a less than fortunate path where she survived off of the money she made from work. As news of Hannah's death spread, acquaintances of hers informed police that she had gone missing about a week or so before she was found. Investigators did look deeper into Hannah's death, but they really didn't care all that much. It was almost as if because Hannah was a worker, authorities thought her death was some standard workplace accident, like it was bound to happen and shouldn't be considered a crime. So after they looked at all of the obviouslies, which were very limited, Hannah's case was left to be forgotten. However, little did everyone know that the process of forgetting Hannah was going to prove to be a difficult task, as she is commonly believed to be the first official victim of Jack the Stripper. But as I shared at the start, there may be other victims who aren't officially connected to Jack, but have the potential to be. Fast forward about 2 months to April 8th, the second victim of Jack's was found. This time, it was a woman identified as Irene Lockwood. Similar to Hannah, Irene was also discovered in a body of water, with Irene being found in the river in Chiswick. Another commonality between the two women is that Irene was also stripped of all her clothing, and I didn't share earlier, but Hannah was pregnant when she was found dead, just like 26-year-old Irene. Both women were also workers and had been strangled to death. As a result of all of these similarities between the two cases, investigators would tie Irene to Hannah. They now suspected that they had a serial killer on their hands. About 2 weeks later, yet another body was found. This third victim was 22-year-old Helen Bartholomew, whose lifeless body was found abandoned in an alley. It's often suggested that Jack may have been aware of the growing suspicion that Hannah and Irene were murdered by the same person. So in order to avoid the now heavily surveyed bodies of water in the area, Jack was forced to leave Helen in the alleyway. Authorities quickly determined that Helen was actually new to London and had moved there in order to find work that would lead her down a path of wealth. But this didn't exactly work out for her, and just like with Hannah and Irene, Helen also turned to sex work. Meanwhile, investigators had taken a look at previous crimes that held similar details to the 3 murders that we have just discussed, and they found 2 particularly interesting cases. The first of which involved a 21-year-old sex worker named Elizabeth Figg. On a cool summer night in the middle of June in 1959, Elizabeth had a client set up that night and was seen stepping inside a vehicle which was also driven by a man. This was the last time anyone had seen her alive. And just like with all the other victims, Elizabeth was found with a majority of her clothing removed and was strangled. Then in November of 1963, the body of 22-year-old Gwyneth Reese was found near a river located in Mortlake. While both of these cases share a ton of similarities to the rest of Jack's murders, they aren't officially connected. But a lot of people believe that they have the potential to be Jack's earliest victims. By the time Helen's body was found, news of Jack the Stripper had spread all over London. Those that were within the local work community grew scared and anxious cause any one of them could be next, and they had no idea who they should be looking out for. And a woman named Mary Fleming would be the next person to encounter Jack. She was 30 years old at the time of her death. Mary's life seemed to be going smoothly a while back. She was married and had 4 children, but her relationship with her husband quickly turned sour and the two split. This led to Mary going into work. Her body was not found in or near a river, but instead on a street in Chiswick on July 14th, 1964. Fast forward about 4 months to November, a 21-year-old named Margaret McGowan was found dead. The primary difference with Margaret and the other victims was that Margaret was found in an area that was much better off than the previous victims. Margaret's main clients consisted of people with a steady or high income, including businessmen and even some powerful politicians. But after asking the residents of the area, investigators realized that Margaret had actually disappeared a while ago, sometime in October, so about a month. She was reported to have been seen getting inside of a Ford Zodiac before disappearing. And up to this point, investigators had no idea what the culprit looked like. But luckily for them, the same witness who had seen Margaret get inside a car was able to provide some details about the man who may very well be responsible for these killings. The information resulted in the following sketch. And that brings us to Jack's last confirmed victim, who was found in February of 1965. Her name was Bridget O'Hara. She too was found about a month after going missing and was also a sex worker. The fact that all of these victims had disappeared prior to being found dead led to investigators concluding that they were being stored somewhere. The discovery of Bridget's body led to a pretty significant lead. It was stated that her body was ever so slightly mummified, which meant that she was likely left somewhere with a heat source. After sweeping the area, authorities determined this heat source to be a transformer. And there is one detail about all of the victims that I have not yet shared. They all had these little pieces of paint on them, and nearby that transformer was a paint shop which contained the exact same paint found on the women. It seemed like officials were on the brink of bringing the killer to justice. But this is where the case seemingly meets a dead end. Any leads after this point proved to either be redundant or just didn't progress the case in any way. And eventually the case went cold, with investigators unable to determine an identity for Jack the Stripper. Investigators believe they were very close to solving the case, going as far as to say that they were confident that they had the name of their killer. Or rather, they had a list of names and they were certain that Jack was amongst the dozen or so people that they had lined up. Amongst those names were Mungo Ireland, Kenneth Archibald, Freddie Mills, and many more. But those names that I just listed are amongst those that are more frequently discussed. Amongst investigators at the time, Mungo Ireland seemed to be the most likely suspect. However, Ireland ended up taking his life in 1965. It's rumored that around the time when Bridget's body was located, Ireland caught wind that he was suspected of being the killer. You see, Ireland worked as a security guard in the same area where Bridget was found. Not only that, but he had access to the paint shop and the transformer during his night shifts, which was a perfect time to drop off the bodies if he were involved. Before his death, he left behind a note that said that he couldn't stick it out any longer. There is debate on whether Ireland meant that he was the killer or if he just couldn't deal with the stress of potentially being framed for the murders. Either way, while some believe Ireland could be Jack, others like to point to the fact that Ireland had a solid alibi, putting him in Scotland during the period in which several of the victims went missing or were found dead. Another suspect that is frequently mentioned is named Harold Jones. Harold has a criminal history, being convicted of murdering 2 girls back in 1921, which got him a life sentence in prison. Prosecutors were aiming for the death penalty, but due to his age, he wasn't eligible for it. He was just 15 years old at the time, and the murders of those 2 girls share some details that are the same with the Hammersmith murders. The girls' names were Frida Burnell, who was 8 years old, and Florence Little, who was 11, both of whom were lured by Harold to locations where nobody was around. About 2 decades into his sentence, Harold was released and was seen by several people in southwest London around the late 40s and early 50s. Harold later got married and raised a family around Hammersmith in the 60s. However, it should be stated that Harold is only a recent suspect. During the height of the crimes, Harold was never really looked into by investigators. It was only in the last couple of decades when investigators and researchers stumbled upon Harold and tied him to the killings. Now, it's entirely possible that I'm I'm seeing things, but if you ask me, the sketch and Harold are pretty similar. As most of you know, these police sketches are often exaggerated, so particular details can stick in people's minds. The sketch shows a man with really pronounced and sharp ears, which you can kind of see in Harold. There's also the clean comb-backed haircut, but obviously these similarities could very well just be coincidence. And another detail many like to point to is that all of the Hammersmith victims were of a similar build. They were all rather short, skinny, just overall very small women. Those that suspect Harold believe that he only targeted smaller women because this was a fetish or interest he developed from killing those two girls back in his teenage years. However, it should be stated that Frida and Florence didn't show any signs of assault, but without definitive evidence to back this route up, it's impossible to say if Harold was indeed Jack. The Naga fireballs, also known as Mekong lights, are a mysterious phenomenon observed annually along the Mekong River, primarily in Thailand's Nong Khai province. This spectacle typically occurs in late October to early November, coinciding with the end of Buddhist Lent. During this event, glowing reddish balls of light are said to rise from the Mekong River and ascend into the sky. These fireballs vary in size, ranging from small sparkles to objects as large as basketballs. They reportedly rise quickly, reaching heights of up to 600 feet before disappearing. The number of fireballs observed can range from tens to thousands per night. The phenomenon holds great cultural significance for the local population. Many attribute the fireballs to a mythical creature called Phaya Naga or Naga, believed to be a giant serpent living in the Mekong River. According to local folklore, the Naga awakens at the end of Buddhist Lent to produce these fireballs as a form of homage to Buddha. Nagas are described as shapeshifters in Buddhism, Hinduism, and Jainism. They are considered wealthy deities of the underworld in Thailand and are regarded as guardians of treasure. They are also considered protectors of the capital city of Laos, Vientiane, and powerful magical beasts in the area of the Mekong River. The Naga Fireball Festival has become a popular event, drawing thousands of visitors to the Mekong riverbanks. The festival includes cultural performances, boat racing, music, and fireworks, creating a festive atmosphere as people await the appearance of the mysterious fireballs. The phenomenon has been observed for at least 100 years, with reports of fireballs dating back to the late 1960s. However, it's only since the early 1990s that people have begun to pack around the best viewing areas in large numbers. Interestingly, the fireballs were called ghost lights by locals until the mid-1980s, when the local council officially named them. While the phenomenon attracts thousands of visitors annually, its exact cause remains a subject of debate among scientists and skeptics. Over the years, several theories have been proposed to explain the Naga fireballs. One scientific explanation suggests that they are produced by swamp gas, also known as marsh gas. This is a mixture of methane and smaller amounts of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide found in stagnant bodies of water. When methane finds its way to the surface, it reacts spontaneously with oxygen-rich air, producing a flaming gaseous bubble as it ignites. Another theory proposes that the fireballs are flammable phosphine gas released by the river's boggy environment. This assumption was proclaimed by a team of scientists led by Saxit Tridek, who used precise equipment to analyze the environment around the river. However, the team could not explain how phosphine gas is produced in nature since it is manufactured only for industrial use through a carefully designed procedure. Some scientists believe the fireballs could be plasma orbs formed when surface electricity is discharged into the river's water. However, they cannot fully explain this phenomenon because igniting this type of orb requires an enormous amount of voltage, which is unlikely to occur naturally in the river. Skeptics have suggested that the fireballs might be man-made, possibly created by flare guns or tracer rounds. A 2002 ITV documentary showed Lao soldiers firing tracer rounds into the air across the river from the festival. However, skeptic Brian Dunning argues that it would be impossible for spectators to hear gunshots from across the half-mile wide river due to the time delay and crowd noise. In 2021, Lao authorities conducted an official investigation during a COVID lockdown and curfew. The inquiry was prompted by foreign media reports suggesting external interference in the Naga fireball phenomenon. The authorities stated, "In response to the news in foreign media, I would like to state that it is extremely unlikely that anyone could have fired weapons or flare ammunition without our knowledge on that night. We ensured a heavy police presence through the night and did not encounter any incidents." The story of the SS Orang Medan is one of the most intriguing maritime mysteries of the 20th century. This Dutch freighter allegedly met a tragic and inexplicable fate somewhere in the waters of Southeast Asia, leaving behind a plethora of unanswered questions. The story of the Medan first emerged in the 1940s, with varying accounts placing the incident between 1940 and 1948. The most commonly cited version of the tale places the events in June 1947 or early February 1948 in the Strait of Malacca, a narrow stretch of water between the Malay Peninsula and the Indonesian island of Sumatra. According to the legend, several ships in the area received a chilling distress call in Morse code from the Medan. The message reportedly stated, "SOS, we float. All officers, including the captain, dead in chart room and on the bridge. Probably whole of crew dead." This was followed by a series of indecipherable dots and dashes and then a final haunting message, "I die." Upon receiving this distressing message, nearby ships, including the American merchant vessel Silver Star, set out to locate and assist the Medan. When the Silver Star finally located the Dutch freighter, they found it floating aimlessly, with no signs of distress visible from the outside. A boarding party from the Silver Star was organized to investigate the situation on the Orang Medan. What they discovered upon boarding the ship was a horrific scene that would fuel speculation and theories for decades to come. The entire crew, including the captain, was found dead, their bodies strewn across the decks and interiors of the ship. What made the discovery particularly disturbing was the condition and positioning of the bodies. According to the accounts, the dead crew members were found lying on their backs, their eyes wide open and their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror. Their mouths were agape as if they had died mid-scream. Even more bizarrely, many of the corpses had their arms outstretched as if reaching for or fending off an unseen threat. The captain was discovered dead on the bridge, while other officers were found in the wheelhouse and chart room. The ship's radio operator was found at his station, his fingertips still resting on the telegraph. Even the ship's dog was not spared from whatever fate had befallen the crew. It was found dead with its teeth bared in a snarl. Despite the horrifying scene, the rescue party noted that there were no visible signs of injuries or violence on any of the bodies. The ship itself appeared undamaged, with no obvious explanation for the crew's demise. As if the discovery wasn't mysterious enough, the story takes an even more dramatic turn. According to the legend, as the Silver Star prepared to tow the Medan to port, smoke was spotted coming from the Dutch ship's cargo hold. The boarding party quickly evacuated, and moments later, the Medan reportedly exploded with such force that it was lifted out of the water before sinking rapidly to the bottom of the sea. This explosion conveniently destroyed any evidence that might have shed light on what truly happened aboard the ill-fated vessel. The bizarre circumstances surrounding the ship have led to numerous theories attempting to explain what might have happened to the ship and its crew. These theories range from the plausible to the fantastical, each trying to account for the strange deaths and the ship's ultimate destruction. One of the most widely accepted theories suggests that the Medan was secretly transporting hazardous materials, possibly leftover chemical weapons from World War II. Proponents of this theory speculate that the ship might have been carrying a combination of potassium cyanide and nitroglycerin, or even nerve agents. According to this hypothesis, seawater could have entered the ship's hold, reacting with the dangerous cargo to release toxic gases. These fumes could have rapidly overcome the crew, causing their deaths by asphyxiation or poisoning. The terrified expressions on the faces of the dead could be explained by the agonizing effects of the poison. Furthermore, this theory could account for the ship's explosion and rapid sinking. The reaction between seawater and the unstable chemicals could have led to a fire and subsequent explosion, destroying the evidence of the illicit cargo. Another plausible explanation for the tragedy is carbon monoxide poisoning. This theory suggests that a malfunction in the ship's boiler system or inadequate ventilation could have led to a buildup of odorless, colorless carbon monoxide gas throughout the vessel. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause confusion, disorientation, and eventually death, which could explain the positions of the bodies and the terrified expressions on the faces of the crew. Given the truly bizarre nature of the incident, some have turned to supernatural explanations for the mystery. These theories range from alien abduction to encounters with ghost ships or sea monsters. Despite the compelling nature of the story, there are significant reasons to doubt its authenticity. Many researchers and historians have pointed out inconsistencies and lack of evidence that cast doubt on whether the incident occurred at all. One of the most significant issues with the account is the complete lack of official records of the ship's existence. Extensive extensive searches in Lloyd's shipping register and other maritime databases have failed to find any mention of a vessel by that name. Some proponents of the story argue that the ship might have been registered in Sumatra, which was part of the Dutch East Indies at the time. They suggest that Orang Medan translates to man from Medan, with Medan being the largest city on Sumatra. However, no records have been found to support this claim either. Given the lack of concrete evidence and the inconsistencies in the story, many researchers have concluded that the tale of the Medan is likely a maritime legend rather than a true historical event. However, this raises the question of how and why the story originated. One possibility is that it emerged from wartime rumors and speculation. The early 1940s were a time of great uncertainty and danger in the waters of Southeast Asia, with naval battles, submarine warfare, and clandestine operations all taking place in the region. It's possible that reports of abandoned ships, unexplained disappearances, or covert operations involving chemical weapons could have given rise to a story like that of the Medan. The tale might have started as a way to explain real but poorly understood events, growing and evolving with each retelling. This next entry is pretty short and I couldn't really find too much unique information for it. But anyway, it focuses on the mysterious disappearance and reappearance of Rosa Day in Rowton, Cheshire in January 1899. Rosa, who had stayed home from church one Sunday morning, vanished after stating that she was going to go skating. Her absence sparked an extensive search effort that lasted for days, involving dragging operations in local ponds and canals. On the following Thursday night, Rosa was found unconscious in her family's yard. Upon regaining consciousness, she shared a strange tale of abduction and captivity. According to Rosa, she was attacked by a man while preparing to skate at a local pond. The assailant allegedly blindfolded her, tied her hands, and threatened her life before taking her to a shed where she was held for several days. Rosa claimed to have escaped by making a hole in the roof of the shed and finding her way home. She suffered a severe head injury, which doctors later determined to be a fractured skull. The incident garnered significant attention, with local authorities, including the Deputy Chief Constable of Cheshire, investigating the matter. However, the legitimacy of Rosa's account came under scrutiny. Despite extensive searches, no shed matching her description was found in the area. Additionally, there were inconsistencies in her story and unexplained aspects, such as how she survived without food or water for several days. The case drew parallels to a similar incident from the 18th century involving Elizabeth Canning, whose story was also met with skepticism. Interestingly, this event marked a turning point in Rosa's life. Following the incident, she transitioned from her role as a governess to pursuing a career in nursing, eventually working at prestigious institutions. The Moreland UFO incident is one of New Zealand's most intriguing and well-documented close encounter cases. It occurred on July 13, 1959, near Blenheim, a town in the South Island of New Zealand. The incident involved Eileen Moreland, a local farmer who claimed to have had a close encounter with an unidentified flying object while going about her daily routine. This case stands out not only for its detailed account, but also for the serious investigation it prompted from local authorities and the Air Force. That morning of July 13, 1959, Eileen left her house at around 5:40 a.m. to milk her cows, a routine task for the farmer. However, what transpired next was far from ordinary. As she made her way across the paddock, Moreland suddenly found herself bathed in an eerie green glow. Looking up, she was astounded to see a large, oval-shaped craft descending from the sky and hovering above her. Moreland's account was remarkably detailed. She described the craft as being between 20 to 30 feet wide, emitting a peculiar green light that illuminated the surrounding area. But what made her story even more extraordinary was her claim of seeing two beings inside the craft. These entities, according to Moreland, were wearing what appeared to be glittering silver suits, reminiscent of divers' helmet. One of the most striking details of the account, which she initially kept to herself, was that one of the beings appeared to be missing its left hand. Moreland reported that after hovering for a short while, the craft suddenly shot away at an incredible speed. In her own words, it moved at a speed that would make a vampire look like it was standing still, referring to the de Havilland vampire jet fighters that occasionally used the nearby Woodbourne Air Base. What sets the Moreland case apart from many other UFO reports is the serious attention it received from official channels. The local Air Force took Moreland's claim seriously enough to assign an investigator to the case. This investigator, named Jennings, conducted a thorough examination of her account and the surrounding circumstances. Jennings interviewed Moreland and found her to be a credible witness. He noted that she remained calm and rational throughout their discussions. This assessment was further supported by local police who vouched for Moreland's character, describing her as a rational and stable person from their personal knowledge of her when she was of assistance to them on another matter. The investigation didn't stop with Moreland's account. Jennings also uncovered a second witness, Roy Holdaway, a local farmer who lived about 7 kilometers from Moreland's property. Holdaway reported seeing a bright light in the sky approximately 30 minutes before Moreland's sighting, adding corroboration to her story. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Moreland case was the reported physical effects following the encounter. Moreland developed several concerning symptoms in the days after her sighting. She experienced painful blisters on her hands, lower lip, and back. These blisters were described as popping up like pimples, and when scratched, they would release a watery residue before more would appear. These physical symptoms were of particular concern to investigator Jennings. The possibility that Moreland might have been exposed to radiation from the craft was a troubling prospect and likely contributed to his decision to conduct radiation tests at the site. Despite the seriousness with which the initial investigation was conducted, the official conclusion of the Air Force was skeptical of Moreland's claims. In their final assessment, they stated, "The only possible conclusion to be drawn from the evidence is that Mrs. Moreland was hallucinating, or that her story is an imaginative exaggeration of a normal subjective experience, and that there was in fact no such visitation by an object as described in the report." The Air Force also addressed other sightings that occurred in August of the same year, suggesting that they were likely misidentifications of Venus shining through layers of clouds. They stated that these sightings have no apparent relationship to the Moreland report, but fit neatly with a description of Venus shining through a diffuse layer of high cloud or ice crystals, and seen through a layer of lower broken cloud, the latter being under the influence of a northwesterly airstream. Interestingly, there is a strange epilogue to the 1959 sighting. In March 1960, less than a year after her initial encounter, Moreland reported another UFO sighting. This time, she claimed to have seen distant lights in the sky. The Air Force once again assigned Jennings to investigate the case. During the second investigation, Moreland demanded absolute privacy on the matter and was given assurances by the Air Force that they would never release any files or speak publicly about the incident. This request for privacy suggests that Moreland may have been feeling the pressure of public scrutiny following her initial claim. On June 20th, 1994, 5 members of the Bain family, Robin, Margaret, Arawa, Laniette, and Stephen, were found shot to death in their home in Dunedin, New Zealand. David Bain, the eldest son, survived and was later arrested and convicted of the murders, only to have his conviction overturned after years of legal battles. The Bain family murders became one of New Zealand's most notorious and polarizing criminal cases, sparking intense public debate and a media frenzy that continues to this day. 58-year-old Robin was the father and worked as a school principal, but he had become estranged from his wife and kids. 50-year-old Margaret was the mother and was known to have an increasingly strained relationship with her husband. While Margaret lived in the family home, Robin lived outside on the family property inside a caravan. Arawa was 19, Laniette 18, Stephen 14, and David, the eldest of the children, at 22. At the time, David was studying at the University of Otago and worked as a paperboy. On the morning of June 20th, 1994, David Bain called emergency services, reporting that his family had been killed. When police arrived, they found David in a distressed state. Inside the house, they discovered the bodies of his parents and siblings. Robin Bain was found in the lounge with a .22 caliber rifle nearby, suggesting a possible murder scenario. However, as the investigation progressed, police began to suspect that David was responsible for the killings. The prosecution argued that David Bain had methodically killed his family in the early hours of the morning before going on his usual paper run, then returned home and staged the scene to make it appear as if Robin had committed the murders. A message was found on the family's computer reading, "Sorry, you are the only one who deserved to stay." The prosecution argued that David had written this to frame his father as the murderer. Additionally, the prosecution contended that David had the opportunity to commit the murders before leaving for his paper route, as it was unlikely Robin would have killed the family while David was away. And the youngest son, Stephen, appeared to have fought his attacker, and David had injuries consistent with a struggle. Bloodstains and fingerprints on David's clothing were used to link him to the crime scene. One of the more controversial aspects of the prosecution's case was the claim that David killed his family for financial reasons. The Bains were living in a deteriorating home, and David allegedly stood to inherit money that had been set aside to build a new house. David's defense team, led by Joe Karam, argued that Robin Bain was the actual perpetrator. The defense painted Robin as a man on the verge of a breakdown, rejected by his family, and possibly involved in an incestuous relationship with his daughter Laniette. The rifle was found near Robin's body, and the defense argued that he had used it to commit after killing his family. The defense also pointed to the position of a magazine found on its edge beside Robin's hand, arguing that it was inconsistent with someone other than Robin having fired the fatal shot. Furthermore, they criticized the police investigation, claiming that key pieces of evidence were mishandled or misinterpreted. They also pointed out discrepancies in witness testimonies and forensic evidence. Ultimately, David Bain was found guilty of all 5 murders in 1995 and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum non-parole period of 16 years. However, from the beginning, there were doubts about the reliability of the conviction. Joe Karam became a staunch advocate for David Bain's innocence. He launched a public campaign to have the conviction overturned, raising funds for legal appeals and publishing books on the case. In 2007, after years of legal battles, the Privy Council in London ruled that a substantial miscarriage of justice had occurred and David Bain's conviction was quashed. The Privy Council ordered a retrial, citing fresh evidence that had not been available during the original trial. David's retrial began in 2009, and it became one of the longest and most expensive trials in New Zealand's history. The defense team focused on discrediting the evidence presented at the original trial and argued that the police investigation had been flawed from the start. One of the key pieces of evidence in the retrial was that claim about Robin having a romantic relationship with his daughter. The defense argued that she had planned to confront the family about the abuse on the day of the murders, which could have provided Robin with a motive to kill his family. The retrial also focused on forensic evidence, including the fingerprints found on the rifle and the trajectory of the bullets. The defense argued that the physical evidence was more consistent with Robin having committed the murders than with David being the killer. After a 3-month trial, David Bain was acquitted of all charges. The jury's decision was controversial, with some observers maintaining that David was guilty, while others believed he had been falsely accused. The acquittal did not put an end to the public debate over his guilt or innocence. Following his release, David Bain sought compensation for the time he had spent in prison. In 2012, a retired Canadian judge, Ian Binney, was commissioned to review the case and make a recommendation on compensation. Binney concluded that David Bain was likely innocent and recommended that he be compensated. However, New Zealand's then Justice Minister, Judith Collins, rejected the report, calling it flawed and commissioning another review. Ultimately, David Bain reached a settlement with the New Zealand government in 2016, although the exact terms were kept confidential. The 2021 Natanz incident is a significant event surrounding Iran's nuclear program. This incident, which occurred on April 11, 2021, involved a power blackout at the Natanz nuclear facility, a pivotal site for Iran's uranium enrichment activities. The incident has been widely attributed to sabotage, with Iran accusing Israel of orchestrating the attack. This event has had substantial implications for international diplomacy, particularly concerning the efforts to revive the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, also known as the Iran nuclear deal. Iran's nuclear program has long been a subject of international scrutiny and controversy. While Iran insists that its nuclear activities are intended for peaceful purposes such as energy production, many countries, particularly Israel and the United States, suspect that the program may be aimed at developing nuclear weapons capabilities. This suspicion has led to various efforts to curtail Iran's nuclear advancements, including diplomatic agreements and covert operations. The JCPOA, established in 2015, was a landmark agreement between Iran and major world powers, including the United States, aimed at limiting Iran's nuclear capabilities in exchange for sanctions relief. However, in 2018, the Trump administration unilaterally withdrew from the agreement and reimposed sanctions on Iran as part of a maximum pressure strategy. In response, Iran began to breach the deal's restrictions by increasing its uranium enrichment levels and limiting access to international inspectors. On April 11, 2021, a blackout occurred at the Natanz facility, which Iranian authorities attributed to a deliberately planned explosion. This incident came just one day after Iran had unveiled new advanced centrifuges designed to accelerate uranium enrichment. The timing of the attack coincided with diplomatic efforts in Vienna to revive the JCPOA under the Biden administration. Iran quickly accused Israel of being behind the sabotage. Israeli media and some intelligence sources suggested that Israel's Mossad agency was responsible for orchestrating the attack. However, Israel did not officially confirm its involvement. The incident has been described by Iranian officials as an act of nuclear terrorism aimed at derailing diplomatic negotiations. The sabotage reportedly caused significant damage to the facility's electrical distribution grid and affected thousands of centrifuges used for uranium enrichment. While Iranian officials initially downplayed the damage, subsequent reports indicated that it could take several months for Iran to recover fully from this setback. The Natanz incident occurred amid crucial talks in Vienna aimed at restoring the JCPOA. Despite initial concerns that the sabotage might derail these negotiations, both Iran and the United States expressed their commitment to continuing diplomatic efforts. The talks involve indirect negotiations facilitated by European countries and are focused on mapping out reciprocal steps for both sides to return to compliance with the agreement. The attack heightened tensions in an already volatile Middle East region. Countries like Saudi Arabia and Israel have expressed skepticism about reviving the JCPOA, fearing it might not effectively prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. These countries have historically opposed any concessions made to Iran under such agreements. In response to the attack, Iran announced plans to increase uranium enrichment levels to 60%, significantly above the limits set by the JCPOA. This move was seen as an attempt by Iran to strengthen its negotiating position by demonstrating its capability to advance its nuclear program despite external pressures. This next entry is another shorter one with very little information available. Gail Cookson is the name of a woman from Sacramento, California who went missing in March of 1984. She was 35 years old at the time of her disappearance. She was about 5 feet 2 inches tall and a little over 100 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a black and gray jacket with jeans. Several sources reported that Gail was last seen leaving her home. However, there is some debate on whether or not she was alone. It wasn't until November of the same year that Gail was reported missing. Officials believe that there is a high likelihood that foul play was involved in her disappearance. The Arushi Talwar and Hemraj Banjad double murder case from 2008 remains one of the most shocking and controversial murder cases in India. The victims, Arushi Talwar, a 13-year-old schoolgirl, and Hemraj Banjad, a 45-year-old domestic servant employed by the Talwar family, were found murdered in the Talwars' Noida residence on May 16th and May 17th, 2008, respectively. This case has seen intense media coverage, judicial twists, and investigative controversies that left many questions unanswered. The case ultimately resulted in the conviction and subsequent acquittal of Arushi's parents, Dr. Rajesh Talwar and Dr. Nupur Talwar. On May 15, 2008, the Talwar family went about their daily routine. Rajesh's driver, Umesh Sharma, had dropped him at home at around 9:30 p.m. after returning from work. Arushi was presented with a digital camera as an early birthday gift by her parents, and they took pictures together. Later, Arushi's parents retired to their room after midnight, leaving her in her room reading a book and browsing the internet. Around 6 a.m. the next day, Parati Mandal, the housemaid, arrived at the Talwar's apartment for her daily duties. Hemraj, the live-in domestic servant, was supposed to open the door, but he did not. Nupur Talwar answered the door and told the maid that Hemraj must have gone to fetch milk. However, when Parati insisted, Nupur threw the duplicate keys from the balcony so that Parati could open the door. Upon entering the house, Nupur discovered Arushi's lifeless body in her bedroom, with her throat slit and head bludgeoned. The Talwars initially suspected Hemraj as he was missing, which led to an early assumption that he had committed the crime and fled. Then on the 17th, Hemraj's body was discovered by the police on the terrace of the Talwar residence, also with his throat slit and head injuries, which shut down the theory that he was responsible. This discovery complicated the case and raised questions about how his body remained undiscovered for so long. The investigation was marred by confusion and alleged mishandling from the beginning. Several lapses in the crime scene management, evidence collection, and the general approach of the police were criticized by both the media and judicial authorities later in the case. When the police arrived, they failed to preserve the crime scene, allowing visitors, media personnel, and even neighbors to trample through the house. This contamination of potential evidence proved costly. Furthermore, the police did not immediately inspect the terrace where Hemraj's body was found a day later, despite there being bloodstains on the terrace door and staircase. The investigation took a dramatic turn when the police, based on circumstantial evidence, advanced the theory that Arushi's parents might have been involved in an honor killing. This theory alleged that Rajesh had discovered Arushi and Hemraj in a compromising position, prompting him to kill both in a fit of rage. Although this theory found traction with the media, the evidence supporting it was circumstantial, with no direct proof of the Talwars' involvement. Due to mounting public pressure and the controversial nature of the police's investigation, the Central Bureau of Investigation took over the case in June 2008. The CBI's initial team cast doubt on the police's honor killing theory. This team suspected that the murder was committed by someone from outside the family. 3 suspects, Krishna Tadarai, an assistant in Rajesh's clinic, and 2 domestic workers, Rajkumar and Vijay Mandal, were interrogated based on evidence that they were near the house at the time of the murders. The CBI even performed polygraph and narco-analysis tests on the 3 suspects, but nothing conclusive was obtained. The first team of CBI investigators found no direct evidence implicating the Talwars and filed a closure report in 2010, citing lack of evidence. The case took another turn when a second CBI team took over, rejecting the previous team's conclusions. This new team leaned towards the theory that Arushi's parents were responsible, suggesting that the crime scene had been tampered with and vital evidence destroyed. Rajesh and Nupur were charged with the murders in 2010. The prosecution argued that the Talwars had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit the crime. The trial began in 2012 in a special CBI court. The case was largely built on circumstantial evidence, as the CBI could not produce any direct forensic or eyewitness evidence linking the Talwars to the murders. The prosecution argued that Arushi's bedroom could only be accessed by someone inside the house and suggested that the Talwars had fabricated the story of Hemraj being a suspect to mislead the investigation. The court also relied on forensic evidence such as the bloodstains on a whiskey bottle, the cleaning of Arushi's body, and the discovery of a pillow with Hemraj's blood in Arushi's room. The prosecution claimed these actions pointed to an attempt to cover up the crime. The Talwars, however, maintained their innocence, stating that they were victims of a botched investigation and media sensationalism. In November 2013, the special CBI court convicted the Talwars, sentencing them to life imprisonment. The court ruled that it was beyond reasonable doubt that the parents were the murderers, although the judgment continued to spark controversy due to its reliance on circumstantial evidence. The 2 spent 4 years in prison before their conviction was overturned by the Allahabad High Court in October 2017. The High Court ruled that there was insufficient evidence to convict them beyond reasonable doubt, criticizing the lower court for failing to consider the flaws in the investigation. The judgment highlighted how the evidence against the Talwars was weak and inconsistent, leading to their acquittal. The court observed that the investigation was tainted by serious lapses, including the failure to secure the crime scene, contamination of evidence, and the lack of forensic accuracy. The police had not conclusively proved how the murders were committed or who had access to the apartment during the time of the crime. The acquittal was a relief for the family, but the case remained officially unsolved, leaving the public with many unanswered questions about the true perpetrators and the exact motive behind the killings. One of the most notable aspects of the case was the role the media played in shaping public opinion. From the beginning, the case was covered extensively by Indian news channels and print media, often in a sensationalized manner. The theory of an honor killing was prominently discussed, leading to public outrage against the Talwars even before the trial began. Critics argued that they were unfairly targeted by the media, which portrayed them as guilty even though the investigation had numerous flaws. Sensational headlines, interviews with investigators and so-called experts, and round-the-clock coverage of the trial contributed to what many perceived as a trial by media. With the acquittal, the question of who actually committed the murders remains open. The CBI's failure to provide conclusive evidence has left many wondering if the real murderer will ever be identified. In May 2014, the quiet, affluent neighborhood of Great Waters at Reynolds Lake, Oconee in Putnam County, Georgia, played host to a grisly double murder that remains unsolved to this day. The victims, Russell Dermond, 88, and his wife, Shirley Dermond, 87, were a well-liked retired couple with no known enemies. Russell, a World War II Navy veteran, and his wife Shirley were well into their retirement years, having settled in the quiet, gated community of Great Waters. The Dermonds were pillars of the community, married for over 6 decades, and lived peaceful lives. In their retirement, they enjoyed a comfortable life built from years of running a successful fast food franchise business in Atlanta, owning several Hardee's restaurants. The couple had 4 children, though one of their sons was tragically killed in 2000 in a murder unrelated to this case. On May 6, 2014, concerned neighbors who had not seen or heard from the Dermonds since May 1, 2014, visited their home. Upon entering the unlocked house, they found Russell Dermond's decapitated body lying in the garage between 2 cars. Despite extensive searches, his head has never been found. There were no signs of forced entry into the home, and no valuables appeared to be missing. The home was neat with no signs of a struggle. Police were perplexed by the fact that a violent murder had occurred without any apparent disturbance in the household. Though Russell's head was missing, forensic evidence indicated he had likely been shot in the head before being decapitated, with gunshot residue found on his collar. Investigators speculate the decapitation may have been an effort to prevent police from tracing the bullet. In the immediate aftermath of discovering Russell's body, investigators believed Shirley had been abducted as she was nowhere to be found. Fears for her safety grew as days passed without any sign of her. 10 days later, on May 16th, fishermen found Shirley's body floating in Lake Oconee, about 5 miles from the Dermonds' home. Her body had been weighted down with concrete blocks, an obvious attempt to prevent it from surfacing. Unlike Russell, Shirley had been killed by blunt force trauma to the head. Her body was intact, though the water had degraded potential forensic evidence. Despite the macabre nature of the crimes, the investigation has yielded few solid leads, and no suspects have been publicly named. Multiple agencies, including the FBI and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, were brought into the case. However, the investigation has been hampered by a lack of physical evidence and clear motives. Many investigators believe the crime was carefully planned and executed, given the lack of signs of forced entry or struggle and the clean nature of the crime scene. The decapitation and the removal of Russell's head, along with the effort to conceal Shirley's body in the lake, suggest that the perpetrator may have had experience or were extremely meticulous. There were no signs of robbery or financial motive. Valuable items and money in the house were untouched. Investigators have floated the theory that the killings might have been personal in nature, perhaps driven by revenge or another hidden motive. However, this remains speculative. Putnam County Sheriff Howard Sills, who has led the investigation, has publicly stated that he believes more than one person may have been involved in the murders. The handling of 2 elderly people, the complex crime scene, and the decapitation suggest to authorities that it may not have been the work of a single individual. For years, the case went cold. However, in May 2024, the FBI and local authorities announced the discovery of new DNA evidence. The DNA found on an article of clothing at the crime scene does not match the Dermonds or their family members. This fresh evidence has been sent to private labs for advanced testing. Due to the peculiar nature of the crime, numerous theories have emerged about who may have killed the Dermonds and why, the first of which is a professional hit. However, with no clear motive tied to their financial dealings or personal lives, this theory is often disregarded. Given the couple's age, some investigators and observers have speculated that the murders may have been driven by a personal vendetta. However, neither Russell nor Shirley had any known enemies, making this theory difficult to prove. Their family and friends maintain that they led quiet lives and had no ongoing disputes. While less likely due to the calculated nature of the crime, some have entertained the possibility that the Dermans were targeted by mistake, or that they fell victim to a random but unusually brutal act of violence. The lack of forced entry, however, suggests that the killers may have been familiar with the couple. Ettore Majorana is a respected figure in 20th century physics, known for his groundbreaking contributions to quantum theory as well as his mysterious disappearance in 1938. His vanishing has sparked various theories, ranging from suicide and voluntary exile to espionage and religious retreat. Majorana was born on August 5, 1906 in Catania, Sicily. He showed signs of brilliance from a young age, excelling in mathematics and physics. By the 1920s, he was part of Enrico Fermi's elite group of young physicists in Rome. This group was recognized for their pioneering work on neutron physics and beta decay. Majorana quickly gained a reputation as a genius. Fermi even described him as having a talent that was second to none. Despite this, he was known to be introverted, difficult to work with, and unwilling to publish many of his theories. His reluctance to communicate and share his ideas may have been an early indicator of his reclusive nature, which would later play a part in the mystery of his disappearance. Though he only published a handful of papers during his career, his work has had a lasting impact on modern physics. One of his most significant contributions was the prediction of the Majorana fermion, a particle that is its own antiparticle. In 1937, Majorana introduced his theory of neutrinos, proposing that certain types of neutrinos could be particles that do not distinguish between matter and antimatter. Despite the significance of his work, Majorana was deeply skeptical of the value of publication, considering much of science to be trivial once understood. On March 25, 1938, Majorana boarded a ship from Palermo to Naples, but he was never seen again. Prior to his disappearance, he sent two cryptic letters. The first was addressed to Antonio Carelli, his superior at the Naples Physics Institute, and expressed his decision to withdraw from public life. The second, a telegram, canceled his earlier statement, saying that he would return the following day. Majorana's body was never found, and his disappearance has since become one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in the history of science. The immediate assumption made by many of Majorana's colleagues was that he had taken his own life. Some of his letters hinted at despair, and his withdrawal from academic life was seen as a sign of emotional turmoil. His disappearance occurred during a time of great personal distress, leading some to believe that he jumped overboard during his trip from Palermo to Naples. However, no body was ever recovered, and many who knew him doubted this explanation. Majorana's religious upbringing and personal nature were often cited as reasons why he would not have chosen suicide. A second theory posits that he orchestrated his own disappearance to escape the pressures of his life. His reclusive personality, combined with the immense responsibility placed on him due to his scientific work, may have pushed him to leave everything behind. Some believe that he retreated to a monastery or religious community to live out his days in obscurity. This theory gained credibility when certain witnesses claimed to have seen Majorana in Italy and South America years after his disappearance. Some believe that he may have lived under an assumed identity in a remote location. Another theory suggests that Majorana was kidnapped or went into hiding due to his knowledge of nuclear physics, particularly as Europe moved closer to World War II. His understanding of atomic theory would have been invaluable to any country with nuclear ambitions, leading some to speculate that he may have been coerced into working for a foreign government or that he voluntarily left to avoid being used for military purposes. In 2011, the Italian government reopened the case of Majorana's disappearance after a witness came forward, claiming to have seen him in Venezuela in the 1950s. The witness provided photographs that allegedly showed Majorana, now living under the name Bini, in a small town. This theory reignited interest in the idea that Majorana may have fled to South America, but the evidence remains inconclusive. The Ark of the Covenant is one of the most mysterious and debated religious artifacts in history, its significance spanning multiple religious traditions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The Ark's legendary status, as well as its supposed mysterious disappearance, has led to numerous theories, speculations, and expeditions in search of its whereabouts. The Ark, described in the Bible's Book of Exodus, was a sacred chest constructed by the Israelites to hold the tablets of the Ten Commandments, the laws given to Moses by God at Mount Sinai. According to the detailed biblical account, the ark was made of acacia wood overlaid with pure gold, and had an elaborate cover called the mercy seat. This cover was adorned with 2 golden cherubim whose wings stretched toward each other, symbolizing the divine presence of God. The ark was not just a physical container, but was also deeply symbolic of God's covenant with the Israelites. It represented God's throne on earth and his promise to guide and protect his chosen people. It was housed within the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctum of the tabernacle, and later Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. The ark is traditionally believed to have contained 3 key items: the tablets of the law, aka the 10 Commandments, Aaron's rod, and a pot of manna. Additionally, it was considered a weapon of divine power. The Philistines, who captured the ark for a brief period, suffered plagues and calamities as a result of holding it. Ultimately, they returned the ark to Israel after realizing they could not control its power. This narrative highlights the notion that the ark's power was directly tied to God's will, and that misuse or mishandling of the ark often led to disaster. One of the most popular theories is that the ark was hidden before the Babylonians destroyed the temple. According to the book of Maccabees, the prophet Jeremiah received a divine message instructing him to hide the ark in a cave on Mount Nebo in present-day Jordan. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church claims that the ark was taken to Axum, Ethiopia by Menelik, the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. According to the Kebra Nagast, an ancient Ethiopian text, Menelik secretly took the ark from Solomon's temple and brought it to Ethiopia, where it has been guarded by the Ethiopian clergy ever since. Today, the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Axum is believed to house the ark, but no one except for a single guardian is allowed to view it. While this theory is deeply embedded in Ethiopian culture and religious tradition, many scholars are skeptical about its authenticity. Edward Ollendorff, a British scholar, claimed to have examined the alleged ark in Ethiopia in the 1940s and concluded that it was a medieval construction. A more critical view argues that the ark may have never existed as a physical object, but was instead a literary device used by the authors of the Old Testament to convey theological messages about God's covenant with Israel. This theory is supported by the lack of concrete archaeological evidence supporting the existence of the ark, despite numerous searches and claims of discovery. The Forest City killer case revolves around a series of brutal murders in the late 1960s and early 1970s in and around London, Ontario, Canada, earning the city a grim reputation as a possible hunting ground for a serial killer. Over 5 decades later, the case remains unsolved, leaving questions about who was responsible for these horrific crimes. Despite a growing interest from the public, fueled by true crime books, documentaries, and podcasts, the killer or killers involved remain unidentified, leading to continuous speculation about their identities and motives. London, Ontario is often referred to as the Forest City due to its lush tree cover and abundant greenery. However, during the 1960s and 1970s, the city became associated with a much darker title: the serial killer capital of Canada, due to a series of brutal murders that terrorized the local population. In the Murder City book by Michael Arntfield, the author argues that London had one of the highest concentrations of serial killers per capita during this period, sparking a true crime investigation that continues to this day. The murders that occurred in London between 1968 and 1971 were particularly heinous, with many of the victims being young women and children. These killings exhibited an extreme level of violence, with mutilations, abductions, and sexual assault being common features. The murders attributed to the Forest City killer involve a diverse group of victims, many of whom were found dead in rural or isolated areas around London. Some of the key victims include 15-year-old Jackie English, 16-year-old Jacqueline Dunleavy, 9-year-old Frankie Jensen, 19-year-old Linda White, and many more. The Ontario Provincial Police and London Police conducted extensive investigations into these murders, but the lack of modern forensic technology and disorganization within the departments severely hampered their efforts. Despite numerous leads and suspects, no one was definitively charged with the majority of the crimes. Part of the problem was that investigators could not agree on whether these murders were committed by one individual or multiple killers. At the time, the police also faced significant challenges in tracking potential suspects. DNA technology was non-existent, and many crime scenes were contaminated before proper evidence collection could occur. Additionally, the London area's proximity to major highways and its relative isolation from larger urban centers made it a convenient location for transient individuals or passing truck drivers to commit crimes without drawing attention. Over the decades, various suspects have come under suspicion, though none have been conclusively tied to all of the murders. Two of the most prominent suspects are David Bodemer and Gerald Thomas Archer. David was convicted of the non-capital murder of Georgia Jackson, another victim from this era, and served a portion of his life sentence before being released. Although he confessed to one murder, many believe that his confession does not account for the other victims attributed to the Forest City Killer. Gerald Archer, known as the London Chambermaid Slayer, was another prime suspect. He was convicted of murdering a hotel maid in 1971 and was active in the area during the same period as the Forest City Killer. However, while he is suspected of having killed other women, there is no direct evidence linking him to all the unsolved cases.